Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to day 2 of the NATO Public Forum. I'm Donna Farazan, your Master of Ceremonies for the plenary program of NATO's flagship public event, where we unpack key discussions and key decisions made by leaders at the NATO summit right here in The Hague. The aim of the NATO Public Forum is to bring the summit closer to the public, to foster dialogue, enhance and encourage transparency, and create space for open, informed debate on the issues that matter most to our shared security. In just a few moments, we will be welcoming our in-person guests and kicking off another full day of thought-provoking content. As the North Atlantic Council prepares to convene, we'll be exploring the questions at the heart of today's agenda. Just like yesterday, we have a great lineup ahead, starting with our studio show, presented in a dynamic TV-style format. You can look forward to sharp commentary, expert analysis, and engaging discussions that set the tone for the day. Our upcoming session will look ahead to the conversations unfolding among transatlantic leaders. What's at stake on the second day of the summit? Leading us through this first part of the day is the brilliant host of Studio Bravo, the always engaging and wonderful friend of mine, Ikenna Azuike. And once the studio show wraps, I'll be right back with you here to kick off our plenary program. But right now, I know Ikenna is standing by to kick off our pre-show. Ikenna, it's so good to see you. What do you have looking forward to today?
Hello, Donna. Thank you again for such a huge, welcoming introduction. Thank you. It's nice to see you, and it's nice to, we can't see you at home, but thank you for tuning in. Today in Bravo, we are looking back at day 1 of the Public Forum. The highlights, the insights, any accidental sound bites. And of course, we're also looking ahead to today's meeting of the North Atlantic Council. I'll be unpacking it all here with a top-tier panel of experts.
Ikenna, you have led panel after panel and just have had such interesting commentary and analysis. So I know that we are all looking forward to what you have in store for today. And thank you so much. And thank you to you all for tuning in. We'll see you soon.
Yes, welcome back everyone, to the kickoff of day 2 of NATO's Public Forum. And in an hour or so, the kickoff of the official NATO summit, because that's when the leaders of NATO's member states will meet each other face to face right here and at the World Forum in The Hague. And we're here to bring you live pictures, so be sure to keep one eye on us and the other on who hugs, who nods, and who perhaps pretends not to see each other. But first, before I introduce you to our guests for this session, here's a quick look at some of yesterday's highlights.
Good morning, everyone, and a warm welcome from The Hague. The NATO Public Forum brings together voices from government, civil society, industry, media, and youth.
We are living in much more dangerous times, and we have to make sure that we defend our beautiful way of life and systems and our values.
Multi-domain operations is not only linking the 5 domains, land, air, the maritime, the space and the cyber. If we want to be resilient, we need to think as a whole society. It's why you have 1.5% which is dedicated to global approach.
Digitalization is not actually the threat. It gives lots of more opportunities to run your own societies, even if you're under heavy attacks.
The innovation, the defense manufacturing base, all of those things working together, we're going to have a strong alliance. And most importantly, that strength is what's going to deliver peace for generations to come.
We have to make sure that whatever the long-term ceasefire or the peace deal on Ukraine will be, that it is lasting, that it is durable.
Then the one thing that is important to me is that we don't jeopardize that peace by forgetting about the war. The number one priority is to stand with and support and strengthen Ukraine in the fight.
Yes, now joining me today to pick up on, to unpack all of that our wonderful guests. I have here Liana Fix, a fellow for Europe at the Council on Foreign Relations. Thanks very much. Camille Grand, distinguished policy fellow at the ECFR, Rob de Wijk, thanks, founder of HCSS, and Rem Korteweg, a senior fellow at the Klingendahl Institute in the Netherlands, one of the co-organisers of this public forum. Okay, why don't we kick off with a little quick-fire lap around the table, as it were. What were your highlights from yesterday? Big moments, weird moments, moments that surprised you? Liana, kick us off.
No, the one moment that was important to me was what US Ambassador Whitaker said yesterday in his discussion, because he said in the end he also doesn't know what the US president is going to say and going to do at the NATO summit here. And I think that's something that we have to keep in mind, despite the attempt to make this a business-like NATO meeting, to advance common goals. There's always an element of disruption with this president, and this is what we will look out for in the next hours.
Okay, great. I thought you were going to just say, because what struck me was him saying the US has never been more engaged with NATO. It was quite unequivocal as to, some people questioned that. But
yeah, I mean, sitting in Washington, where the Council on Foreign Relations is located, you have learned by now in the last couple of months that there's one thing that US officials say, and then there's the other thing that is decided in the White House, and those two things do not necessarily always align.
Yeah, it's interesting. And one of our guests yesterday, Frederick Kemp, president of the Atlantic Commission, he said in what he hears behind the scenes is that if there's one message, one word even, that the audience here should consider when they're looking at and listening to Trump's words, it's chill. Chill. So don't take everything literally, take him seriously, but don't necessarily take him literally when it comes to
I'm not sure.
Trump.
I think there's a healthy level of nervousness that you should have, because this is a serious situation for NATO, and the disruptive instincts of the US president are there, and they can derail the summit. I think the two words that I would use is we are all doing this to buy time for Europeans to invest and to defend themselves. So my most important two words is buying time. Let's get the summit over in a constructive way. Let's get to the end of this year without major upheavals because of US troop withdrawals from Europe and so on, because Europeans need that time and they need the engagement of the United States so that they can come to a point where they're actually able to defend themselves in the mid and long term.
Clear. Thanks very much. Camille?
Well, I'll start by doing something maybe unexpected, which is to put Trump aside for a second and look at what came from yesterday in the message, which is essentially a display of unity on the part of Europeans, essentially a very strong and powerful message in terms of trying to put the alliance on the right footage and making, in fact, what would be normally very quite extraordinary decisions in terms of investing in defense, in terms of this 5% number, which is of course 3.5 and plus 1.5, as we all know, but that is quite significant. And I think the military leaders that were speaking at the public forum, the NATO leadership, many of the ministers that joined us yesterday were very clear on that commitment. And I think that is super important, and it's important to have this on our mind when we look at today's event and focus more on how the president of the United States will handle this. The second thing, my second takeaway, is how Ukraine is present on the mind of everyone, even though it's not really heavily on the agenda. Yeah. It was throughout the day a recurring theme for a number of speakers. President Zelensky was in The Hague and is actively present. And I think it's important to stress this, because sometimes people overlook the fact that this is such a critical element in the picture for the Europeans. So
and for Ukrainians, existential.
And existential for the Ukrainians, but I think it was very important to hear so many leaders stress the importance of Ukraine.
Okay, yeah. Rob?
A little bit boring in exciting times, and it's meant to be boring, especially today, what we will see. And the reason is, of course, and exactly what Camille said, it's about Ukraine, it's about Russia, and you cannot have discussions on that right away. And that is not really a problem, because I understand how summits work. But this is the elephant in the room. It was mentioned a couple of times yesterday. And this is the elephant in the room. And I fully understand why this is. But some more urgency would be great. And there was a lack of urgency in the room yesterday. This is a dangerous time. And you would expect discussions on this. And there were very limited discussions on this. And we had a great discussion on Ukraine. That was fantastic. But it was more or less going concern. And I have a slight problem with that.
Okay. I mean, previous summits have focused a lot more.
I've been there quite often.
Yeah.
I remember very well the summit in, what was it, Camille? Was it 2018 with President Trump in Brussels? I will never forget that one. And that is something you don't want to repeat. So I completely understand what's going on. But on the other hand, you have to convey a message of urgency. And a summit should do that.
Okay. Right, we'll go into what specifically you'd like to have seen and heard shortly. But let's finish off this round. Rim.
Yeah, sure. First of all, fantastic to be here, and thanks for putting me at the table. I mean, I've also been looking at one-liners. So what are the one-liners that stuck out, right? Because this is going to be a summit of one-liners. We've already had tweets yesterday evening from both the President and the Secretary General that we focused on. One of the one-liners that stuck with me basically aligns with what Liana said, that you have U.S. Perm Rep Matthew Whitaker saying the U.S. is going nowhere. That's good. Another one-liner, which I thought and ties into what Rob and Camille were talking about, is the Czech President, Petr Pavel, who says, numbers don't provide security, capabilities do. And there's going to be a lot of talk about numbers. About
before you continue, we've got that quote actually. So let's run that tape.
Well, we will not be safe by sheer numbers. We'll be safe by capabilities. And this is what I was trying to stress from my times in NATO, that the Supreme Commander in Europe will not fight with the chart. He will fight with real troops and concrete capabilities, including strategic enablers.
And this is exactly the point, and that has to do with that sense of urgency. I also recall that one of the two Baltic ministers who spoke on the panel yesterday said, we talk a lot about resilience, about how to do resilience, how resilience is important, but let's stop talking about it, let's start doing it. Let's have that conversation about resilience once countries have done the scenarios, done the planning, done the exercises. And so I really see this sense from Central Eastern European countries to, their impatience is tangible. It's like, let's get beyond the words.
And does that create tension with the Western European NATO allies?
I don't know. NATO moves at the pace of consensus.
Exactly. But I mean, to what you don't feel that urgency from a Spain or from a Belgium. So I'm just wondering if there is going to be some tension.
No, and I think
resentment even.
I think one of the things that's good that this summit is taking place in the Netherlands is that now in the Netherlands people are also much more in tune to this. But maybe we should pick allies that are somewhat more behind the pack or somewhat laggard as the hosts of the next summit to really enforce this message.
First, let me pick up on what Bob said, because I think that's important. I mean, to a certain extent, the summit is a little bit like a Christmas dinner with your extended family, right? You have a list in advance of topics so you're not going to touch upon because it's going to explode and escalate the whole thing, right? This is exactly what this NATO summit is about. You have one thing that you can agree upon. You're going to deliver a victory lap to President Trump for his 5% goal, and hopefully he is fine with that, and he agrees that 1.5% and a broader definition of defense spending and so on. But everything else you don't touch. And it is brutal because at NATO's Washington summit last year, NATO agreed to have a Russia strategy. The Russia strategy was buried because there's just fundamental skepticism that the threat perception between especially the US president about Russia and of Europeans about Russia actually aligns, right? They're fundamentally, the United States sees itself as a neutral mediator, and I would argue so far it has been a pro-Russian leaning mediator in those Russia-Ukraine talks, fundamentally different from how Europeans conceive themselves. And we could go on and on. I mean, there are other issues. Again, the question of US troop withdrawals. That's going, after the summit, this is going to be one big question that will keep us up at night. Are the United States going to withdraw troops from Europe? How many? What's the signal that is going to be sent with that?
Yeah, but that first question, are they going to? Perhaps we just need to assume they are going to. It's just a question of when and
exactly,
where
but the question is, what's the political signal that is going to be sent at this time, especially towards Moscow and Beijing? Then the question is, how can Europeans fill that? Ambassador Whitaker said in the past that the US shift away from Europe will not leave strategic gaps, which sounds wonderful and makes me as a think tanker, gives me a warm feeling in my heart, no strategic gaps, that's great. But can we really be sure that that is going to be US policy? Because again, in the past we had announcements by principals, and then we had what's actually happening, driven by the US president, who alone is the decision maker and might overthrow any kind of promises that other officials make.
And I think that there is too much focus on President Trump. The focus should be Russia. President Trump achieved something that President Putin could not achieve, and that's rearmament of Europe, which is rather weird, by the way. So thank you very much, President Trump, because we need this. But we have to focus on Russia. And we have to do it as Europeans. So what are the particular shortfalls we have to deal with? What is the plan A? What is the plan B? We should have in Europe a short-term plan. Not a long-term plan, a short-term plan. How can we enhance deterrence along our borders? How are we going to do that? How are we going to work together with, for example, Ukraine? Because I do not know if our defense industrial base is capable of delivering fast enough. So we have to do something. We have to procure drones, long-range weapon systems. You can procure them in Ukraine. How are we going to do that? That is also the elephant in the room. And we really need to talk about that.
On Russia?
No, I think it is quite clear that we'll have to think about that in the aftermath of the summit. I think it is important to stress, and I say this also for our friends in the media, that this rearmament is taking place because of the strategic environment. We do it for ourselves. We don't do it for President Trump, and because in some constituencies it's going to be a hard sell to explain that we are going to spend so much money to please President Trump. We do it because the strategic environment requires it, and we do it because we owe it to ourselves, so that as Europeans. Then I think there is indeed a sort of upcoming conversation, and it's a bit odd that it's taking place after the summit, to be honest, which is this issue of the revision of the US force posture in Europe. And there is, part of the quid pro quo, I would say, that I'm hoping to get from the summit is indeed the commitment to defense spending. Certainly a recommitment to Article 5 as firm as possible, both in the communiqué of the summit, but also in the statements that surround it. And finally, sort of clear the direction of travel when it comes to that US force posture, which we probably will not get. But at least we have to make this a transatlantic conversation. This is not a series of unilateral decisions.
If we don't get those unequivocal statements, do you think this summit's been a bit of a failure then? Despite, let's put aside the commitments to defence spending?
No, but first of all, I think the rearmament bit is a success on its own merit. But I think what is going to be important is to not have equivocal messages around the Article 5. I'm sure that the communiqué would say the right thing, but what we need is to make clear that we are all committed in an environment and in a degraded security environment, because all of this is not happening in a vacuum. We're not just here.
But is it enough to just not hear anything that equivocates Article 5? Do you actually not want a kind of active statement from Donald Trump saying, look, Article 5 is essential to us. We stand shoulder to shoulder with Europe. And if we don't get that kind of statement, would you be disappointed?
I think we need that commitment from every single leader in the alliance, including the US president. And I think this is the clearer the better. That would be my take. And but we'll see how it goes. I think it's going to be important to also focus on the actual concrete deliverables.
Okay, and let's look at the sessions that took place yesterday. Is there any session, Rem, you think that didn't go far enough?
I'm actually really pleased with what we've seen so far in terms of the discussions. There may have been a number of topics that haven't yet been addressed, because I do think a lot of the focus was on either indirectly about Trump, sort of to Camille's point, we have been talking about Trump a lot. We've also been talking about Ukraine, which we should. I'm missing a little bit the discussion about different regions. So what's happening in the High North, what's happening in sort of the Western Balkans, but we might get to that later today. I'm also expecting, hopefully, some words, at least at the press conferences or at the doorsteps, from individual leaders to flag that. For me, the big question is, will China be mentioned at all? And up until now, it hasn't featured. It hasn't featured in real commentary by the leaders, whereas the NATO summit last year was all about getting language in the final communique.
What's behind that?
About China.
What's behind that?
Rem, on this, I think we have to recognize a simple fact. The United States, under the Trump administration, is not really interested in getting China, in getting NATO involved in the Indo-Pacific or concerned about China. It wants NATO to focus on European security, and there is some logic to this. But just as we saw with the crisis in the Middle East, that there was no specific US interest in getting the European allies involved or supporting, this administration tends to treat this thing in separate boxes, when all previous administration, including Trump one, by the way, was trying to make sure that the Europeans would follow US actions and leadership in other parts of the world.
But I would perhaps even go one step further than Camille said. I think it's not only that they want to keep it separate, there is no China policy, coherent China policy at the moment coming out from Washington, right? I mean, that's what is confusing. You can at the same time imagine, I'm sorry that I'm the one who's talking about President Trump all the time, but I do think he is the decisive factor. That's how it is. You can imagine the United States either abandoning Taiwan, or you can imagine the United States under Donald Trump right now going into a war with China over Taiwan, right? So both scenarios are there. So, I mean, both the China hogs in Washington at disappointment by this administration, but also the China friends in Washington at disappointment. So you don't see a concerted China strategy. And I think what bothers me more than that is that Europeans don't take their own strategic approach and have basically stopped pressuring China over its support for Russia's war, right? I mean, sanctions evasion, 80% of sanctions evasion towards Russia goes through China. China has not flirted with, if not even overstepped, the line of lethal weapon deliveries, direct weapon deliveries to Russia. It has sent so much to Russia that it actually doesn't matter if it's lethal or not, because it's just massive, not only to support Russia's war against Ukraine. And that's, again, where I think Europeans have stopped thinking strategically about it. But it also helps Russia to reconstitute its military to be a threat to NATO members. And so at that point, Europeans should not discuss, is there China option for us if the United States becomes unpredictable? Should we make sure that we don't have a two-front trade war, right? I mean, there are some sympathetic voices in Europe towards China now that Donald Trump is in office. Europe should think about that China is an economic and a security threat to Europe. And that this strategic analysis, Ursula von der Leyen is making it, but it's not made in all capitals in Europe, is to me the actual disappointment.
But I think that we are too preoccupied with collective defense right now in Europe. We don't have a possibility to have a broad strategic discussion on our role in the world. We have to get our house in order. And that is exactly what we are going to do the next few years. So we are preoccupied with European security. And then maybe we have some time to discuss a little bit about China, and that's it. But that is a consequence of the whole debate also on the 5%. This is about collective defense. It is not about China.
But I would say that China is a part of European security and collective
Yeah, of
defense
course.
because
Yeah, of course.
you can't separate it anymore. If your main enemy is your main enemy because China is
I
allowing
completely
it to be
agree.
your main enemy.
Yeah.
Right?
On this, I think the challenge for the Europeans is to think in strategic terms.
Yeah, but that's the
sometimes
problem,
we are
Camille.
failing to do that.
Yeah.
You know, having a seat at the table when it's about Ukraine or Iran is not a strategy.
Yeah.
It's at best an aspiration. So what is the European strategy on Ukraine? What is the European plan for Ukraine? What do we do to achieve our objectives for European security in Ukraine? What is the European plan or strategy in the Middle East, except calls for peace? What is it that we really want to achieve? And the same applies to the Indo-Pacific and China, in a way.
It's not so much about strategy, but was it a mistake not to let Zelensky be part of this program?
Once you've decided to shrink the program, it leaves little room for having dedicated sessions. I would have preferred to have Zelensky at the table for the main event. He's in The Hague, and that is super important because it sends, I think, a powerful signal in terms of not backsliding too much from where we were at the Washington summit of Ukraine being part of the broader family, but I think that's then it's going to be.
But there are Ukrainians who feel that we've let them down. You know, at the dinner last night, the Ukrainian defense minister was openly saying, he wants to hear concrete commitments from European countries, concrete commitments. He wants a public podium for Zelensky. But I tell you what, we do have a quote from the British defense minister, John Healey. Let's run that because he was talking about Ukraine.
All eyes have been on the Middle East, and it's really important that we don't lose sight of Ukraine. Putin wants our focus to slip, and part of the strong message from NATO is that we will not let that happen.
But for us, Europeans, Ukraine is more important than the Middle East. Let's face it. I think we should be honest about that.
And
There's too much focus on the Middle East. And at the same time, if Ukraine loses the war in Europe, we have a big problem in Europe, and we may face an Article 5 situation. If something goes wrong in the Middle East, that this is not the case. Yeah. So this is also a lack of strategic thinking in Europe, and also we have to educate the populace of the European countries in order to make clear what the real dangers are. And the real danger for us is not Gaza. It may be appalling what's happening there. But at the same time, if things go wrong in Ukraine, we have a huge problem here. And I think that is the debate we should have.
Yeah, and I think to play the devil's advocate on sort of the question of Zelensky and his presence here, well, there is actually a concern that Zelensky's presence, a meeting with Trump involving him there, might actually backfire to the detriment of everyone, right? So, and that's it's cynical, but it's brutally honest that you don't want a situation that, as in the White House, to repeat itself, because it would be problematic for NATO allies, it would be problematic for Zelensky, and obviously there has been a good meeting in the Vatican, but obviously the chemistry between the Ukrainian president and the US president is not great, right? And since this matters, especially with this US president, you want to avoid a situation where you don't get anything positive, not only nothing positive on Ukraine, but actually deteriorate the situation for Ukraine or for NATO allies because of an escalation that can occur. That said, the key question for Europeans is, of course, going to be, what if the US supplemental, not what if, the US supplemental is running out? So how can we find a way to continue to support Ukraine, Europeans buying US weapons, giving those to Ukraine, and so on? So that's a key discussion that Europeans will have to have with the United States. If there's no money coming directly from the United States, how can Europeans circumvent that?
Yeah, we do a lot. We do a lot. Let's face it. If you look what happened over the last couple of months, then the Europeans did a lot also in favor of Ukraine. The problem is, of course, that we neglected our armed forces for a couple of decades. So we have, in a way, little to offer. We have a lot of money, but we have to restructure our armed forces. We have to restructure our defense industrial base.
I feel like there's definitely been a lot of conversation on that topic, though. Plans for the future, how we're going to rearm, focus on.
Yeah, but it's plans. But you need it now.
Specifically about that quote that we just heard, is there any extra weight we can give to the fact that it came from the Brits? Because this is a very significant global power, partner of the US. The fact that they are underlining the importance of Ukraine Rem.
Oh, absolutely. I think it was really important to have that signal sent by Secretary John Healey. If only because, like you say, the Brits have been absolutely essential together with the French in terms of corralling Europeans in a smaller setting, so the coalition of the willing, to start thinking about what can we do more to support Ukraine, given the uncertainty about the United States, given uncertainty about where any ceasefire talks might end up if they materialize at all. So yes, if you're looking at a de facto leader for this discussion, it's not necessarily NATO or the EU. It's basically it's 2 or 3 countries in Europe, and that's the UK is one of them.
No, I think on this, the key issue there is to again get our strategy right. So indeed, there is the issue of how do we continue to support Ukraine militarily. The European support has been too weak in the early days, but it's been going up, and it's become more or less on par with the United States, with of course specific domains where the US is providing the core of the support, such as intelligence and air defenses. A lot of it is coming from the US, but the critical issue is to get this one right, to continue to bring Ukraine closer to European security institutions, whether it's EU or NATO. It doesn't mean membership overnight, but it means to continue to deepen our ties. And finally, also to think about the day after a ceasefire and what is it that we do to make sure that that ceasefire, as the Secretary General of NATO was saying yesterday, is not something that will last a few weeks or a few months, but something that will be enforced, and because we have skin in this game.
What do you think Russia thinks of how yesterday went? And China, for that matter?
I think
are we even on China's radar? Well, let's focus on Russia first. Sorry.
No, but I guess for the Russians, they are mostly looking at today. Will there be a message of unity? So far for them, they probably are starting getting the fact that the Europeans spending so much money. When you look at it and you take the long view, back to 2022, Russia has succeeded in enlarging NATO with Finland and Sweden next to its border, has succeeded in doubling the German defense budget, which was not a given, has succeeded in moving most Europeans in the right direction on that, and has succeeded in having our military leadership finally getting the right instructions in terms of planning for multiple contingencies. So from that perspective, the strategic military situation of the Russian Federation in Europe has degraded, without even looking into the losses in Ukraine and all of that. And I think this is something that we sometimes lose sight of because we have this narrative that the Russians are imposing on us, that they're winning in Ukraine and they are so strong and so on. The reality is not that clear. Let's be blunt about that, and we have to counter that messaging. Having said this, of course, what Vladimir Putin is looking at is what message comes out of today's meeting in terms of unity, in terms of strength of the alliance, and I certainly hope that the leaders will have the right direction and the right message, in spite of nuances that do exist, and that they do exist at NATO all the time. We've had heated debates about numerous things, but I think it's really important that at the end of the day, the general message is that of unity and NATO working.
And another issue I think that Moscow is going to look out for is the question of Ukraine's NATO membership, right? I mean, Ukraine's NATO membership has been an issue which obviously has been very high on Moscow's agenda. So what they would love to see, and we will hopefully and probably not get that, is something that officially closes NATO's open door, right? I mean, the United States has said, Trump doesn't want to see Ukraine in NATO. And I do think from the perspective of other European NATO allies, there was a lost opportunity at last year's Washington summit, which was a big and wonderful celebration in the heart of Washington, where basically Germany and the United States, the Biden administration at that time, blocked any movement towards a stronger language about Ukraine's eventual NATO membership and so on, right? So I think that was a huge mistake that we did back then. So where we stand now with the summit is the hope is that the communique, the press conference, especially of the US president, will not say anything about Ukraine's eventual NATO membership. So we just fall back on everything that has been said in the past and just keep the door open of NATO, even if others disagree. But that's something that Russia wanted to change in negotiations between with the president, and that's something they're going to look at.
Okay. And this is what's going to happen when we look at the communique itself, right? We're going to parse every word, what's actually been written, but also particularly what's not in it. And what does it mean if it's not mentioned? Does it mean that you fall back on the previous language, or does it mean that you create ambiguity to allow things to emerge?
But this is a money summit, so it won't be in the communique, in my view.
Yeah, well, the communique is a little bit away. Let's pivot now and focus more on looking ahead and actually to what happened also already yesterday evening. The heads of states arrived at Schiphol Airport. It was a massive security operation to get them safe and sound in The Hague, but they arrived. As you can see there, we've got a few pictures of Air Force One in the air, thrilling pictures. Oh no, that's not Air Force One. That's Emmanuel Macron, equally grand.
Mar-a-Lago is like the Elysee.
Macron, his wife, Prime Minister Starmer, the Danish Premier. That's Viktor Orban. Yeah. Lithuanian Prime Minister, I believe we have. Or is that the Danish?
Oh, that's Mette Frederiksen.
Okay, that's Mette. Mette Frederiksen. I thought she spoke wonderfully yesterday. I thought as well, very robust, forthright language. And who do we have there? I think that's the Lithuanian. Yeah.
President.
It's all thrilling, huh? These images of cars landing. There were live streams for this yesterday.
And
then the exotic, disruptive president. There he is, his USA cap. In case we forgot where he's from, I suppose. Yeah, but he's the man of the moment, isn't he? I mentioned yesterday, there were newspaper headlines saying, 32 countries, but only one man matters. Yeah. And I know you were saying, Rob, we give him too much attention, but. Yeah,
I understand that.
I think there are two interpretations of how he looks at NATO, right? I mean, there's the Bolton interpretation, who says, well, he's actually just trying to find an excuse to leave NATO. He always wanted to leave NATO, that's the strategy. And then there's the interpretation, he only does all that, this kind of level of disruption to strengthen NATO. To be fair, I think he doesn't even know what kind of counter strategy he has.
Depends on his mood.
He doesn't have it, right? So both interpretations can be present at the same time. It's not something that he has made up his mind about yet.
I happened to work at NATO during the previous Trump administration, and there was an interesting moment after a couple of years in the job, because there were also complicated moments, including at the 2018 Brussels summit. But
he literally called out people, didn't he? Pointed at particular country representatives, and
indeed, he was very tough on the allies at the time, already on defense spending, and he was going through the list. But I think the bottom line is that at the end of the day, he said something that he had said during the campaign. He rolled it back, which was when he said NATO is no longer obsolete, which is a sort of odd phrase because things are rarely no longer obsolete, but still he made that point, and that was for me the sort of tipping point of his presidency with regard to NATO. After that, it was not completely smooth, but it was the message was the right message. I guess Secretary General Rutte is looking for that type of moment, hopefully today or in the coming weeks or months. I think it is important. Yes, the United States is the biggest ally, the strongest ally. There's no doubt about that. But it is still an alliance of 32, and we see that spoilers can come from other corners. That there are debates in many of our countries on NATO, and that matters.
And bearing in mind, how important his mood is. What do you judge it? Or how do you judge it at the moment?
Sort of a summit like this. So there's sort of three levels at which you can categorize them or rank them. One is is it safe? Does everyone arrive on time? Were the planes able to land? Were they able to get on time to their meetings? Secondly, is the content. When we talked about the content, like what's going to be written in the declaration or not. What do they agree on? Does that show an image of cohesion and solidarity or not? And then there's the third element, which is much less predictable, and that's the characters of the individuals that we're talking about. And unfortunately, a summit like this could hinge on individual moments. Yeah. We've seen that happen before as well, where an entire summit, given all the preparations, all the discussions, just becomes reduced to an individual moment where someone is caught on camera doing something,
for instance,
you know,
give us an example.
Pushing. I remember one of the summits that Trump attended, one of his first ones, I think, where he pushed one of the European leaders aside because he wanted to stand more up front in the group photo. And you know, that may have been an innocent moment, but the imagery was. And the press had a field day that here was the United States bullying its way to the front. And that became the image of that summit. And this is, I think, the unpredictability.
But are we partly
happens.
to blame in all that analysis? I mean, I mentioned the word that Frederick Kemp used yesterday, chill.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, sure.
I think
don't focus too much on President Trump, because I don't care what the mood of President Trump is. What is important is that we have a NATO as Europeans that can even do without America. And I think that is something that is often forgotten, because if NATO is dependent on the mood of the American president, we are in trouble. So we have to act. It is not that we have to change the mood of the American president. We have to act. This is a European responsibility.
I would agree, but I think why the mood is still relevant is because we have not acted since 2014, right?
I mean,
and so even if we act now, there will be a period. There will be a period of 5 to 10 years that it will take until we come to that stage. So at the moment, we are unfortunately still dependent on the mood and political Brussels playbook. And I'm advertising it here for free. Had the great quote today morning where they said, well, Trump is frustrated with the entire goddamn world because his talks with Putin are not making progress, Middle East is not making progress, so let's hope this doesn't sort of unleash itself on the summit. But I mean, if Europeans would have started in 2016 instead of hoping that Trump is just still a historical aberration, they would be in a very different place right now.
No, but you need to have two plans. Plan A is hope. Hope that everything will be all right and that the mood of the president will be okay. And plan B is build a European pillar in NATO. That is what you should do right from the start. That should be the discussion.
And as so often, I fully agree with you. And I think one of the questions for me looking at the declaration and the doorsteps is, are we going to see tangible signals of burden shifting?
Yes.
So not the burden sharing debate where the Europeans tried to do a little bit more on enablers, but really burden shifting, where Europeans signal this is the trajectory that we're going in to take on more of the load of European security.
Who would you like to get? What sort of signal are you talking about, and who would you like to hear that from?
Well,
what carries the most?
I think part of the debate is going to be buying time, which you mentioned at the start, for Europe to think that through in much more detail. So I don't expect an ABC in the declaration. But, for instance, when it comes to building up force capacity, taking on some replacement of the US force posture, and it's kind of related to what we're going to see out of Washington with the force posture review, that needs to be choreographed. And the worst that could happen if it's unchoreographed. This is also what I think the Russians would be looking out for, where there's mismatches that emerge.
But I guess the core message here is really straightforward. It's not if the US forces withdraw. There will be significant withdrawals announced after the summit. That we know that. So the issue is, okay, if the Americans decide to withdraw troops from a specific frontline state as part of this plan of drawing down what they call the Biden surge, what Europeans are stepping up and saying, okay, I'm going to take care of that particular role, and I'm going to make an extra effort to be there or to be there earlier and to meet that demand. If we say, okay, this capacity of this American capacity in the domain of intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance is vanishing, do we have a plan to fill that gap at pace?
I would hope that those discussions are already happening behind the scenes. Back channels. Okay, the surge, the Biden surge, is going to be lessened. Rob, you
no, but you have to identify some critical deficiencies, so that you will be able to carry out your military operation in the future independently from the US. And then you may hope that the US will join. But remember, President Trump is the commander-in-chief. So if he decides not to join us, we have a problem. So we have to compensate for the non-deployment of long-range weapons systems, which were announced by President Biden. I'm sure that it won't happen. So how are we going to do that? We can do that, but we need to look at Ukraine for long-range systems. What are we going to do with what we call C4ISR? So that's a whole command and control arrangement, including intelligence. Can we use European satellite systems for that? The answer is yes. Can we use, for example, the Delta system, the command and control Delta system of Ukraine? And the answer is yes. How are we going to do that? Yesterday, Mark Rutte mentioned ammunition. That's right.
Three times.
Yes, exactly. And you need that. So I can go on for quite a while mentioning all the critical deficiencies we have to deal with in Europe. And because we have to be more independent from the US, because the US, regardless of President Trump, each and every president after Trump will have its priority in Asia and not Russia, not Europe. That is what it is. It is a structural change we face in the world. This is shifting geopolitics.
Yeah. I just want to add, I'm not a fan of the term burden shifting, because I think in the US context it has been advanced by people at certain think tanks close to Trump and so on, who now, for example, in the Pentagon, and for me, that is a key word that they use for actually something else that they want to see. They want to abandon Europe. They want to focus solely on the Indo-Pacific and so on. I don't think that's what we want with the burden shifting term. But I think the Europeans right now, and Camille has been saying this very often in the past, their strategy is basically, we have to invest anyway, right? Correct me if I'm representing you, regardless of the scenario that we end up, where we end up, regardless if we end up with a NATO minus without the United States, if we end up with an EU plus and so on, we have to invest anyway. And the scenario for which we invest in, we will see when it comes. I think there's a question still of, what focus do you put on which capabilities? Because obviously you will put a different focus on capabilities if it's without the US or not. But the baseline is that.
The important thing is the to-do list is roughly the same if you want to be an ally, if we want to be allies in good standing that keep the US on board, or if we have to act with less America or with no America. 90% of the to-do list is the same. So the bottom line for the Europeans is to understand that in the event of a crisis, they are the cavalry. They are the first respondent. And by being the cavalry, we are going to be more able to drag the US into supporting us in a contingency than by being unable to act and just calling Washington and saying, we've not been able to deploy a brigade, can you do it? That's no longer acceptable by Washington, and that should not be acceptable. And I think there is, from this perspective, the good news is that there is a very significant mind shifting in Europe, where people are getting to that. Of course, there are those who say, it's going to take too long and we're worried, and what about the transition phase? And they are right to be concerned, but it shouldn't prevent us from moving at pace to make sure that we are in the best possible situation when that moment comes.
And we talked about the Russian reaction to that kind of, these sorts of developments. What about the Chinese reaction? How will they be looking at this?
I don't think the Chinese are paying enormous attention to military developments in Europe. They don't see Europe as a military issue for them in the Indo-Pacific, and they don't see they are not present enough in our immediate environment, even though they are, to be concerned. What they are probably watching is how much of the European developments enable the US to rise to the task and the enormous task that the US is facing in the Indo-Pacific. And if I were a Chinese military planner, I would look at very specific, exquisite capabilities that the US has in limited numbers, and that's a fact. And are they shifting from the European theater to the Indo-Pacific, as they've been doing? And is that pivot to Asia that was announced time and again since Obama happening in the real term? So from that perspective, there is a connection, but I'm not sure the Chinese are worried about or concerned about NATO specifically.
No, but they will look at transatlantic unity. That's what it is. If there is no unity, after this day, they will be very,
and they've tried to
very
charm
happy
Europeans,
in
right?
Beijing.
I mean, they've tried to charm Europeans. I mean, all these Chinese statements about, we are the ones who are now upholding the multilateral order and so on. I mean, it's very obvious what they are trying to do, right? To say, well, the US is an unreliable partner, why don't you deal with us? But the good thing is that even though we just sort of criticize the lack of strategic assessment of China in Europe, is that Europe is moving to a point where they actually just don't buy those Chinese takes.
But if there is, this is exactly it. So on the military side, I mean, I think Camille explained it very well. But on the diplomatic side, they will look out for what's in the communique. So again, coming back to last year's communique, it was very clear. China is a critical enabler of Russia's war against Ukraine. That set off alarm bells in Beijing because it signaled that NATO was starting to also be engaged on China, that NATO could, with US leadership, push Europeans much more to reduce its economic dependencies on China, also for the production of defense capabilities. That discussion is still going on, but if it's not going to be in the declaration, which by all means it's probably not, but I hope I'm wrong, then that sends the signal to Beijing, well, maybe we can still keep currying favors with the Europeans.
I think we have to recognize this. Theaters are, to a degree, interconnected. And by the way, those who've understood this very clearly are our Indo-Pacific partners. The Japanese, the Australians, the South Koreans have been very supportive of Ukraine, have put a lot of effort to help on this front, and are watching very closely what's happening here. And I think this is something which is very important in the sort of more political, strategic arena, is that China is watching how the US reacts in the region. It's looking if the West is united in facing the global instabilities and crisis. And this is where our Indo-Pacific partners, from my perspective, have taught us a lesson of being so committed and supportive of Ukraine, sometimes more than some Europeans, let's be honest.
And let's be blunt, what's in it for them? What's in it for our
For them, the message is crystal clear. When and if something happens in the Indo-Pacific, when China starts bullying an Asian country, we do hope that the Europeans will not turn the blind eye on that and say, oh, that is a complicated...
At that point, do you think NATO could get
the abandonment of Ukraine, right? I mean, if the United States would abandon Ukraine, that would, from the perspective of those partners, send a signal to China that the United States is not a reliable ally, that you should look for other ways. And we haven't even touched upon the topic of nuclear proliferation yet in that alliance context. But in case that happens, we have a whole new debate in the Indo-Pacific, but also in Europe about, aren't nuclear weapons the right way to protect yourself if you can't rely on the United States anymore?
And it's not just that these IP4 countries, as we call them, are supporting Ukraine. I mean, some of them are really essential defense capability providers to European countries as well. I mean, look at how important the South Korean defense industry is in terms of supplying capability to a country like Poland and others. I mean, these two regions, these two blocks of economies are more and more interconnected, and also geopolitically.
Could we see a future in which there is a pivot, more of a US pivot towards China, and that NATO gets pulled in more?
At the moment, what's interesting is that the US, at least this administration, is not really interested.
That's
not
right now,
sending a pretty clear message of we want you to focus on Europe, and we are not super interested in seeing a German or Dutch frigate patrolling the Taiwanese Strait. And that is a little disconcerting for some of the Europeans, including the French that happen to have about 2 million citizens in the region and a traditional presence and strategy in the region. Same applies to a few others, and 50% of Europe's trade goes through that region, so we can't ignore it, and we should not. But it is true that at the moment it's there, and I think there is a candid debate in Washington on is it better to have the Europeans really focused on Europe and taking care of European security, or should we be so allied that we do everything together everywhere? I honestly tend to think that the idea of a focus on European security is the right thing to do, because this is existential for us, which doesn't mean that we should ignore what's happening in the Indo-Pacific, the consequences of the strategic rise of China and all of that should be on our mind, but it's a slightly different thing than showing the flag in the region just for the sake of showing the flag.
It depends also on the concrete scenario, right? I mean, just thinking sort of in the worst case scenario, if there's a conflict in the Indo-Pacific and the United States is involved and the lives of your soldiers are at risk or have been harmed, there's just no way that Europeans can stand on the sidelines of this, right? I mean, there will be, that is, if we come to a conflict situation, Europeans will not be able to say, well, we just really leave our ally fighting for him themselves.
Well,
I mean,
it really depends how interlinked all those conflicts are. It really depends, because China is an ally of Russia. We have a problem in Europe. I'm not sure if this is the case, because probably we have to focus then on collective defense.
Yeah. Okay, well, listen, one moment, because there are a few images coming in. The time's now 10 minutes to 9, and the first heads of state are arriving. We see there, of course, also the man of the moment, Mark Rutte, on the blue carpet. It feels a bit like the Met Gala.
What's he wearing?
Exactly. This is Schoof, I understand, coming in there, because he's got a bit of a unique position in all of this, really. I mean, he's just playing the statesman.
Well, he's host nation.
Yeah, host nation.
Very important.
Yeah.
No, the host nation in NATO summits, the host nation plays an important role in the choreography. And from that perspective, of course, the dinner with the king yesterday was an important moment, because it helps, set the tone of a friendly conversation. So these things, there is a sort of hidden responsibility for the host nation to make sure that things go smoothly.
And here, we have the Minister of Defense for Belgium, Theo Frank. What's going to be the kind of the way that a Trump might approach someone like a Belgium, who's shown some reluctance with respect to that, that 5%, along with the Spanish?
I think
how is Trump likely to?
At the moment, and if we look at the president's messaging on his way to The Hague, is very focused on those that are stated outliers. So that is higher is really focused on Spain at the moment. It is clear that he will not appreciate if other leaders start finessing their commitment in the room. So I would, if I were the diplomatic advisor to one of those prime ministers, I would say stay low and don't chill.
Exactly.
Don't start a sophisticated conversation on we'll see and it's going to be complicated and my fiscal constraints and blah blah blah.
It should be boring.
It should be boring.
Especially since it's a pledge for the future, right? I mean, so that's, you can be a little bit more generous on that. I mean, but the problem behind Spain obviously is that there are really few countries in Europe that can pull off the same trick as Germany did, right? I mean, Germany basically, but also for the first time, Germany made it more flexible to use debt for defense spending. And many other countries are already indebted, so they can't sort of pull the same trick.
Here we've got some images as well of the British Prime Minister, I believe, Sir Keir Starmer, coming in. What about their? What could he say that would be that would be
I think the British Prime Minister, it's interesting when you look at the situation in Europe. You have essentially three groups when it comes to that, and the UK is in the third one. Because there is a group of countries that are already there. The Poles, the Baltic states, they are meeting the targets already. So for them, it's easy. Then there is a group that has decided to move fast and has the fiscal room for maneuver. The Nordics, Germany, the Netherlands. And then there is the UK, together with, I would say, France, Greece, countries which are, I think, genuinely committed to do more, but are facing serious fiscal constraints. And so the political debate is going to be difficult. And then there is a fourth group which is semi-committed, and hopes to get away with some progress, but, they have accepted this, but with a lot of at least mental caveats.
And geography.
We have to
important.
round up there, unfortunately, but that was a kind of a suitable moment to round up with touching base on the different countries, the different regions. Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you.
That is it now from Studio Bravo. We'll be back in 2 hours discussing the controversial friendship between Russia, China, North Korea and Iran. So for now, I hand the mic over to my brilliant co-host, Donna. Thanks very much, guys.
Welcome to day 2 of the NATO Public Forum. I'm Donna Farazan, your Master of Ceremonies, here for the plenary program, and we are so happy that you all are with us. Thank you to those of you who are entering the room, and thank you to those of us globally who are watching us online. Following an insightful pre-show session in Studio Bravo, we are now ready to begin the day's program here in the plenary. As we saw yesterday, the stage will once again welcome a diverse and distinguished lineup of speakers, from heads of state and government, ministers, and NATO leaders to civil society representatives, emerging voices, journalists, and global experts. We look forward to the valuable perspectives they will bring to today's conversations. And before we kick things off, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge our co-organizers, NATO and the government of the Netherlands, alongside 3 leading think tanks: the Netherlands Atlantic Association, the Klingendahl Institute, and the Hague Center for Strategic Studies. We also want to thank our institutional partners, whose logos you can now see displayed on the screen behind me. There we are. Their support has helped us extend the reach and impact of this forum across NATO member and partner countries, and we thank them for that. As we move into the next session, a quick reminder, whether you are here in the room or tuning in online, we encourage you to engage actively with today's discussions. You can join the conversation via the event app, but also on social media using the hashtag NATO Summit. And please don't hesitate to share your insights, reactions, and key takeaways throughout the day. Be sure to follow our co-organizing think tanks, content creators, and on-site podcasters who are offering fresh behind-the-scenes perspectives from the forum. And for more information about the NATO Public Forum, please visit natopublicforum.org. Now, we will turn to our next session, Building an Allied Defense Industrial Base. As NATO allies ramp up defense spending, the urgency for increased industrial capacity has never been greater. This panel will explore how nations can work together to scale up production, reduce fragmentation within Europe's defense sector, and strengthen the transatlantic defense industrial base. So I am now going to turn it over to Ravi Agrawal, Editor-in-Chief of Foreign Policy Magazine, who will serve as our moderator for this session. Thank you, Ravi.
Thank you so much, Donna. It's a real pleasure to be here. Welcome to all of you, and also a warm welcome to all of our viewers around the world who are following this on live stream. I have an excellent panel of 3 defense ministers and a Secretary of Defense Industry on stage with me. I'm going to introduce them in a minute. We will hear from them in a minute, and we'll have Q&A, which will involve you in the audience as well. But first, I would like to welcome on stage for a few minutes speech, and that is Tarja Jakola. She is NATO's Assistant Secretary General for Defense Investment, here to tell us a little bit about takeaways from yesterday's closed-door meetings. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning on my behalf as well. Yesterday at the NATO Summit Defence Industry Forum, the Secretary General, sharing a stage with Commission President von der Leyen, gave a clear call for action. If you want peace, prepare for war. Calling for governments and industry to do more, better and together to deliver the industrial capacity needed to meet the massive uplift in our capability targets. With the five-fold increase in air and missile defense requirements, thousands more tanks and armored vehicles, and millions more artillery shells needed, the urgency is clear. Across the alliance, we have opened new production lines and expanded existing ones. Allies have made good on their commitments to develop and implement defense industrial strategies to expand production capacity. We are collectively to course to produce more capabilities than we have done it in decades, but there is much more to do. Yesterday, we gathered in ministers, industry leaders, EU colleagues and experts together, over 400 people, to challenge each other, hold each other to account, and raise the bar in our thinking across increasing production capacity, securing supply chains, cutting red tape, and reducing barriers to finance, accelerating adoption of new technologies, and harnessing the power of the commercial space sector. It was a day of frank, productive, and collaborative discussions. Fear not, I will not be replaying the whole day, but let me touch on some of the central insights that emerged. It is clear that we are working ever closer with our world-class industrial base. Transatlantic industrial cooperation is stronger than ever. Industry have ramped up production, political will is clear to spend more, and in areas such as battle-decisive munitions, we are closing the gap. However, we need a longer-term mindset to ensure allies innovative and that they design the capabilities needed for the future. We need to look at the whole supply chain to make sure that our companies will be able to produce cutting-edge capabilities when required. Allies and industry emphasized the need for more agile procurement processes to match the urgency to fill critical capability gaps. Simplifying regulation across the defense supply chain will accelerate production and strengthen trust between NATO, governments, and industry. Looking at challenges in relation to finance, there is a need for all stakeholders to jointly deregulate, simplify, and collaborate. Work with our EU colleagues is critical in this area. In the margins of the Industry Forum, allies also made several concrete commitments to strengthening NATO's multinational collaboration in air-to-air refueling aircraft fleet called MRTT in short, establishing new multinational project for stockpiling critical raw materials, and launching collaboration on NATO innovation ranges. NSBA signed a contract with Airbus for the purchase of 2 new aircrafts for the MRTT program, while the agency's governing body, NSBO, signed an acquisition and supporting partnership with Australia. Business federations from the US, Europe, and Canada also presented to the Secretary General an ambition statement and commitment to NATO's industrial capacity expansion pledge for the prosperity, security, and resilience of the transatlantic economy and society. I look forward to working on these ideas and building on these commitments with my own division, wider NATO colleagues, and national delegations in the Conference of the National Armaments Directors, Defense Industrial Production Board, and with our main conduit to industry, which is the NATO Industrial Advisory Group. Yesterday's discussions highlighted the strategic importance of the defense industry to our deterrence and defense. The discussions allowed us to translate the high-level priorities to tangible recommendations. We have a job to work on to meeting these increased capability targets. As the Secretary General said yesterday, now it's the time to deliver, deliver, deliver. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Tarja Jacqueline, NATO's Assistant Secretary General for Defense Investment. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Okay, let's get started. So we're here now to have a discussion about how to build an alliance defense industrial base. And once again, I'm Ravi Agrawal. I'm the editor of Foreign Policy magazine. We will also be streaming this on FP Live, our live streaming channel. Let me do a quick round of introductions. Joining me here, I have Professor Haluk Gorgon. He's the Secretary of Defense Industries in Turkey. To his left, we have Andris Spruds, Minister of Defense of Latvia. To his left, of course, Ruben Brekelmans, Minister of Defense of the Netherlands. And then finally, Theo Franken, Minister of Defense of Belgium. Welcome to all of you. So, and I'm going to bring you in here in the audience as well. So please do be prepared with questions when we come to you. Minister Spruds, I'm going to start with you. Your country spends among the most among NATO countries as a percentage of GDP on defense. When you think of the last day of conversation or so, how are you thinking about how much of that spending goes in the here and now, and how much of it is much longer term to build capacity?
First of all, good morning, everyone, and thank you for kind introduction as well. And I would like to use this opportunity to say thanks to our host, Dutch hosts, for the excellent event, and also nice to see so many familiar faces as well. But coming back to the investments in defense, I think the crucial thing is that and formative event, what we face, what we experience today, is that we have decided to move forward, of course, with a 5%. Investment is crucial. If we want to have capabilities, if we want to build also industrial capacities, we have to invest. This is about political will. This is about concrete goals. This is also about, of course, involvement of industry. Industry is a stakeholder in this regard. If we want to achieve those NATO capability targets, absolutely, it is crucial that industry is partner in this move, in this process. In Latvian case, yes, this year already we will be spending almost 4%. For defense. We will be spending more than 4% of our GDP for defense next year. We also very clearly understand that, again, involvement of industry is crucial. We have a clear strategy, a defense industry and innovation support strategy, which also underlines industry is part of the ecosystem of the wider architecture, but also innovation is crucial. So this is not just about the industry. So we have to innovate if we want to deliver. So the ecosystem is national one, but at the same time, of course, it is crucial that we connect with European pillar. But from our position is it is extremely important to keep also European mechanisms open for our transatlantic partners, for Turkey, for UK, because it is about wider transatlantic community with capability targets which are for all of us. So that's why, of course, the national activities, it is contributing to collective efforts. So these things certainly must be made in synergy.
Minister Franken, let me bring you in from Belgium. When you hear what you've just heard about synergy and making sure that these investments are together, they're sort of cooperative. How are you thinking about the best way to ensure that the alliance is together, not fragmented, not doing things piecemeal, rather with a holistic vision?
Well, thank you very much, and Ruben, thank you for hosting us. Normally Belgium is the host for NATO, but I'm very happy to be here. I'm very relaxed today. No, I think talking about industry, one of the biggest issues is protectionism, of course, because defense is strategic. It is a strategic asset. It's one of the most strategic assets a country has, a sovereign country has. And Europe has its history, so it's not easy to exchange key locks of major systems. It's not easy to make it the same in every country. Everybody has his history, their own companies, their own tradition, their own strengths and weaknesses, and their own geopolitical agenda. That's why the European Union is as a foreign bloc, or as a power bloc. It is so difficult to have a European foreign minister. Kaja Kallas is doing a great job. That's not my point. The point is that every country has its own geopolitical agenda. For Spain, it is very important to be present in Western Africa, to be present with Morocco, have a good relationship with Mediterranean. For a country as Finland, they have other priorities. Of course, a country as the Baltics, Belgium, everybody has a bit his own agenda, so it's very difficult to get that aligned.
And I should point out, your country, of course, contributes far less as a percentage of GDP to defense, right? I believe it's about 1.3%.
No, it's 2%. You're wrong. No, you're wrong. We have 2% since a couple of weeks. We have a government since a couple of months. We had a really bad government. Now we have a good government, and we're doing 2%. We're doing 2%, so we have a strategic vision that was concluded upon yesterday, so I'm very happy. I'm a bit tired because
do you think you can make 3.5? Is that feasible?
No. We have 10 years to do 3.5. We have 2%. We had 10 years. We're doing 11 years because we were too lazy. We were free riders. We were not correct. We were founding father of NATO, but we were one of the baddest pupils of NATO class. And now we're back on track. We have the 2%, and I know we have to do the 3.5, but we will not do it next year. It's not possible. We have 10 years, so we will step up our defense spending. Now we have 2. It's pretty much doubling our budgets. That is a historic increase. So I think we will have 34 billion of investments. So we will buy a lot of new and nice capabilities. So we will get strong again. The point is on industry, I'm very concerned. The prices are too high of a lot of stuff. And there's still, I don't see the sense of urgency to really exchange key lock, exchange crucial information because of the fact that it keeps on being a really strategic asset, your defense industry. It's all government to government. The government is buying defense equipment. So it is not easy. The war in Ukraine and the threat of Russia, it is something, and it's not, I don't want to put this on a cynical way because I prefer 1,000 more times peace than war, of course. But maybe there will start the sense of urgency. And when yesterday there was a declaration of Germany and France that they will finally make all the same types of ammunition and types so they can join, so it can be interoperable, and so we have less types, so the prices can go lower, the production can go higher, and there's more standardization. That is one of the biggest good news I heard for weeks. So I think that's a good thing. When the big countries in the European Union are doing this, then we're on the right path. When it will not depend on Belgium. We're too small. We have nice industry. We have some diamonds, beautiful industry companies. We have, but we're small. We have our place in Europe. We're a small country, so it is the big ones, the big countries that need to conclude that they need to standardize all their systems. Then production will go up, the prices will be lower, and the people who vote for us and the civilians, they don't know too much about military. But then they say, okay, you have this equipment for a good price, because it's all taxpayers' money. And I think that this is the biggest challenge. And I think we see good signals, but we're not there yet. We have to be realistic. We don't have to be positive because we want to be positive. It's good to always be critical in life, and sure. I'm critical on this point. But sure. We see good signals, and I hope we will proceed in that way. Thank you.
Well, Minister Brekelmans, I'm wondering if you can build on that, because I'm hearing some frustration about high costs, the difficulties with interoperability. How do you think countries can get around that, surpass those hurdles?
Yeah, no, I think that's the key question. So I think we find ourselves in a traditional prisoner's dilemma, in the sense that it's better for all of us to cooperate internationally, but it's even better for me as a Minister of Defense if all my colleagues cooperate internationally and I just buy myself at the Dutch industry. because then I get the orders from the rest of the world, and I can also place my orders also for the Dutch industry, so that's good for my economy. And I think that all ministers of defense are looking at it from that perspective, because on the one hand we feel the urgency and the need to work together, to standardize, to aggregate demand. But on the other hand, we also feel the pressure that now the budgets are increasing, and then people are asking, okay, but is then also the Dutch industry benefiting from it? Are Dutch entrepreneurs benefiting from it? Are we going to create jobs? And the only way to get out of this prisoner's dilemma is to build trust and to build very concrete packages of investment. So it's good that that Theo and I sit together on this couch, because we had a meeting last week in which we exactly had this discussion. In Belgium, there still is a more traditional ammunition manufacturer, also making different types of weapons, traditional weapons. In the Netherlands, we do not have an ammunition factory anymore, but we have a very promising and also flourishing drone industry, for example. And we have a facility that was producing cars that we can now use for production lines for huge numbers of drones. So we discussed, can we create an investment package in which we say, we as the Netherlands, we buy the ammunition from Belgium, and Belgium is buying drones from us. So we can both also tell our people that we are not only spending more on defense, but that we are also investing in our economy. Okay, we are buying part of our ammunition from Belgium, but we are getting orders on drones in return. And I think we need to have many more of those discussions. And you can do this on a bilateral level. You can also do this with a group of countries. We, for example, recently signed a contract with 5 countries to develop and to build armored vehicles, CV90s, partly for Ukraine, partly for the 5 countries that are involved. Yesterday, the contract was signed for the MRTTs. I think that is also a perfect example in which a group of countries is pooling resources together, investing together, coordinated by NATO, and then you can rent a part of that capacity. We should do that much more. And I think we can do things on a NATO level, on an EU level, we can make big promises, but in the end, it's up to us, Minister of Defense, to act in the right way, and also from the bottom up to show how it can be done. And I think these are some of the examples I just mentioned to do with just 2 countries, a group of countries. I think that's very important.
That's terrific. In a few moments, key, and I'm curious about the view from Ankara on all of this. How do you see, in a fairly fragmented infrastructure landscape for defense, how do you see the kind of cooperation that the minister was just describing working for your country?
Actually, thank you very much for inviting for this forum panel, and thank you very much for hosting this event in La Haye, Den Haag. Actually, I would like to start with the statement of that all we know that agree that one of the most challenges that we are facing for now, the development of defense industry capacity, specifically in NATO. So the ability to deter or defend no longer depends on solely just the budget or allocations or manpower. So it rests fundamentally that the capacity of industrial production that you have actually a base, industrial base that can respond swiftly and also scale effectively and also sustain output under pressure. So I would like to actually explain a little bit more for the sustainable ecosystem for the defense industry relies on for the institutional base of development or institutional systems that could help for integrating all the capacities in a country, in general, when you call for all the countries in NATO, having the bridges between all the partners from academia to public institutions to private sectors, and from university laboratories, from the small startups to SMEs. And if you have a good coordination between those with an institutional approach, so you can have deliver the results in democratic oversight. So we had been, as a Turkey had been a meaningful progress in this area lately, specifically for the last 20 years, and we have been running more than 1,100 procurement and research programs under the Secretary of Defense Industry that we are actually orchestrating. And we have more than 3,500 companies. And we have very young, good skilled engineers working for the defense industry. Almost we have 100,000 people working for the industry. And the average age is around 34. So very enthusiastic people, and the responsibility of this secretariat is a good connection and orchestrating for all the stakeholders that can contribute for not only for the immediate need for the end users on the main field, but also for making innovation for the next generation battlefield that you have. So with all coordination with itself in a country, also it requires with the allied approach, so that with a strategic planning that would overcome for all those.
So I want to bring in the political dynamics here now across Europe. And Minister Brekkelmans, I'm going to come back to you. There's a theory that, for the last 80 years, Europe has had it good. This is the American perspective, is that it outsourced security to America. It relied on Russia for energy. It was helped by China's growth as well in terms of exports and trade. And that holiday of sorts is coming to an end, and you, an elected politician, will have a reckoning with your people. Since we're here at a public forum, I think a big part of the discussion should be, how do you explain to people that things are going to change, that this defense spending that we're talking about, it's going to come from somewhere. So, and of course, your government has just fallen. I know, difficult times. But how are you explaining...
You're so friendly today.
Exactly. Well, it's why I'm here. How are you explaining to your people that, there's a threat perception that you have that means things are going to change?
I think what we have tried to do over the last couple of months is to be transparent about the threats that we are facing. So if you look at the Russian military buildup, for example, not only in Ukraine, but also what they are already planning beyond Ukraine, we have been very open about this because we see our intelligence agencies see that, but also our military experts see that. And I think it's also then our responsibility to warn people about the threats that we see. Same is true for the hybrid domain. We are experiencing cyber attacks on a daily basis. So we have a lower threat perception than people in the Baltics or in Finland, for example. But a big cyber attack could also disturb our society. And we have also been warning people about this, that we should increase our resilience, that we should make sure that people are prepared, not only at home, if you don't have electricity for maybe a few days, but also for the organization that you're working. Do you have a backup plan? Do you have an alternative if your operations are disrupted? And I do see, of course, that there are always people that say, is it really true? Should we be so concerned? I think Theo is also telling this quite a lot, how the discussion is evolving in Belgium. But what I see in the Netherlands is that the big majority, the silent majority, understands it. And they say, okay, we need to invest more in defense. We need to increase our resilience. I think that's also why it's good that the 1.5% is there, because that also increases the sense of urgency. Of course, the difficult discussion that's now going to start in the Netherlands as well is how to fund all this. And the easy answer, the easy part is, okay, we need to invest more in defense. Large majority agrees on that. But how to fund it, there are big political differences. Some might say you need to raise taxes, others say you can cut costs. I see some other countries that are now increasing their spending, but their debt levels are also going up in the upcoming years. I think the difficulty is that this is not a one-off investment. You know, it's not, for example, with, you could say with infrastructure, and you say you do a big investment package and then you are done for 30 years. When it comes to defense, it's a year-on-year additional spending. So I think in the Netherlands, we do have elections in October. And this is going to be one of the major discussions on how to fund this trajectory and how fast are we going and how are we going to do this. And what I sincerely hope is that politicians are honest about this. Because in the Netherlands, we have a tradition where their political parties make detailed election manifestos, but also a detailed budgetary plan for the upcoming years. But we now see more and more parties not doing that. And then it's easy to make empty promises. Then you say, okay, more investment in defense, but we will not cut costs on education and healthcare. We will not raise taxes. Our debt finances are going to remain solid, but that cannot all be true. So I think we all need to make sure that we make these difficult political choices. And we also need to be aligned with our ministers of finance on this, because I also sometimes hear very different stories from our finance colleagues than what I hear from my defense colleagues.
So let me quickly bring in Minister Franken here. Your country, I'm guessing, has a similar threat perception to that of the Netherlands. You know, there's sort of a fine line you need to walk between, you know, being a scaremonger to some degree, but not too much. How are you finding that? How are you finding public reception to increased defense spending?
Yeah, it's very difficult. I'll tell you. Yesterday, I told it also at NEC council meeting. I don't think there's one journalist in Belgium defending 5%. Not one. Nobody. They all say you're crazy. This is way too much. So the threat perception is low. When you talk about Ukraine, okay, they know that we will support Ukraine and we need to support Ukraine. That's fine. But then really talking about war and hybrid threats and cyber attacks, they maybe believe you a bit, but it's not like 2%. It's a high amount of money. And then going to 5%. So it is really difficult. It is explain, trying to really convince people. I'm working on this every single day. I hope also NATO can help. NATO has to help. Communications of NATO has to be very agile and very good, because they need to explain.
Give us a preview. How do you explain?
I asked to Mr. Rutte to make more explanation on why it's necessary to keep on increasing the budget on defense.
What's your explanation?
Oh, my explanation is, first of all, okay, we're doing the 2%. Second, we will have time, but we will need to step up. Personally, I think that the time of the Pax Americana is gone. I think that they will redraw troops from Europe. They will announce this. They will focus and do the pivot to the Pacific and focus on the other side of their country. So I think that they will. We did 3.5% in the Cold War. And there were hundreds of thousands of American troops in Europe. When there are no more or few American troops in Europe, and Russia is so aggressive and so strong, then we need to do more to just keep us safe. It is like a fire assurance. It's not always nice to pay the fire assurance every year, but it's better to have it. Better safe than sorry. I explain it that there is hybrid warfare. I explain it by giving examples of hybrid warfare. The seats every week, there are incidents. I explain it by supporting Ukraine, and in my country there's a lot of support for Ukraine. That's very, very positive. And I just keep on explaining the fact that we de-invest in our defense for decades. We don't have capabilities. We don't have ground-to-air protection. We have nothing. We don't have tanks. We don't have heavy artillery. We are when you go to a military military installation, it is really, it's like walking into the 70s or something. So we need to reinvest in our armed forces, and that's, a lot of people say, okay, silent majority is the same in Belgium. A lot of screaming on the extreme sides, but majority is okay, we'll do more. But going to 2, it's whoa. Going to 5, it's, are you crazy? It's way too much. So it has to be step by step. I explain it's not 5, it's 3.5, it's not 5. And we have 10 years and we will do our thing, but it will go step by step. So it's not an easy job, but it's okay.
Well, let's bring in a different perspective then, Minister Spruds. Your threat perception much higher. You have an easier job, in a sense, to try and make the case for higher defense spending. But there's another case for it as well, the case that for every dollar you spend, there are dual-use implications, both for the economy, but also for how it spurs innovation in defense. Talk to us a little bit about the sell you're making to your people there.
Yes, first of all, I think there must be a consensus that we are not formally at war, but we are not at peace at all. And we face hybrid threats, hybrid attacks, be it weaponization of illegal migration, cyber attacks, disinformation campaigns, sabotage acts, all the time. And it's not just about the Baltic countries, it's about the Europe and wider transatlantic community. So that's why what we always underline, it is one NATO. There are not several NATOs. And we must have a same threat perception. At the same time, we realize that there is some element of diversity as well within alliance. So also depending on historical experiences, geographical location, this diversity must be taken into account. But again, this is a formative event that we have agreed all up on 5%, that we are moving forward with 5%, which is directly linked with threat perception. In Latvia, there is a consensus that we must invest in defense. The defense is existential, that it is crucial for our statehood, for our independence, for our freedom. It is important to invest in supporting Ukraine. We support Ukraine with 0.25% from our GDP every year. So we have this commitment, and we believe that Ukraine is fighting for values and interests and freedoms of Europeans. That's why there is a consensus, even though, of course, when you move to more than 4%, when you move to 5%, there are also discussions how you deal with resilience, how you deal with those hybrid attacks and hybrid threats, so cybersecurity, military mobility, military medicine, etc., shelters. So these are issues, of course, which are on the table. So here it's not just the finance minister, but you cooperate also with other ministers as well. So you build a wider security ecosystem, wider security understanding. Industry is crucial, and there are some dilemmas, as was mentioned by Ruben, prisoner's dilemma, so where is collective, where is individual, where you protect your industry, where you promote your industry, where you go for more European activity. So because the industry asks, look, I mean, we want to be part of this. If you invest in expensive acquisitions, industry, society must be part of this. So that's why also we have very strategically clear goals in a strategy. The local military industry must have at least 5% from our economy. Once we invest in defense, also economy must benefit from this. Then we have specific mechanisms in this regard. For instance, every big acquisition, when we sign big procurements, joint procurements, individual procurements, 30% must be localized in the country, locally. So for instance, Patria, armored personnel carriers, which already now it's quite international joint procurement, so it's also produced in Latvia. So when this is accepted, promoted, supported by society, is that you see that also this euro, dollar is coming back as well to the industry and by indirect way to the society as well. Of course, there are some specializations. I met Ruben and Theo just recently. We had a drone summit in Latvia.
Right.
We're very proud of it.
It was great.
It was a great summit, yes. It was great to have you. And also, of course, we've been already the established members, but it happens also that Belgium and Turkey is joining the drone coalition as well. So we realize that, of course, we also have our specializations, where our industry, which started with civil industry, is all also possible, it's having opportunities to move also military industry and become one of the leading nations also in terms of drone technologies. But it's of course a competition, so where we have to support our industry as well. So that's why there are numbers of those mechanisms, how we involve society, how we create credibility to what we do in investing in defense, that investing in defense, it also clearly promotes industrial base and innovative base of our society.
Secretary Gorgon, I'm curious how, we're seeing a fair bit of unity on stage, but also geography matters. Your country's priorities are going to be a little bit different. I'm curious how you see the threat perception difference for Turkey, but also the mix between protectionism, but also cooperation with NATO writ large.
Of course, thank you. Actually, when we come to the geography, we have been fighting for terrorism more than 30 years, for around 40 years, and we have developed a lot of strategies, technological and on the field for upcoming threats, for response, for rapid. So we had to do, and we had to make the local production as much as we could for responding. And one that I always indicate that for the development of the defense industry, how quickly and precise for the Turkish defense industry that we have the end user, the military power, and the defense industry work collectively very well. So the field feedback is real feedback on time for the design and for the production, so that it helped for on the field. And we had to develop our own drones, and we are dominating with the 65% for whole global market for those. So we could contribute a lot for this new alliance over the drones. And lately, I just want to indicate that the new version of TB2s, TB3s, too synchronized of those actually take off from the land platform and strike precisionally in one target together, so autonomously all the time. So it was the global first that we have just in last month. So we have very good power in autonomy, swarm action, and the drones, and also kamikaze.
It's a good sales pitch.
Yeah. And also we have for the next month for actually by incoming for the IDEF, for the defense exhibition. I'll invite all participants. Yeah, welcome to.
Okay, you've got buyers here already. I'm going to try and take in some questions from our audience. I know there's a mic runner. Let's see some hands, and we've got one over there on the aisle. The gentleman in the black suit, if we can have a mic weave its way there. Any other hands? And I see one all the way over there. Sir, your name and your question, please.
Steve from Canada, and I wonder if this 5% discussion is going to be a huge trap for you, for you as you address your publics. Obviously, 5% is sort of a strategy to persuade Trump you're doing more than what you're doing, because the 1.5% is this giant fudge factor. But the way you're going to approach your publics is, if you talk about you're actually going to spend 5% on defense, it's going to blow their minds. And it's going to become a trap where people are going to accuse you of spending too much money on defense. And so how do you tell your publics, hey, we're just doing this 1.5 thing to persuade Trump because he's not really good at math. And he's not really going to account for that. But we're really going to do the 3.5%, which is already a huge leap. But how do you tell your publics that without that leaking back to Trump? I'm trying to figure out how you make this tremendous promise at a time where you have trade-offs with taxes and domestic spending. So how do you try to explain to your publics this trick?
That's well taken. Minister, yeah, jump in.
Yeah, it's absolutely a good question, and that's the major thing to do as a politician and as a leader. You have to lead your country, lead your people, and show leadership. So explaining is important, and in democracy, you need to explain 24/7. the love for the presidency of the United States in Europe is not too high. So when they say you need to do the 5% because of Mr. Trump, I say, sorry, it's not true. First of all, it's not 5, it's 3.5. Sorry, it's 3.5. Military expenses, like we do the 2%. It's the same definition. It's 3.5, not 5. We do it. We have 10 years to have the 3.5. And then again, it is not only Mr. Trump that wants it. It's our friends from the Baltic countries. It's our friends from the Scandinavian countries. Within European Union, there's no unity for the moment. No, there are countries that say you need to do 5% within 5 years and only military expenses. No 1.5 resilience expenses. A lot of countries say that because they feel the threat. They lived under the Soviet Empire. They know how the Soviets and the Russians are. So it is not Mr. Trump and United States against all the other allies from the European Union. Totally not. It is a discussion on how can we be more resilient, how can we be stronger to be more deterrent. We're not warmongers. I don't want war. I don't want to attack Moscow. I just want to live in peace like we're doing for 76 years. And NATO is the best guarantee to have the peace and welfare like we have the highest welfare rate we ever had in history of human life. So, and I don't have a problem to tell my taxpayers and my people that we need to invest more in defense to keep safe, to keep our peace in Europe, and that we need to be totally solidary with people from Ukraine, with the people from the Ukraine, with the people from the Baltic countries. And then the people say, okay, we understand. And then, of course, then they say, how are we going to pay it? And that's another discussion. So, but I think that you need I don't want to be engaged in a discussion, Europe versus America. That is the end of NATO. That is really dangerous. And it's not even reality. It's not like this. We have a transatlantic marriage crisis. I call it always like that. I wrote a book on NATO. NATO brain dead or future-proof. We're not brain dead. It's like Mr. Macron told with discussion with Turkey some years ago. But we're not future-proof either for the moment. But this day is a good day. Today is a good day, sir. I think that with this new DIP, with this summit, with the fact that everybody is here, we will try to unite
Minister,
again.
I'm going to jump in there.
Sorry. Yeah.
No, you're very diplomatic, but you didn't answer the question of how you pay for it. And I'm just going to put that to Mr. Spruds now, because, you know,
That was not a question. The question was not how to pay it.
Well, but that's what it comes down to. And look, in country after country in Europe, there's a strong correlation between cutbacks in social spending and the rise of the populist right, or governments being thrown out of power. And it is a question you have to grapple with. I mean, because we can have this discussion theoretically about defense spending, but ultimately it comes down to what are the people giving up. So, Minister Spruds, you know, how do you answer that question?
Well, first of all, coming back to the question by my Canadian colleague, and we highly appreciate Canadian presence in Latvia. Canadian soldiers are the leading framework nation in a 14-nation multinational brigade. And it's about Article 5, that we should do our homework. So, because it is also about Article 3, namely that nations must do the homework to protect themselves, to be able to contribute to the solidarity. So Article 5 and Article 3 goes hand in hand. In Latvian case, and there is this diversity, if in Belgium, perhaps if you say 5%, you risk losing elections. If you say in Latvia you will spend less than 5%, you might be losing elections. So that's why, of course, there is a diversity, there is a different threat perception. But at the same time, yes, this is important what you also ask, that namely you have to communicate that it is existential times, formative times what we're facing right now in terms of the supporting Ukraine, in terms of investing our own defense. So that's why we need to invest, we need to spend responsibly. And of course, then you look for the sources, which is a tricky part. And Ministry of Finance is crucial in this regard, indispensable. Yes, it also requires some sacrifices. It requires some streamlining of the bureaucracy, the structure. So that's why also for industry we make green corridors. Let's cut the red tape as much as possible. So let's find also resources within the country. But at the same time, it is crucial to have those multinational formats. For instance, European SAFE, 150 billion, the good favorable conditions, joint procurement, which also develops potentially the joint industrial base. So there are also the multinational formats mechanisms which certainly should be used, and Latvia is also willing to do it. So that's why there is a number of spectrum what we are doing in this regard. So how we address those issues of resourcing the investments in defense.
That's very useful. Let me take some more questions from the audience. I see a couple of hands there. There's one in the middle there, if we can get a mic there. And also on my far left, so the right, in fact. Yep. Yes, the lady there. Maybe we can start with you, and we'll take 2 questions at a time.
Thank you. I'm Selin Yilmaz. I'm from Turkey, president of YATA. My question was about SAFE. This is why I'm happy that I'm starting. Because to the SAFE program, at first you didn't add UK, US, Turkey, which have huge industry when it comes to defense. Right now, UK has a different position. Turkey is admitted very recently, but US is not included. So my question is, what changed your mind when it comes to Turkey? And why don't you include all these countries which are your allies when it comes to securing your countries? Thank you.
Okay, let's put a pin in that. I'm going to bring that to you in a second. Let's take our other question as well.
Hi, my name is Alex. I'm a master's student, and I know that there's going to be a discussion next on kind of the youth perspective, but from an industrial perspective, we talk about increasing conventional weapons. You talked about you have no tanks in Belgium. You want to maybe have more. People have to drive these tanks, and so for the youth, there will be either budget cuts or taxes. So how do you kind of convince the youth who will both feel the pinch, but then also we saw yesterday that it seems the further west you go, in Europe at least, the less willingness there is even now to fight. So we talk about this budget increase going from 2% to 5%, but if there's no one to fight, what is the point at all to increase the budget for conventional weaponry, at least? Thank you.
So I'm going to start with the question about SAFE, if I can come to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, in this regard, we've positively the recent steps taken by European Union, such SAFE program. Of course, as long as actually they serve to reinforce the NATO's collective capacity. So we. As a Turkey, I just tried to explain a couple of minutes ago that we have very dynamic capacity and very young human capacity workforce working for high-tech defense industry. So the agility, the productivity, the effective and institutionalized the structure of whole defense industry that could contribute for the spirit of real alliance for the NATO. So we have, when you look through the last couple of explanation of Secretary General, also actually knows the capacity that we have in Turkey. With that capacity, that we could serve more and more for the alliance. So the integration with the SAFE and European Union, the programs and the NATO coordination in that sense is important, and we would like to more be involved with those programs.
Okay. Minister Brekkelmans, if I can bring you in. The question about the youth, I know we're getting a little bit repetitive here about the funding issues, so I won't press you too hard there, but there is a generational issue as well. I think the younger people in Europe are more concerned about the economy. There was a poll recently, I believe, by ECFR in which older generations were much more willing to say, bring back military conscription, whereas younger generations, for obvious reasons, are against that. They're much more concerned about jobs, about their future. How are you thinking about that as a politician in terms of bringing the youth along with you? And then Minister Sprads, I'll come to you after that.
Yeah, so maybe 2 points on that. So one, if you look at the last 3, 4 to 5 years in the Netherlands, I think what had the biggest impact on people's budget was the Russian invasion in Ukraine, because energy prices went up, electricity prices went up, huge levels of inflation, and I think that had an impact on all of us. So what I also tell people is that, you know, if we do not take care of our security, if we do not take care of our deterrence, costs will be much higher. And an open economy like the Netherlands, a mid-sized country like the Netherlands, we will be heavily affected if there is geopolitical turmoil. So I think the best investment in our economy is to make sure that we keep our security in order. Second, I think we need to show and tell much more that it's not about defense expenditure, but defense investment. So that it will create a lot of jobs, and not only the traditional jobs, but also, you know, we are investing in dual-use technology, in AI, in quantum computing, in the semiconductor industry, everything. It's all interrelated with the defense industry. Take drones, for example. You know, there's so many students, academics, researchers, innovators, entrepreneurs are working on this. You know, this is really a vibrant area, which will not only strengthen our defense industry, but strengthen the Netherlands and the strength of our economy. And finally, what I do see with the youth and young generation is that they are very aware what's happening in the world. So of course there are people that say, you know, the military is not for me. So I'm also personally, I'm not in favor of subscription. But what I do see now is that we are more popular than ever as a Ministry of Defense and as a military. We have a service year, as we call it. So you can work for the Ministry of Defense or for a military for 1 year, and then you can decide to stay or not. Over 75% stays. And we have hundreds of positions available, but the number of applicants is in the thousands. So for us, the biggest challenge now is to make sure that everyone who is applying for a job at our ministry is that we have a position available and that we are able to give the right training and the right education. That's the biggest issue for us now. So I think if we can make sure that we stay safe, it's good for our economy. If we can make sure that the investments really pay off in terms of economic opportunities, jobs and innovation, and if we can tap into the willingness of people to work for the military, I think we are there. I think that's the way forward.
We've almost run the clock down. Minister Sprads, can I give you 30 seconds for a last comment?
Just very shortly, the youth is absolutely indispensable. We have reintroduced conscription just a few years ago. We have upsurge of enthusiasm, patriotism. Actually, the numbers of military also have increased. So we must also remember that it's not just about the investment financial in defense capabilities. It's not just about industry. It's also about the societal will to participate. It's about comprehensive defense. And youth is crucial. In Latvia's case, absolutely, youth plays a very important role and is being involved and also see the benefits for their professional and private personal careers also in the future. So conscription has been reintroduced and it has been a success story in Latvia's case.
Indeed. Well, thank you all of you for your honesty and candor today. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a round of applause for our guests.
Thank you so much to Ravi and our distinguished panelists for that insightful discussion, which will flow nicely into our next session. As we move further into the day and ahead of the leaders' deliberations in the North Atlantic Council, we now turn to a crucial question. How do young people across the alliance view NATO's evolving role in today's complex security landscape, particularly when it comes to increased defense spending and burden sharing? What role does this generation see for itself in strengthening our collective security? And what responsibility do political leaders have to meaningfully engage, empower, and include youth as true partners in shaping our shared future? This past April, NATO hosted the 5th edition of the NATO Youth Summit in Budva, Montenegro, bringing together young people from allied and partner nations to explore these very questions and to discuss the skills needed for future leadership. A clear message emerged. Youth are not just leaders of tomorrow. They are leaders today. They are ready, engaged, and eager to contribute to the discussions shaping our collective security. Today, we bring those voices to the forefront, continuing the intergenerational dialogue that lies at the heart of the NATO summit. Representing the NATO Youth Advisory Board, Marcelina Machog will share youth perspectives and lead a vital conversation with allied ministers, spotlighting the priorities, concerns, and contributions of the next generation. Let's now welcome Marcelina and the panelists to join the stage, and we will play a short video capturing youth voices from across NATO nations responding to a set of questions.
Yes, I'd say so, because Croatia actually decided to join NATO as a form of protection as well, and also as a stabilizing mechanism.
I don't think Luxembourg has very much defense capabilities, and so we really rely on other countries.
Particularly in the current state of the world, we are much safer in NATO than outside.
I would say most definitely Latvia would be quite more secure, especially right now with like strong developments on the eastern flank as well.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. The 5% goal or something that's been talked about right now, I think that's too much, honestly. And I think we should rather be focusing on how do we use money better. And I think NATO should be focusing on like a division of tasks.
It's also important that it doesn't undermine the national sovereignty and also autonomy of many of these countries too. Definitely Russia.
Iran, North Korea. The current state of the Middle East is very frightening.
The Russian Federation with its invasion of Ukraine.
Last year, also at the NATO summit, China was mentioned as one of the biggest threats as well. So you really have to consider a bigger picture of what is happening in the world.
Before I thought NATO, and ever since the Cold War kind of served no purpose, like there was no reason for it. But now I think the Russian invasion, Ukraine, it's maintaining peace. It's what's deterring Russia. For me, NATO went from like insurance and being part of like a democratic bloc to a necessity and something that we need to make sure that we remain independent in the next 10, 20, or maybe even 5 years.
I don't think everyone takes them that seriously anymore, but I do think they should, because they are everything we have.
I think we over-relied on the US for far too long, and now Europe is really strengthening itself to make it a collective security where everyone pitches in.
Distinguished guests, fellow young leaders that are here with us in the audience and that are tuning in online, good morning. My name is Marcelina Machong, and I'm a member of NATO Youth Advisory Board. And I'm so honored to welcome you all for this panel titled From Legacy to Leadership, Bridging Generations in International Security. Today, I'm joined with two fantastic leaders who know best that for our alliance to endure, we need to have all the generations involved. That's why please join me in welcoming to the stage Mrs. Baibla Brace, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Latvia and former NATO Assistant Secretary General for Public Diplomacy. Welcome.
And the mother of the Public Forum and the Youth Summit.
Please welcome Tito Muczynski, who is the Minister of Foreign Affairs of North Macedonia.
Thank you.
I'll need the support on the stage, but for the time being, when I'm waiting for the support, I'll begin the panel. So, from the perspective of young generation, and as we endure the aspects of what we are going forward with, please tell me how, in your opinion, we can shape the future for young leaders that are stepping in.
Ladies first.
I think it's leading by example. It's political leaders, I think all of us have a role to play, that not only it's about talking, but actually doing and explaining what we are doing. So it's also a lot about words, how we communicate. And one thing that is very clear is that today it's not anymore about the main TV news, either in the morning or the evening, the one main sort of news stream, but it's about many multiple audiences who receive and who also distribute information completely differently. So we just have to be very conscious that indeed that is something that political leaders should do. And the other part is also about the values and the knowledge, and that is the role of families, education systems, all the groups of the society. Because again, we can't expect that people just understand everything the same way as we do. So making sure that there from the outset, from the childhood, we have people who understand the sort of values of our societies is crucially important.
Minister Moczynski, what do you think?
So first of all, at the outset, a huge congratulations to our hosts from the Netherlands who have organized what has been a perfect summit so far, but also to NATO, to all of you for doing this great event. I would say, first of all, I would come back to part of a discussion that we had last night in terms of how this summit itself will be labeled. And there was a bit of criticism in that every summit is labeled as a historic summit. So allow me to use maybe a more proper term that goes in line with what we're talking about right now. I truly believe that this is a generational summit because of the decisions that we will be making today. And through this summit and the decisions made here, we need to show that security is not a generational handoff, but it's a generational contract. Because the decisions being made here today will have very heavy implications, but also burdens for younger generations, coming not just into politics, but into business, into all walks of life and society. And we need to understand that issues such as burden sharing, issues such as cyber defense, issues such as investment in infrastructure, apart from the conventional defense, these are all issues that play into protecting our societies, into protecting democracy, into protecting the way of life, which we sometimes undervalue how important it is. And it's not always easy, not only to portray this to younger generations, but I sometimes joke also to our finance ministers domestically in governments that this spending has to be done to protect the values that this alliance is upholding. But it is also crucially important to engage in discussions like this, because the decisions being made today are generational and they will have huge implications, not just from a political security perspective, but a legal perspective, a fiscal perspective, in all walks of life for the younger generations that will someday come into politics, because in democracies, politicians come and go, but consistency is what is key.
I strongly agree with that perspective, because it's all about not what the world, the leaders like you, will pass to us, to the new generation, but it's about also us joining now the table, like in this conversation, in order for us to shape it together. That's why also
Absolutely.
The advisory board...
My generation have done our work. It's for you and you now.
That's why the advisory board that was created, that I'm part of, is the first body, that is the first cohort created, and it is the first place where young generation can also speak about security, about deterrence, about also the future of alliance with young generation. That's why also with our 10 members that are part of the group, we are here to serve. We are here to also share the perspective and voice of young generation. Yet the amount of people all around the world, of you that are ready to shape the future, is thousands of young people like this. And it's all amazing, because those are the people that later, when they will step into the governmental role or step into NATO and make their dreams come true, will be the ones to shape. That's why also education of young leaders who are ready to step in is highly important. And coming back also to the Youth Summit we hosted in April, where we gathered 400 young leaders from all across the alliance in order to discuss and say about the concerns that youth also has, and find the recipe of how we can reshape the alliance for future in order to also make sure it's safe and that we care for peace. That's why during our youth summit, we raised concerns like cybersecurity threats, like spending on defense, or threats of war. And I believe that if we would host once again NATO Youth Summit today, I believe that the answers of the participants would change. Because in April, we were talking more about why in September not so many people will go to school because of the war and how many kids will be stopped, or why education and AI should be the next topics. And now so many new wars happened over the time, and new conflicts that are in the world from the time of April, that all of us are changing the topic now to how we can protect our future. That's why one of the concerns that was brought during the summit was that young generation believes that 5% of spending of the GDP on security, it's too much. We know and understand that 3.5% will be on the military, and 1.5% will be all spent on the infrastructure and everything around it to make sure that if we are at war, we can act quickly. But yet, for young generation, the idea of 5% is still too much. And this is what we heard also in the video that was played and prior recorded, that we believe that also this GDP that will be passed should be go for fields like education. Can you elaborate on that? What do you think? Whether we should spend 5% or we should focus also on things like education, or maybe half-half?
I think it's pretty straightforward. Security and defense is a basis for prosperity and for any hopes and futures that our democratic societies have. So taking defense and security seriously also enables all the rest, including education, including the possibility for people to know that they will have perspectives and dreams that they can implement afterwards. If that doesn't happen, then unfortunately it's a different situation. So I think for NATO, we have been a most successful defense alliance since 1949. So the task is to really adjust to the reality. So it's not something that we ask from ourselves as governments or our militaries that is beyond this world. It's something that we just need to do, and our militaries know exactly what it is. Part has been implemented already. When we look at the change of NATO's military strategy, which was alliance of choice, that you can send a few hundred troops to Afghanistan or any other operation, for 6 months, and then they come back, and it's a choice. But in the same time, it was very clear that for NATO, that situation is not tenable anymore. With Russia's first invasion in Ukraine in 2014, it was very clear that there is a totally different actor, state actor, that is ready to challenge borders, territories, and everything that is based on the UN Charter. So NATO changed its military strategy to collective defense, back to planning, defending the territories and troops. So you don't have the luxury anymore to think that there is a choice. Mm-hmm. It's a must. And that requires capabilities. So we invest in specific capabilities to make sure that deterrence is as strong as ever. And that is both nuclear, that is both conventional, that is both informational, cyber, and so on and so forth. So it's for ourselves.
So for you, Minister Berger, it's important to invest 5%.
It's absolutely important. We're doing that around 4% already now and 5% next year. But it's also, as I said, it's for ourselves. It's not for some abstract alien. It's to make sure that people like you can grow up in peace and security.
And it's better to protect than later regret.
Deterrence is what NATO is about.
And for you, Minister?
No, I mean, fundamentally, we all agree without a doubt. Without deterrence, without defense, and without security, there are no preconditions for a good education system, for a good healthcare system, for a good social system, or for any system of public works in any society. And just look at what is going on in Ukraine right now. When you have war, then society is focused on the war and not focused on the actual reform efforts that make life better. So this is a wake-up call for all of us. But I go back to the first part of your discussion in terms of engaging with young people. First of all, let me applaud you for everything that you're doing. Because I think what is fundamentally extremely important is bringing young people from NATO member states, from the allies, from the alliance together to discuss on the issues that unite them. Because I think, apart from the conventional security challenges that we face today, one of the other issues that we face are narratives of conflict. Narratives of conflict that are even being built within our own societies. And these narratives of conflict are created to divide young people primarily. You know, I look at the fact that my nation is now a proud member of NATO, but we still haven't finished one of the key aspects of our foreign policy priority, and that is also becoming a member of the European Union and joining the European Union one day. And sadly, the biggest impediment that we have on this path right now comes from one of our neighbors, Bulgaria, who is also a NATO ally. And it is extremely difficult to explain how sometimes a NATO ally, willingly or unwillingly, goes into narratives of causing destabilization. And the biggest frustration you see is especially among young people. The role of allies is to support each other. The role of allies is to battle Russian narratives. The role of allies isn't to divulge into identity issues that are domestic. The role of allies is to look towards a brighter future, and I call all of us as allies to unite, to work together, to bring together younger generations, to create an area of trust between each other. Because even if we invest 5%, even if we make all the right military decisions, if there is a fundamental lack of trust within each other, the enemy will find a way to dive into that mistrust and manipulate us internally. And that's why I say it's about investing in hard defense. It's about investing in areas such as cyber, investing in areas such as infrastructure development, which is crucially important, investing in our defense industrial capacities, but also investing in support for one another and investing in battling harmful narratives that are being stimulated within NATO member states as we sit here and as we speak today.
But also misinformation and fake news that is spread, because we need to fight it against in order to keep the alliance strong and together. Because even like, as you said, Minister, that if we keep it together, if we unite ourselves, then we'll be the strong NATO, the dream NATO we are now today going forward. But we need to also educate young people about misinformation use, how to battle up, because this is the key things we're looking for. And that's why we asked young people from all across the alliance countries to address the questions that they have for the leaders. That's why some of them are here with us today in the audience and some of them are joining virtually. That's why I'll kindly ask the production to play another video we prepared with questions from our youth.
I think it's important for my generation to not only be protected, but I also think it's important for us to constantly be shaping policy making and also decision making as well. So my question to NATO is, what are the leaders doing to foster that collaboration between the youth as well?
Should we devise the labor, or should every country remain with their sovereignty in national defense matters?
How do we make sure that things like our own freedoms here in Europe or in NATO countries in general, and how do we make sure our standard of living isn't negatively impacted by the increased focus on security and particularly on military security?
Young leaders are ready to act and shape the future, so they have questions that we all seen. The question is, what did grab your attention from the young leaders, from the material presented?
I think it's a fake dilemma to say that if we are serious about military and defense, that we are not serious about education or social welfare or anything. That's not the case, because it's an opportunity actually currently, the way we are doing that in our government is to go literally through all the public spending and to reprioritize and to see there are always redundancies, there are always, you know, sort of systems just sort of work by its own inertia. So currently we are literally going through all the budgets, through all the public spending, through all the systems, functions, and using that as an opportunity to make sure that actually we adjust both the public service but also relationship with the private sector, and also have that whole society support for that. And that also relates directly to young people. You know, how do we get young people into not only military itself, but actually to understand why it's necessary. So what we have an extensive program in schools that is called Young Guards, which is a basic sort of education about security. And they can test the signals, the radios, and they can learn NATO's alphabet and, how to communicate and, what works, what is jammed, how to avoid that. They can do a course in military medicine, for example, which is very different from the first aid course. Or then they can do also the basic training with a survival kit, how do you pack your 72-hour bag, what has to be in there, and so on and so forth, cyber defenses. And through participation in these programs, they actually become much more interested in security defense issues and understand much better what role does it play. And then it also comes back through the private sector, because actually there is a lot that private sector currently is developing, the dual technologies, the data, the drones, the AI, and so on and so forth. There's so much happening together with academia, with universities, and that is coming back into the economy. And young people are in the forefront of that. Young scientists, young entrepreneurs. It's not my generation that is doing the startups and the future unicorns in technology.
I mean, Biber explained this perfectly. There is, again, a false narrative that some are attempting to create, that the defense spending is just on our militaries. No, it's quite more than that. And not only is it more than that, but there's a lot of potential for young people to get involved through innovation policies that are in the area of cyber, but not exclusively in the area of cyber, through investments we'll be making on artificial intelligence. And a lot of these investments that we will be making for security reasons will fundamentally pay off in other walks of life, especially in the area of cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, as I said. So, to sum it up very quickly, in a nutshell, we are now committing within the next 10 years to get to 5% so that we don't have to spend 30% of our GDPs. And I think we do have to invest a lot more time and energy to explain this to our populations. Sometimes, because when it comes to domestic policies, we're always focused on other issues, we forget that this needs to be explained. Because politics is oftentimes about substance, but more often than not in this age, it is also about perception. Very much. And I think that, when you look at NATO's legacy is its strength and the strength it is showing as an alliance. But what is NATO's future? NATO's future has to be its agility. And this model of defense spending that we're agreeing on today, where we expect consensus and we expect a generational decision, as I said at the beginning, to be made, is also a decision that aims to make NATO agile and include a whole of society approach, as Biba very well phrased. So in this sense, it's about events such as the one here today, but it's about us also as foreign ministers, including our defense ministers, going to our domestic public and explaining this more, and taking time even to take the criticism, but also to explain that at the end of the day, we want to get to 5% so that we have the other 95% to spend for things where citizens would feel it more substantially.
And those are also priorities of each generation of where we would like to go in future. And as we've seen also in the video, we have priorities such as inclusion, digital deterrence, and human security. And as we conclude our panel, one last question. In your view, how can NATO embed those youth priorities onto the alliance and into the core of the strategic vision we're all going for in the future?
I think, for me, the important part is to accept that I don't know things. So actually, I make sure that I talk to as many people in different groups, youth, businesses, as possible. And also, already more than 10 years ago, I really committed that I wanted to go National Guard, which is a part of the armed forces. And finally, when I returned to Latvia after NATO, I was able to do that. And then I was appointed to the foreign minister. And then I thought, okay, because becoming foreign minister, I will give up this dream of mine? No, I still went through the training course. And I met so many young people and not young people in the National Guard, and it's just fantastic. It's really, you meet people from all walks of life, and you are there together training and committed for the defense of Latvia. And this is something also, just to be real. I think for politicians, that is a key to success. You cannot just think that you can sit in your cabinet and rely on your advisors, as good as they are, that they will tell you how the world is. No, keep the mind, keep the independence, go out, talk experience, and then make the decisions.
Thank you, Mr. Berger.
Leadership is not an age, it's a mindset. And we need to adapt our political mindset to the reality in which we live right now. And that is a reality where we need to be open, we need to be direct with each other, and we need to engage honestly with young people. If we do this, if we are open and direct and answer the difficult questions, we might not always agree, but we will respect the decisions being made. It is the role of politicians sometimes to make difficult decisions, but to make the decisions that they think that they are right. And in this sense, let me say once again that we will be making the right decisions today.
And also, to be open to your society. Russia is after influencing our societies. Soviet Union did that, but Russia is doing that in very different ways. And it's part of Russia's warfare concept. It's one concept. There's conventional warfare, kinetic, and there's subconventional. Cyber, corruption, influence activities, crypto, and so on and so forth. And we have to be very open with our societies that Russia wants to get to us to make sure that they have that influence within our countries by getting to the highest possible people.
From our side, as young generation, we promise that we'll deliver, we promise that we'll collaborate, we promise to make our alliance safe. And we invite you all for NAC, North Atlantic Council meeting that will be soon starting. So we are looking forward to the decisions made. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that energizing and deeply meaningful intergenerational conversation. Thank you to the ministers for engaging with youth perspectives, and thank you to Marcelina for championing this dialogue and for bridging the generational gap on this stage. Building on this vital exchange between young voices and leaders, we now turn to a related but distinct challenge: securing public support for defense in democratic societies. In democracies, sustained public backing is crucial to maintaining credible defense. So how do parliamentarians across the NATO alliance effectively communicate the need for increased defense spending, stronger military capabilities, and enhanced civilian preparedness to their constituents? What role do elected leaders play in fostering public understanding and support for complex and sometimes difficult decisions in today's rapidly evolving security landscape? To delve into these questions, we will have on stage a panel of parliamentarians in a discussion moderated by Jenna Ben Yehuda, Executive Vice President of the Atlantic Council of the United States. But before we welcome our panel, let's please introduce a short video for you all to watch.
Yes, I think that more defense is definitely required as well.
We do need a higher investment in general.
I don't think it's necessary to raise the expenses for the military defense. That one is not the way to solve this problem.
I think we have been doing what is needed. Invest in the infrastructure, army. Taxes have been raised for these causes.
It should remain balanced. NATO should also be careful with the amount of defense and the amount of money it puts into the defense, because it's also important that it doesn't undermine the national sovereignty and also autonomy of many of these countries too.
I think that maybe reaching the 2% first would be more important than going for a 5% overall. A higher from 2 to 5% might be pushing the boundaries of what is possible, especially for smaller countries like Luxembourg, but also the Baltic states.
I think we should rather be focusing on how do we use money better, and I think NATO should be focusing on like a division of tasks, that kind of thing.
Well, I think it's really much needed to ensure that there is enough facilities and resources to provide certain aspects of security.
Now, in discussing building public understanding of the challenges ahead parliamentary panel, we will have on stage the panel of parliamentarians in a discussion moderated by Jenna Ben Yehuda, Executive Vice President of the Atlantic Council of the United States. Please welcome Jenna Ben Yehuda.
Please.
Thank you.
Ooh, nice.
Quite soft.
Good morning, everyone. These are so low, we'll be here for the rest of the day. We live here now. I'm Jenna Ben Yehuda. I'm Executive Vice President of the Atlantic Council. Welcome to a really important conversation on building understanding for the challenges ahead. Of course, we know this is the Defense Summit, the 5% Summit. We're on the precipice of that agreement, but that's not the hard part. The hard part is now when each of you as parliamentarians return to your home countries to continue to make the case for why this is necessary. We couldn't have a better set of parliamentarians here to engage with us this morning. And so I'm delighted to be joined together with Marcos Perestrello, who's President of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly and Vice President of the Assembly of Portugal. Welcome, Marcos.
Thank you.
Natalia Pouchirev, the Deputy of the French National Assembly. Welcome, Natalia. And Agnes Badai, the Vice President of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly and a member of the National Assembly of Hungary. Welcome. Last but not least, Tomáš Valešek, who is a member of the Slovak National Council. Welcome, Tomáš. And with that, let's get into it. Mr. President, I want to start with you. As President of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, you have a unique role at this summit and in the weeks and months ahead. We're going to ask each of you the same question. We'll move quickly and then we'll move into a broader discussion. And get your questions ready because we will be coming to you for Q&A. But let me start with you and we'll ask each of you to respond. What does success look like? Give me your quick thoughts as president. We'll move on down.
Well, I would say that success, well, good morning, everybody. Thank you for such a relevant assistance on this meeting, and thank you for the invitation to be here in the name of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. I see many members of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. I see former members of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. We are very happy to be here. What success looks like on a summit like this one? We've been in Dayton in last May, and we approved a clear resolution of what we think that should happen in the summit. First, the recognition that there is a serious threat to our security posed both by Russia and by terrorism. Second, we also need to acknowledge that there is a threat over our democratic institutions that also needs to be tackled. And third, we need to continue to support Ukraine on its fight against Russia as part of the resistance of the aggression, of the threats posed by Russia, not only to the Ukraine, but to the safety of European security and transatlantic security. For that, we need to spend more. We need to agree on the need to spend more. We need to allocate capacities also to the hybrid threats to our democratic institutions, and we need to keep on supporting on Ukraine. For that, we need public opinion, and I think you would like to speak about it.
Yes, we're going to get into that because I think there's a tall task ahead. Agnes, what do you make of this? What does success look like for you?
Well, good morning, and first of all, thank you for inviting me to this panel. Well, I believe more unity, more seriousness, and more respect for the citizens who are going to pay that 5%. Because heads of states and governments seem to forget sometimes that it's not them or parliamentarians who are paying, but the taxpayers. So I think there are mores, and also I think less things are also needed, like less bragging, less flattering, and probably less social media leaking.
Okay.
And that would help.
I'm going to press you on this. What does respect look like? What do you want to take back to the Hungarian people from this moment?
Well, 68% of the Hungarians are supporting NATO. It's very, very important. It's very high. It has been increasing. Respecting that they are the ones who are working for that 5%, And of course, other countries' citizens, the teachers, those who work in factories. So let's not forget that while we are speaking about nice words like defense and deterrence, behind this, there are people, or citizens, and we are the ones, members of parliament, who are meeting these people every day. Some of the stakeholders, some of the decision makers are always surrounded by, bodyguards and, in closed circles like this. So they meet people, lesser, or they don't have rarely. We meet them on the streets. I meet people, Hungarian people on the street. And I want to show them, want to explain them that, listen, we are going to spend in the next decade more money on defense, and this is for you, and we take your security, your personal security, very serious, especially because Russia means a threat to Europe, means a threat to every single citizen in Europe.
So I'm hearing from you, Agnes, straight talk.
Yeah.
Being honest, being open,
Yes.
a lot of listening. This is what this moment will require.
I'm going to be stopped on the street or when I go shopping.
Sure.
They stop me and they are asking me, what is this? And then we need straight and very normal words. So people understand why we are spending more on technology, why we are spending more on troops, why we are spending more on bigger systems, and why is this whole Hague Summit is together.
Right. I'm going to come back to you on that. Natalia, what does success look like for you as you head back to France?
First of all, thank you for inviting me. I think a positive outcome is really that it's a demonstration of the Allies' unity and determination to support Ukraine on the long run, and the determination to preserve our values, to demonstrate that we can defend and protect those values of democracies. Of course, it seems to be big words, but the Ukrainians, they know why they are fighting about. They demonstrate immense moral courage. I've met some young Ukrainians recently, and I was very impressed by the maturity they got out from the war and their moral strength. And this is something I want to convey to our public, to say that Russia is a threat. It's here, and President Macron said it. It's affecting all of us. So we should be prepared.
Thank you, Natalia. Tomasz, same question for you.
The short version?
Let's start with the short version. Well, let's see where this takes us.
The short version of success is we kept America in, we kept Russia down, and we got Europe and Germany in particular up to speed on defense. If that's the headline this afternoon, I'll be flying home with a smile on my face.
Okay, so let's take that and run with it. Marcos, back to you. You're coming here as president of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, coming from the National Assembly of Portugal. Portugal is about 1.5% of GDP. You're coming back with 5%. That's a huge increase for your country. You are, on the one hand, a voice of NATO in Portugal and also a voice of Portugal to NATO. How do you, a voice, one of many, perhaps, but you are undoubtedly in a leadership role in driving this conversation. How do you bring this message to the Portuguese people about the imperative when that spending has not been there historically?
Yes. Well, I would say, I don't know if you heard, you were here on the previous panel where the former minister, where the present Minister of Defense from Belgium and the former Vice President of the NATO PA, Theo Franken, participated. And I liked very much to hear him because he was very clear on what we need to spend the money. And Agnes just put it exactly like it is. We need transparency on the talk about the needs on defense. We cannot be endlessing, we cannot continue talking about 5%, 2%, 3.5 billions, trillions, because no one knows what is a billion. I don't know what is a billion. I never saw one, and I think I think I will never see one at the end of my days. But nobody knows what's a billion.
Right.
Nobody knows what's 2% of GDP. Nobody knows what's 5% of GDP. We need to explain people exactly what we need. People see every day on TV, on social media, the threats. They see the missiles falling down on cities. They see the missiles throwing down buildings. They see the attack on civilian neighborhoods. It's not very hard to explain how do we need air defense to keep us safe. But we need to be transparent, and we need to have the courage to say that to people, not continuously talking about abstract things. Because when you're talking to people about percentage of GDP, about billions or trillions, you're talking about an abstract thing. So they just don't know. And people will say, well, if they are taking those billions to defense, they will take those billions from healthcare or from social security or from education. So you need to be able to explain that you will have no healthcare, no education, no social security if you have no security. And you need to show exactly how that security is in threat. You need to demonstrate them.
I hear you.
What were the two major events that caused huge disruptions in our societies in the last 5 years? The pandemic first, and the war in Russia next.
I hear you that there obviously is a forcing function on the broader, we have a land war again in Europe, that this captures everyone's attention clearly while we're all here having this conversation. But while missiles are falling, they're not falling in Porto. They're not falling in Lisboa. How do you bring that home? And what does it look like for your national budget?
They are not falling for now, but the price is raised. Because of the missiles that are falling on Ukraine.
Sure. How do you do that in the time being, in the short run?
And fuel is raising this week because of the missiles that are falling in Iran and Israel. So people feel for at least 2 and 3, 4, 5 years on their pockets the direct effects of those threats. And we politicians, not only parliamentarians, mainly governments, because governments are the ones that are more loudly that express more loudly and that are daily heard on social media and on TV, but also parliamentarians. We need to speak clearly, with transparency, with truth and courage to the people. The threat is not abstract. It's a concrete threat, and we can see it every day on TV, newspapers, and social media. We need to have the courage to face it.
So I hear this call for plain language. I think that's something on which we all agree. Tomasz, I want to turn to you. You were in a position in which the leadership of your own government does not see Russia as a threat. You are here as a representative of the National Council supporting this defense increase. How do you reconcile that reality, and how do you make the case to the Slovak people about the nature of the threat when the leadership does not see it that way?
It helps enormously, Jenna, that unlike the government, the population is very clear-headed. It supports continued membership in the West, or whatever you describe it, about 60% consistently in the polls. Support for NATO is super high, 70%. So the message wherever I go, the message that I bring with me is, irrespective of which government is in power in Bratislava at the moment, the population is clearly determined to be a part of the West. This has been one of the very consistent leitmotifs in the polling over the past few decades. And please do take that under consideration as you think about Slovakia's future and a place in the EU and in NATO. But you're right. I mean, in the short term, the government's own perspective and take on Russia makes it far more complicated to make the case for 5%. The message, the pitch you make has to be internally consistent. If you deny that Russia is a threat, even if you simply run the sort of cajoling populist politics that tells people that they can feel safe. There's nothing out there, nothing risky, nothing terribly dangerous happening to them. We're here, we're taking care of things. Don't worry. If that's your brand of politics, you're going to have a really hard time making the case for 5%, because inevitably people are going to ask, wait, what's the 5% for?
Right.
Who are we defending against? And if you can't say Russia, then who is it? The Martians? So if you're not internally consistent, if you have made the mistake at the very beginning of not articulating what is it that you're looking at, the threats from Russia and elsewhere, then you're obviously going to have a really difficult time on the other end explaining 5%. What I find in the debate in Slovakia super helpful is pointing out that we're not dealing here with hypotheticals when it comes to Russia. I mean, we have the reality of the Vladimir Putin government essentially sending us an ultimatum already in December 2021. This came in the form of the draft treaty between the North Atlantic Treaty Organization and the Russian Federation. Some of you will have seen the text. And within the treaty, there was a clause that essentially said that all of those countries had joined after 1997, so that includes incidentally 2 countries that are represented on a panel here, should not have the right to decide to host forces and troops from other NATO countries without a droit de regard and approval from Moscow itself. So essentially that would relegate us to the role of a second-class citizen within NATO. So when we discuss Russia's roles and intentions, and when you deal with the optimism bias, the reality that people don't want to believe that things are as bad as they really are, because bad things only happen to other people, it helps to have a handy argument in hand. And the argument we make is, again, this isn't just the case that Russia has one of the largest armies and currently spends probably more on purchasing power parity basis on defense than all of our countries together. It is also the case that Vladimir Putin is already making demands on parts of Europe. This is not a hypothetical. There is a real ask. And as somebody smarter than I said on this panel yesterday, when Russia makes a threat, it has a tendency to carry it out. So we are well advised to take their threats seriously. That's the explanation. That's the pitch we make.
So I'm hearing you say that memory is powerful. That history is really powerful. It is. And it brings you closer to the current moment, and that despite the messaging from the current government, that you feel that these numbers are holding, support for NATO remains strong, and that consistent messaging is going to be really key. Agnes, I want to come back to you. What is the mood in Budapest right now? Can you talk a little bit about some of the dynamics, and how do you tell this story to your people, and how are folks thinking about this moment?
Well, there is a heat wave, 40 degrees centigrade in Budapest right now, so you can imagine it's quite hot. The situation is not easy. You know, in Hungary, you all know what's going on, I'm sure, because you have heard a lot about Hungary and the Hungarian government. But there is one thing that is quite clear. Our history and our attitude towards Russia, Soviet Union, Russian Empire is quite clear. They suppressed 2 of our revolution, 1848 and 1956. They executed our prime minister of 1956. We had 40 years of Soviet troops in Hungarian territory. So the older generation is they quite know what it means when the Russians are on your soil. And when it comes to younger generation, and we have to talk about the younger generation as well, they like the European lifestyle, you know? They like to travel freely. They like using internet freely, TikTok, and all these things. All they've ever known. Like everybody, all they ever know. And they don't want to have the Russian style of lifestyle. So that's why I think there is no single one path for. There is no common path for all countries. There's one single path for each country how to explain why to spend more on defense and deterrence. And here, history is one thing, and that's when, if you compare like Slovakia, Hungary, and like former communist regime, you can count on the past, telling what it means when you have Soviet troops and Russian troops and suppression there. And for the younger generation who have only known democracy, have only experienced, Schengen, free traveling and freedom, you can tell that compared to what we have right now and what can happen if you're not defending this lifestyle, your lifestyle, not just the country. I think it's very important when you talk to the people, you translate it to their everyday activity and tell them, when we are talking about spending more, we are not just talking about armored vehicles and troops in an air defense system. We are talking about defending the lifestyle we have been living and what we want to preserve.
And what I'm also hearing you say, Agnes, and I think this is so important, is that history clearly plays a role in the consciousness of a country, but it's also generational. And so the messaging to different generations has to be nuanced and reflect those
exactly.
realities.
You have to be sophisticated. I know if you think of politicians, sophistication is not always coming into your mind, but I think...
Except for all of you. You're very sophisticated.
Well, those who are present, there are always exceptions, of course, especially in the audience. But, and speaking sophisticated requires, knowledge. Knowledge of your people, knowledge of the generation, and understanding the generations as well. And, and probably you need more vocabulary for that as well.
Fair. Natalia, I want to come to you. Give me your take on this. What does the youth vote look like in France right now? Are there generational divides on this question? We've seen strong leadership, strong rhetoric about the importance of support for NATO in this way. But what does it look like if you peel back the onion, as we say, and look across the French populace?
It's very difficult to generalize about, one generation. So we have to, understand each of their challenges, the challenges they are facing. They are very much, into the climate change, and we have to understand that. But they are looking away for their future, so we have to guide them, provide some guidance. So I think on the one way, we have to make sure we can give them some keys to have this confidence, trust in the future, but they have to step up as well for the nation, give them a bit of moral strength, if I may say so, and then give them a positive view of, spending more for defense. It's not only about, sending troops on the ground. It's also investing in technology for the future. It could provide really positive outcomes for the employment in the industry. It could, preserve our lifestyle and quality of life. And by the end of the day, it's about our sovereignty. And we have to make them clear that their future will be impacted if we don't make the right decision right now. It's about freedom in the future. It's about not repeating the same mistakes, on the eve of World War II. We didn't fight for Danzig, and we have seen the result of the von Ribbentrop and Molotov Pact. It affected the whole Europe. Of course, in Central Europe, they know better than we do, but in France, we were occupied for a long period of time as well. So we have to guide them through this path, through history, and the positive choices we have to make that can give them positive outcome for their futures. And investing in new technology will be anyway beneficial not only to the armament industry, but also will maybe give key for stability, prosperity, and through prosperity we can fuel the fight against climate change, and so. We have to engage them. Really, we have to open the doors. We have to set up some, I would say, public forums. We have to go from parliamentarian diplomacy to public diplomacy. We have to act, organize, such forums, cyber tests involving the new generation. In France, we have been very much impacted by hybrid attacks. Russia used some proxies to divide the French society after the 7th of October. We had these David stars painted on some buildings of Paris. We had degradation on the Shoah memorial.
Right.
The proxies were sent by Russia just to divide the French population about the issue in the Middle East. So it's very tricky. And now that's the part of the government and the parliament to make the French people audience aware of the manipulation of information. And the French people are very much in demand about debunking all that. And we know we are under attack, daily attacks by the Russians on that, and we have demonstrated it. And now it's getting more public.
Yeah.
And even the secret services can sometimes open their, their information to make public more aware of the real situation and what we have to face and be prepared for.
So I'm really glad you brought that up, Natalia. Thanks for the segue. We have talked a little bit about what does success look like. We've talked about the nature of the debate and the importance for clear, direct language, and that it can differ generationally. I want to get to the point that you just made. What does it actually look like to operationalize that conversation? How do you get out to publics and think about broadening fora, discussion bases? You've got a tall task ahead of you in keeping these lines of communication open, especially as you note, while bombs might not be falling, thank goodness, in your countries, you were subject to gray zone attacks all the time, whether undersea cable ruptures or cyber incursions, these kinds of disinformation campaigns. How do you think in each of your respective countries about what does it take, what does it really look like to have these conversations in earnest? Marcos?
Well, that's a very good question. I would say that it's important to bear in mind the historic memory. But historic memory needs to be refreshed because young people don't have historic memory. They are taught
right.
To gain that historic memory. So it needs to be refreshed. And one important step is for us to remind everybody of our achievements as an alliance. The achievements this alliance had in these 76 years of life that assured in the entire Euro-Atlantic area, peace and prosperity for everybody, and assured a democratic way of life during 76 years.
Yeah.
That's the long memory. But I believe it's also important to remind a shorter memory that sometimes it's forgotten. In 2014, all the allies get together in the Wales and agreed on spending up defense spending to 2%. When you hear some leaders of countries of the alliance, it seems that that commitment was a failure. But that commitment was not a failure. That commitment was achieved in 2024, which was the date agreed, the year agreed to be fulfilled by 23 of the 32 members. 2/3 of the alliance members achieved that commitment. That was a huge achievement of the alliance. And the 9 that didn't achieve that goal of 2% in 2024 are now committed to achieve it in 25. So this was a big recent achievement of the alliance that can give us trust for the successes of the alliance to continue. On the other hand, there's also what seems to be some suspicions on part of the alliance regarding the American commitment to the alliance. But if you look at the American administration posture on the last 5-6 months, you can see some new approaches on political relations with other countries, some of which are friends and allies.
Yeah.
You can see a change on the approach on trade with the tariffs policy, but you also can see a consistent approach on the will to strengthen the alliance, to make the alliance stronger, and demanding for European partners and from Canada a bigger commitment with the alliance. And I think we all agree on that need.
So you think this is part of how you talk to people. I wonder, though, operationally, I mean, we've seen Baltic states for some time have had readiness campaigns. They have curriculum in the high schools in Sweden that they're rolling out to talk about what it looks like to be ready. I mean, really communicating the threat in a structured way. How are your governments thinking about that? Or what is required that's not happening? Agnes?
Well, I can speak in the name of the Hungarian government, as I'm not a member of the Hungarian government. But if we were in government, I would definitely make it very clear to the population, to the Hungarian population, who is a partner and who is an adversary. Because in many cases, you know, people, and not just in Hungary, but all over the alliance, sometimes are not clear what governments are following. Let's make it clear. Russia is the adversary. And there is no question on that. And they have been adversary not actually since the very attack on Ukraine. They have been an adversary since 2014, since taking the Crimea. And that was a huge mistake, that we were not preparing our population, that Russia, and not Russian people as a whole, but the Russian political leadership cannot be trusted. I would also ask our Western partners to look at our history, the history of Central and Eastern Europe, and take our experience we have with the Russians. I mean, Natalia was talking about what happened to France in the Second World War. Well, after the Second World War, if I remember correctly from my historical studies, Europe was divided into two, and for some reason, my country got on the wrong side of the continent, and I don't want this division anymore. We are a member of EU and NATO, and we also should remind our societies through teaching, through speaking to people, that NATO is not only a defense and the most successful defense alliance in the history of the world, but it's an organization that is securing our everyday stability. And it's very, very important. So I think we should be very proud in Europe, and I want to tell it to all our European colleagues, what Europe has been doing in the past decade. Yeah, some countries were not spending that much, but some were really spending a lot of money. And we are not going to spend more because somebody in any country is telling us to spend more, but because Russia is on our doorstep. And we understand these challenges. So, sorry, but in Europe, we are not like lazy, stupid politicians. Some might think that. We understand the challenges, and we are going to spend more and smart, and we are going to increase our capabilities, because our ultimate goal is to defend our people. We are elected by our citizens. We are responsible for our citizens. And we are not going to do that because someone is telling us in an office. We are doing that because our people, for me, of course, first of all, the country I love the most and where I come from, the Hungarian people, are most important, but it's also important what's happening in Portugal, because we are friends, we are in the same alliance in NATO and also in EU. So there is common sense, and I think this is what we should also tell our people, that this is spending more on protection is common sense for the future generations, and for, as I mentioned, the way of life we are living. And it requires sacrifices from our people, yes, but with like investing into defense industry, it can also create quality jobs for the future generation.
So,
and it is
Agnes, I want to come in here, excuse me, but I want to make sure we get to our audience, so get your questions ready. They'd better be hot ones. And a question ends in a question mark. So let's be tight on our questions here. But Natalia first, and Tomasz, quick thoughts from you. spending is one thing. Spending to achieve capability, to achieve outcomes, is quite another. I say as an American, it's easy to spend a lot of money on defense and not always get capability. So how do you continue to make these arguments to your people, especially on defense spending? Natalia, a lot of strong French defense industry capability. This could be an important moment for France. Tell me a little bit about how you're thinking about the structured nature of defense spending and how to increase that accountability as you continue to talk to people.
Yes, it's not only about spending money, you have to spend it wisely. And anyway, we won't avoid a strong debate in France when the budget comes in, that we are going to decrease some spending in some social welfare maybe, and maintain and even increase the defense spending. It's going to be a hot domestic debate,
tough cycle
for sure. But we see, for instance, it's detailed maybe, but we managed to get people interested, young and not so young, and experts and specialists interested in joining the reservist team, you know. So it means there's a move for people, you know, to want to be active, proactive in defending the country.
Tomáš, let me just come to you, if I may. What does it look like within Slovakia to try to get this transparency and accountability? How are you thinking about what those dollars look like, and as you move into your budget cycles?
It's probably a bit harder than in case of France, Germany, or other countries with a substantial defense industry, because you cannot make the jobs argument. The money just doesn't translate into jobs the way that it does in the United States or France, the countries of Rheinmetall and EADS and MBDA. You can make the case, which we do, based on simply national pride and sense of decency, which is, look, if your armed forces feature trucks and armored personnel carriers that are not only older than the soldiers who drive them, but older than the generals who command the soldiers who drive the APCs, clearly that's wrong, and that's a situation that needs to be fixed. And the other way you fix it is through the old offset argument. Offset is a jargon, but essentially the point I'm making is you fix it, you address the unpopularity by making sure some of the jobs do stay at home.
Right.
So when I was a think tanker writing papers about defense collaboration in Europe, I used to be a big opponent of offsets because they really deform the defense market. As a politician, I've become a huge fan of offsets because at the end of the day, it's really, really, really hard to make the case for spending $250 million on rearming if you leave none of the jobs, if it generates no jobs at home.
Yeah, you feel it at your kitchen
if it does, if it's in impoverished parts of the country, you can actually go there, you can have a chat with the people, you can, as a politician, take the pictures there and explain, this is for you. I respect this isn't the fastest way to get the economy up and running. There are better investments to get the economy up and running, but I have not only invested in my own defense, I have not only made the country safer, I have actually created jobs in a country, in a part of the country that needed it the most.
Yes. Okay, over to our audience right here in the front row. Please give us your name. And do we have a microphone coming? Wait just a moment. She's right here in the front. You can do it.
Lots of obstacles.
Thank you so much. My name is Mariam. I am from Germany, representing Youth Atlantic Treaty Association. We have here many of our members of our national chapters of IATA. We are dedicated to strengthen transatlantic values and support NATO. But on the other hand, we have a huge number of young people who don't really support this kind of values, who feel disappointed from politicians and politics. And there are many surveys, they show that young people are much more vulnerable for disinformation, for example, as the other parts of our generations and society. So what do you think, how we could reach out to young people in Europe and transatlantic. Thank you.
Yeah, Natalia, do you want to take that?
Yeah, definitely. Our Ministry of Defense is organizing war games and challenges about, all the disruption we can get in our society, and this has a lot of success. And they are aiming at gamers, the people, the young generation spending time, and they have specific targets. You need to have specific targets when you are talking about the youth. Then what we aim at is developing an academy between Viginum, that is our agency for debunking and showing there has been manipulation of algorithm. It's not about the Ministry of Truth, really. It's about showing the manipulation of, displaying how the information can be manipulated and how the young ones can develop their critical sense. And this academy should join this technical curriculum, we should develop it jointly with the Education Ministry, okay? Then it's not only about the young ones, I can tell you. The older people are very subjected to disinformation as well. And this is why I support personally initiatives such as the ones of Reporters Sans Frontières, Reporter Without Borders, the JTI, that is an attempt to label trustable
media.
Trustable medias. This is very important. So we have to challenge all the categories of population, definitely. And still we have to, as politicians, regain trust, build trust. NATO went from a political alliance to an operational organization, but it will be all the more robust if it gets the public support.
Okay, I think we have time for one quick question. If you've got a tight one over here, I see a young woman right here. Can we get her a mic, please? One question with one part.
Thank you. I'm Emma van Nieuwhuizen. I'm the Dutch UN Youth Representative on Human Rights and Security. And I love the question you just asked. Thank you for that. But I also feel like maybe we should get it more to this room. For example, in the last panel discussion we had about intergenerational security and leadership, where there was a lovely moderator whose input wasn't really heard. So I feel like we have been talking a lot about security and what that means for our younger generations without really talking with them.
Yeah.
We're talking about them.
So that's not a question, but Emma's making a play for including young voices.
It's a good point, anyway.
And it's an important point. We are almost out of time. I want to turn to you quickly for final comments. Tomáš.
Really quickly, the youth vote is an interesting example of how all politics is local. I represent a very young party. At 53, I'm the third oldest of the 33 MPs in the parliament, and yet we have one of the largest levels of support among our party voters for the defense, defending the country with weapons in hand if necessary. Why do I think that's the case? My last point, personal examples, seeing people in Ukraine, young, hip, just as any other young, hip Slovaks who vote for us, defending their country with arms in hand, standing upwards, helped enormously. It shook people out of their sense of complacency. It infused them with a sense of patriotism. Fighting for your country is not just the right and a decent thing to do. It's something that people like me do, even if I'm only 19 or 20. And the personal example, seeing somebody, in some cases, friends of theirs, fighting for the country has actually made enormous difference.
I think that's a good place to end, Tomáš, with apologies to others. We're running out of time, but we've heard a call for transparency and accountability, using plain language, getting out of NATO jargon, and speaking directly with people. Emma makes the good point of ensuring that youth have a vote and are at the table. There's a lot of work to do, and best of luck as you head back to your capitals.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jenna, thank you so much for leading that wonderful conversation with distinguished panelists. We are now going to break for a quick coffee break, but if you would like to keep the momentum going, you can head on over to Studio Bravo, where the conversation will continue. Over recent years, we have seen Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea deepen their cooperation, creating serious challenges for NATO and global security alike. While this alignment has directly supported Russia's war efforts in Ukraine, it has also had serious and significant implications for NATO's partners in the Indo-Pacific region. The question we now face is, how should NATO perceive and respond to this evolving and complex challenge? To kick off this discussion, I'd like to hand it over to my colleague in Studio Bravo, Ikenna Azuike. Ikenna, over to you.
Yes, so in a few minutes, another interesting session will start in our Bravo talk show. But before that, you can watch a special video which is all about a demographic I'm sadly no longer a part of: youth. Amanda Round speaks with Dan and Marek of the Youth Summit, and all three of them are active in the NATO Youth Advisory Board.
Hello and welcome. I'm Amanda Round, a member of the NATO Youth Advisory Board, as well as a content creator and science advisor for the Canadian government. We're here at the Charlie interview studio at the NATO Public Forum, and I'm joined by two of my colleagues and peers that are also on the NATO Youth Advisory Board, Dan and Marek.
Yeah, so as mentioned, I'm also part of the NATO Youth Advisory Board. I'm from the Netherlands, and I serve in the Royal Dutch Army as an HR advisor.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm from Slovakia. My name is Marek, and I'm currently at the NATO Youth Advisory Board, as mentioned, and I'm a humanitarian worker working primarily in Ukrainian front lines.
Perfect. Well, thank you for being here with me today. We find ourselves at the NATO Summit, and I'm really keen to hear your insights about what's going on, what we can take away from this, and how we can bring it to the youth. What brings you to the NATO Summit and the Public Forum today, and what do you think is important for young people to take away from it, and why do you think it's important that they are listening to the decisions being made by the leaders?
Well, in the first place, youth carry the responsibility for our security in the future. So only for that, it's for them super important to, take note of what's happening here, because also they need to live with the consequences that come with the decisions made these days at the summit. So only for that reason, it's already really important to follow this. I don't know if you want to add something.
Yeah, I would definitely have to second Dan and what he's saying, because we have to realize that the decisions that are making right now, the decision makers, the stakeholders at the moment, are the ones that are going to matter for us. And for even people that are younger, if we even take into consideration that the defense situation that we have right now, the military spending, the real capabilities that we have right now, were the decision made, let's say, 10 years ago even. Right. So we have to realize that the decision makers who we see here, the generals, etc., are not the ones who are going to be primarily seeing the results of this. So I think it's to our biggest impact. And my personal story, I got involved or sort of started to really pay attention to this when the war in Ukraine started, and I was studying in the United States, and it was 8,000 kilometers away, seemed really far away. Mm-hmm. And then suddenly in a couple of weeks when I came back to Europe, I found myself at the Ukrainian front lines and realized the absolutely terrific reality and how real war can be. And I've seen my peers, people younger than me, enjoying their lives, and even up until to the point where the rockets were landing. And I think we have to share this because it is realistic to happen for all of
it
us.
affects everyone, and I can relate to that, being Canadian, being so far away. It's not something that especially the youth are thinking about. They don't want to think about war, but they don't. It's hard for them to relate to that and understand that it's happening now. So I guess a bit of a segue there, you kind of talked about that, but how do your lived experiences, whether on the front lines or in uniform, how has that experience shaped your view of NATO's real-world impact on security beyond just the summits and statements that we'll be seeing today and tomorrow?
Well, you just notice into the army, at least the Dutch army, like, do we need to go to war? Which is a fair question to ask now, and also if you want to join the army, and especially I'm in HR, so we want the position to be filled. But a lot of peers around me and other youth, they're hesitating to join the army now because first, it's very nice and it's very important work, but now they ask themselves, well, if I join now, I might be at the front lines in some years.
Yes.
And that's something we all don't want, and we shouldn't want. So yeah, so that's a fair concern of all that youth, and that's what I see day to day in the army.
Okay.
Yeah, well, coming maybe from the perspective of the eastern flank countries, coming not only from Western Slovakia, but even closer to Ukraine. So we really see the impact that the war had for our neighboring country. And I mean, we've all seen it. We've all seen the videos from Mariupol, et cetera, et cetera. But once you happened to be there, and I the first time I came to Ukraine was July 2022. Right. I went to Kharkiv, the second largest city. Imagine 1.5 million people living in that city. Until the very day it started, they thought it was firework from like the people who just thought it was a New Year, New Year's Eve. So for me, the reality, seeing kids in the cellars and people who speak a similar language, who are living really similar lives, dealing with everything that we are, was absolutely horrible. And we have to realize that even though, let's say, people from Portugal or Spain are seemingly far away, we as one alliance under the Article 5 are going to be all together in this. And so I think there's one saying that I think really applies to this, that yes, defense is not everything, but without defense, everything can be nothing in a split of a second. And so this is sort of my point of a person living closer to Ukraine and experiencing it every day.
No, that makes a lot of sense. And you kind of touched on this, but how have you seen through your peers, people you interact with, maybe even your followers, how do they perceive and interact with security and global issues? Is that something that you talk about with your friends? Is that something that you see people around you talking about? Or does it still feel reserved for policymakers? Because again, I know this varies by region. Me personally, my friends and I talk a lot about global issues. It's something relevant to my followers, but they don't really feel heard in conversations and thus aren't engaged as they could be. And I'm wondering if that's the same for you guys.
Yeah, well, the obvious answer for me, my peers in the army, is
very fair.
Of course, yes. it's a very urgent question and urgent matter. But I think the question is, how do we define security? What is security? And that's not something geopolitical, not something between states. Mm-hmm. That's something that's in your neighborhood. That's something that's online. That's something in your house. And just on a very personal level, that is what security is. That is why you lock your house's front door at night. Not because you expect somebody to come in at night, but you just want to make sure nobody comes in. And this is exactly what the whole 5% is coming down to this summit, is we need to lock that door. We need to just make sure nobody is able to even get in or thinks about stepping over the red line.
Yeah, it's a great way of putting it.
Yeah, well, I think it's really important for us when we're talking about broader, let's say young generation in general. We shouldn't always think only about the engaged folks that are, following NATO, who are here at the NATO Youth Summit or here at the summit or at the Youth Summit. But I'm coming from a village, and I know that peers in the village need a really clear explanation of what is happening. And it's our responsibility, not only as young people, but as NATO, to communicate it in a clearer way. And in that sense, it really must be understood that NATO is not just some umbrella huge organization sitting somewhere in the Brussels, but NATO is us. NATO is Slovakia, and in a country where currently some of our high politicians are discussing leaving NATO or something like this, we have to realize that we're not giving money to anyone, but we are keeping the money for our safety, as Dan really made the great sort of image that we're basically locking our door with that money.
Yeah, that makes sense. So I guess final question, let's talk about NATO for a second. What do you think the biggest misconceptions that youth have about the organization, and what would you say to that?
That is a great question. I think one of the great misconceptions is that it's mainly a lot of talking and mainly a lot of bureaucracy. I really believe that NATO is as put in the doctrines and all the means and all the plans ready to be able to fight when needed and to defend ourselves when needed. So then you need a lot of talking to work together, collaborate with armies to get the doctrine aligned, get the military means aligned to be able to defend ourselves. But in the end, that is making plans. That is, taking all the actions needed to be ready when needed, when to defend ourselves.
Yeah.
So I really think that's a misconception.
Communication is organization. It's absolutely necessary.
We need to communicate that plans that we are doing and the actions that we take.
Yeah, I mean, I would see it sort of in a two ways. The first one is, I think the biggest misconception when NATO itself is even pronounced, everyone thinks, I think immediately about like tanks, assault rifles, mines, trenches. But it's us people. It's a cohesive group of people with certain shared values, and I think we should really think about values. Some people think NATO shouldn't be popular because it's just about the lethality, but I think people have to realize that we share certain values as the Western society in general. We would have to go more into philosophy, but we have these common values, and we have to realize that NATO is basically protecting our family. We have to think about the willingness to fight as protecting your daughter, your mom, not as protecting someone who is far away. So I think it's a lot more about values, what we stand for, which in today's world is tough and would require a lot more discussion. And the second thing for the smaller countries is that the USA is, the grand master of the whole NATO and is delegating everything. That's simply not the true story, because just simply from what we've experienced at the NATO headquarters or talking to some officials, it is really up to every single country to decide. And just an example from my country, we're given around, I think, €4.5 a year for one person that is giving to operational expenses to NATO itself, and everything else is kept inside of our country, decided to build infrastructure, build bridges, etc., etc. So it's a common misconception that the US is here delegating all the money that we give, but it's simply not true.
I think that's a really important point and a good distinction. Well, thank you so much for all your insights. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for having us.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, and a warm welcome to our latest show, which is devoted to the increased cooperation between Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea. Now, some call these countries an axis of upheaval, while others call them an axis of adversaries. Whatever the term, I think we can all agree it's the kind of group chat that makes unread messages feel like the safest option. Today, we are unpacking what their growing cooperation means for NATO and for its partners across the Indo-Pacific, with the help of a brilliant panel of experts, each tackling a different piece of this increasingly entangled geopolitical puzzle. With me today, we have Nobu Akiyama, Director for the Center for Disarmament Science and Technology at the Japan Institute of International Affairs, Mark Galliotti, Russia expert and executive director at Mayak Intelligence, and Emi Hokayem, director of regional security at the International Institute for Strategic Studies. Before we start, let's shake things up a little bit. I'd like to get a sense actually from our audience, because we've got a very full house here in the audience. What sorts of things, when you've heard what the context of this talk show is going to be, what would you like to hear discussed here at the table? Who'd like to offer a contribution? Yeah, one at the back. What would you like to hear discussed?
Hi, my name...
Stand up.
My name is Alessandro Marrone. Opla. I'm the head of Defense and Space Program at Istituto Affari Internazionali in Rome. I would like to hear if there is really a convergence of long-term interests among those countries, or is just more an opportunistic or tactical alliance because of temporary, alignment against the US or NATO.
Very clear. I think we'll definitely touch on that. Anyone? And one over here, and then we'll get into it.
Hi, my name is Inge Bryan on the supervisory board of Klingendahl, and I very much like to hear your assessment of the cyber threat emanating from those countries.
Okay, excellent. Thanks very much. So cyber and long-term convergence. Okay, Emmy, let's start with you. Before we dive into those particular topics, I feel like the dust is almost literally settling now since the Israeli and US strikes on Iran. I'm curious what those strikes have meant for Iran's military capabilities and its position in the axis of adversaries.
Certainly. What happened in the past couple of weeks, which really dates to the 7th of October, is a seismic shift for the Middle East regional order, but also it will have impact on how the region relates to the various actors that circle around or are actually quite active in the Middle East.
Mm-hmm.
Iran was a major player. On that, it saw itself as an important player in this alignment with China, Russia, and North Korea. Its position is significantly weakened. It has lost a significant power projection capacity.
Mm-hmm.
It is no longer able to have this deterrent role that it had in the region. And it is a moment of massive confusion in Tehran, regardless of how they will perhaps celebrate the resilience or steadfastness of the past few days. Because essentially, the question is, so we're part of this alignment, but what did we really get? How do we benefit operationally, politically, strategically from our relationship with China, with Russia in particular? That episode shows the limits of this alignment, that it doesn't necessarily translate into what matters most at the most crucial moment.
And for NATO, what is now the impact? And not so much that they were paying so much, they didn't have like the big Middle East strategy, but what's the impact now for NATO?
Just because the other side looks weaker and less cohesive doesn't mean that NATO is somehow a net beneficiary of what happened. I would argue NATO, but to some extent the EU, are net losers because they're not necessarily able to shape the order on their southern flank. They're mostly watching. It's the US doing what the US wants. It's Israel doing what Israel wants. But NATO itself is not an architect of what's emerging on its southern flank. And that should be a reason for concern here. I understand the priority given to the Ukrainian theater, which is clearly what should be foremost on people's minds. But there is a sense that you're exposed across the Middle East and beyond, but there's no strategic view.
Yeah. Okay. And for Russia, Mark, what's the fallout been like for them, and how will they be looking at the latest discussions now and what's happening today at NATO?
And when it comes down to it, look, Russia, one of Russia's czars once said Russia has only two allies, its army and its navy. And I think there is some truth in that. There are pragmatic transactional relationships with other powers, including Iran, but that's what they are. They are useful until they are no longer useful. And in many ways, I think the Russians had already been beginning to wonder just how useful its relationship with Iran was.
What were the signs of that, then?
Well, I mean, there was certainly a considerable amount of discussion within the sort of the expert infosphere, and particularly people connected to the Kremlin, who are often used to signal potential shifts in policy, about the fact that Russia had had to burn what had been actually a very positive and useful relationship with Israel in order to maintain its connection with Iran. It had largely reached the point where it didn't really need Iranian drones and missiles because it produces them at home. So there was a bit of a sense of, if not a decision, but at least a renewed debate about the cost-benefit analysis.
Yeah.
So I think from their point of view, I mean, it's been sobering to see how the Israelis and the Americans cut through an essentially Russian-supplied air defense network.
Yeah.
But beyond that, there is a sense that, well, actually, they've also had what could be best described as a frenemy, because after all, Russia and Iran are, for example, competing for authority within both the Middle East and the South Caucasus. So there is a sense of, actually, well, Russia may not gain, but it probably isn't really losing.
So thinking about the first question there from a member of the public, to what extent is this convergence, this partnership between these countries, a moment of opportunism? You tend to think, well, at least with respect to Iran, it's just been opportunistic, and now Russia's going to move on and perhaps develop more its relationships with, China and North Korea?
Well, I mean, one could argue that actually, in many ways, Russia's most productive relationships are with the countries which are not its sort of headline allies. China putting to one side. But otherwise, if you look at the United Arab Emirates or Turkey, I mean, these are countries that actually have been very useful for Russia. No, I think the problem was that we assumed that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, whereas actually it turns out that the enemy of my enemy is perhaps useful today, but nothing much more than that.
Yeah.
So there's nothing sentimental. And to be honest, the Russians themselves don't really work on the assumption that there's anything sentimental about the other country's connection to them. What they got from Iran, they paid for, economically and politically. What they get from China, what they get from North Korea, they pay for. This is not aid, this is not friendship. This is just a deal from countries who share a common sense that the prevailing world order is essentially a Western world order built and maintained in the West's interests.
OK, so if the Russians don't need Iran anymore, what kind of shape are they in right now, militarily, then?
Well, I mean, the Russians, there's nothing they really could have done militarily about what was happening in Iran, and they knew that, and there wasn't even any pretense about anything there. Not least because what air defence assets they have, they frankly need to stop Ukrainian drones from slamming into Russian factories and cities and the like. So
are they in a good shape?
Well, I mean, look,
they're producing lots of drones, they're doing a wartime economy.
For the moment, and at terrible cost, yes. They certainly can sustain this war effort for some time to come, with probably an increasing long-term damage to Russia itself. But from their point of view, frankly, I mean, they need China because the degree to which China provides dual-use technologies, continuing sort of access routes and such like. North Korea is handy so long as it's willing to basically sell shoddy artillery shells and send a few troops and military engineers and the like. But none of these are considered, with the exception of the China relationship, as absolutely vital.
Are we overplaying, then, the convergence?
It's a nice, snappy title. Axis of, insert word here.
Yeah.
I think it tends to actually create, and I'll be curious to hear what my colleagues are going to say about this, but I think it creates a false sense of some kind of James Bond villains-like type organisation where, everyone sits in an abandoned volcano somewhere and plans world domination.
Interesting. What's your take, though? I mean, you're right there in the region.
Right. So my perspective is a bit different from the Europeans because we are focusing on the security in Asia and in the Pacific. So I see more this kind of how Chinese interest was driven through this other cooperation or relationship with Russia or others. To me, this relationship between China and Russia seems to be a marriage of convenience. Obviously, China is looked to its relationship with the United States fundamentally, how this relationship should be managed. So far, I think Russia and China shared a common interest, which is to undermine U.S. interests and then resist the sort of prevailing view on the Western-led the international order, and that eventually could increase their interest and gaining more support from the international community. But fundamentally, the size of the economy of Russia is far smaller for the Chinese interest, and China, if it is able to re-establish a proper relationship with the United States, the benefit is much greater. So,
what about specifically Japan? I mean, how exposed are you? How much experience are you experiencing cyber attacks from Russia, from China yourself? It's a hot topic over here in Europe.
Right. Obviously, their influence operation in Japanese society is getting more serious and serious. And obviously, we have a language barrier. So, traditionally, we have been considering this language barrier as kind of a stumbling block for them to have influence operations. But now we see more serious sort of penetration
from China,
and even
and
Russian influence. And then, in our society, the support for the Ukraine is very strong. But recently, we see growingly more kind of a narrative or discourse to support Russia and try to sort of undermine Japan's contribution.
And to what extent are you working with NATO, bearing in mind the threats that you're experiencing now?
Yes, we have sort of established sort of a cooperation. It's called a malware information sharing platform that Japan recently signed up. And then we started to further deepen the collaboration on the information sharing about disinformation and the malware type of cybersecurity.
Is that where it has to stay, though, realistically, for a lot of these IP4 countries, as a kind of symbolic partnership, the odd platform that you produce together? Because, let's be honest about it, geographically, we're literally very far apart. Article 5, from a kind of doctrine point of view, wouldn't get triggered. So what is the real... is there going to be a deepening of the kind of collaboration?
Sure. I think we should learn lessons from how the Ukraine has been resilient and how the Europe cooperate with the Ukraine to make it resilient. So in Japan, in Indo-Pacific, the huge question is how are we going to maintain the capability to sort of execute a war for a long time. So many people thought that the war in Ukraine will be ended in like a month or so, but now it's 3.5 years. So, considering the reality that our procurement sort of capabilities in Indo-Pacific, that's kind of urgent task. So then maybe, for the Indo-Pacific partners, it is important to consider and maybe deepening the cooperation with our European partners to establish more resilient supply chain for the munitions or other supplies.
And if we think about the convergence, obviously Mark pushed back a little bit on to what extent, he asked the question, to what extent there really is this convergence. Just before we started the talk show, you gave the example, Amy, of Syria and how that has been an arena that has showcased how these different actors have collaborated together. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, I mean, Syria 2015, 2016 is a great case study because you literally had Iran and Russia working hand in hand, essentially winning, with China watching positively what's happening there. They won on the battlefield, but they couldn't do much after. They couldn't consolidate, they didn't devote their resources, they had no sense of what to do with this very wobbly structure, regime, and so on. They owned it without necessarily being able to turn that into a strategic success. And then over time, the Assad regime started weakening, and then we saw the lightning campaign by HTS last year, and they all watch each other saying, what are you going to do about that? What are you going to... They couldn't figure out how to consolidate or how to secure that success. So it tells us about the limits. I mean, it wasn't as strategic for them as others, but it was still an important battlefield. But it tells us something. We want to focus on the convergence between them, thinking that somehow at times they're about creating this mighty political military alliance that will help each of them in their particular theaters. I think it's more important to understand that first they want to undermine what's in front of them, including NATO, but more importantly, they want to watch NATO and the EU and others undermine themselves, which they do a great job at. They look at issues of internal cohesion. Or Canada as potential ones, so suddenly, and they look at big questions, if not the undermining of international law and norms, which we see plenty of these days in the Middle East, Palestine, or questions about the legality of the strikes on Iran and so on. That they derive more pleasure out of seeing, the opposing side struggling with norms and question of strategic alignment and so on than they do from their own convergence, which is, as we say, quite about convenience.
Well, I suppose we could also see Syria as a kind of training ground for the later collaboration that they had in the Ukraine war. But let's pause for our conversation here for a moment, because we have a video to show you, a video that sets out the ways in which Russia, China, North Korea and Iran did build an even closer partnership over the last year in particular.
In recent weeks, Ukraine has reported a surge in drone attacks on civilian infrastructure using Iranian-made drones.
North Korea confirmed for the first time on Monday that it had sent troops to fight for Russia in the war in Ukraine.
Ми отримали нарешті інформацію, що Китай поставляє зброю Російської Федерації.
China is working together with North Korea, Iran. They are supporting, as we all know, Russia's war effort against Ukraine. These four working together is, of course, a relevant development.
中俄友好不是面向当下。
China is also modernizing and expanding its military at breakneck speed. It already has the world's largest navy, and it aims to have more than 1,000 operational nuclear warheads by 2030.
The Indo-Pacific Forum will gather in Brussels to discuss measures for further cooperation with NATO as partner countries.
The Euro-Atlantic, yes, of course, that's the main theater we are focusing on. But we have to be conscious of the fact that this is all interconnected with what is happening in the Pacific.
NATO and Japan share the same values, and we face many of the same challenges.
We will continue to strengthen our Indo-Pacific partnerships.
Yeah, so Mark, I mean, is it really opportunistic? I mean, that video and what we see in the news seems to suggest that it's a pretty cozy partnership, at least with respect to Russia and China.
This is an interesting one because, yes, we have all this high-flown rhetoric about a partnership without limits and so forth. And yet, even the Russians themselves are recognising that actually China has stepped up its intelligence operations in Russia. There's quite a generational divide, excuse me, between Putin and his fellow septuagenarians. Excuse me.
Yeah, it's contagious. I'm sorry, I've been coughing.
Exactly. For whom the war in Ukraine is the defining war. They will do whatever it takes. And if it means accepting a certain degree of Chinese influence, so be it. The next political generation in Russia, though, is more concerned about the long-term cost, because who wants to find themselves taking over in Russia to find that they're just simply taking over a vassal state of China's? It's a very extreme sort of vision, but nonetheless, it is clear that this is actually one of the issues on which there is careful, quiet, behind-the-scenes dispute within the Russian elite. So, yes, of course, they will talk up their partnership, not least precisely because it leads to videos like this, and we in the West get worried and so forth. But on the other hand, when it comes down to it, the Chinese, frankly, are not doing the Russians much favours. If you look at, for example, the recent energy deals, the Chinese drove a very hard bargain. So I think, when we contrast the open-handed aid that has been given to Ukraine by the West with the level of support that China and other allies have provided Russia, they are basically willing to provide all the support that Russia will pay for.
And from your point of view, then, from your region's point of view, Nobu, do you think you're going to have to up defence spending as well? I'm sure, the US president has been kind of encouraging, making, and is that going to happen?
Right. May I say something about the cooperation between Russia and China before I answer your question? So in our region, the joint operation of Russia and China are intensifying. In the last several years, at least the 7 times the Chinese and the Russian strategic bombers are patrolling around the Japan archipelago. And also they are doing a joint maritime exercises several times. And also passing through the straits within the Japanese territorial water. So, we see more sort of joint operations. But at the same time, I think Chinese cooperation with Russia is pretty much pragmatic. So, China doesn't provide any lethal artilleries to Russia. but they got more trade in energy. And I think that is almost like the 10% of GDP or revenue for Russians. So I think China has a strong leverage against Russia, and also they take this as kind of more opportunistic.
Yeah.
But still, this joint exercise and so forth poses strategic concerns on Japan, and we have a growing voices that we should increase our defense budget as well. And that's
how acute are those concerns? I mean, over here, it's every day, it's in the news. Is it the same in Japan?
Yes, obviously, the Chinese nuclear build-up, and also North Korean build-up, nuclear and conventional build-up, which is again also financially supported its transaction with Russia, right? They send the artilleries and the soldiers, and based upon some estimates, the amount of the revenue for a year was almost 80% of the North Korean GDP. So it's a huge revenue, and that if that is used for upgrading their nuclear programs, that's a huge threat. So in Japan, we have a debate that it's probably inevitable to increase our sort of spending on the defense. But problem is we have a big trade-off between increasing the social welfare spending or increasing the defense spending, and we are approaching to the national election in this summer,
so it's very
and obviously it's a very sensitive question for our government, particularly Prime Minister. In this regard.
We spent quite a bit of time talking about Iran and about China. You made some comments about North Korea's poor artillery shells and a few North Korean soldiers, but are we underplaying that? Who can speak best to the role of North Korea in all of this? We read stories about cyber farms. I don't know if they're called cyber farms, but people with lots of places with lots of hackers. They can cause a lot of damage.
Right. I think North Korea has been conducting a lot of cyber operations to steal the cryptocurrency assets, and also they are also conducting a lot of cyber operations to undermine our sort of cyber capabilities. And Japan recently upgraded the response to that and introducing a new law enable the government to conduct a sort of active cyber defense. And I think that is one also stepping stone for further deepening the cooperation with the European partners in responding to these cyber threats and crises.
Yeah.
But on top of that, I think the Chinese, the North Korean export of artillery shells and so forth to Russia provide a huge opportunity for the North Koreans to spend more on their sort of spending on the defense or military and WMD programs. And we really would like to stop it, but it's kind of difficult. And South Korea...
That's a good question. I mean, how do we stop this? How should NATO be reacting to the convergence or at least the partnership between these countries? Emil?
I mean, just to go back to North Korea for a second, North Korea has been a defense player in the Middle East arena for decades. It has proliferated missile technology. It built a nuclear reactor in Syria, a secret one that was destroyed by the Israelis in 2007. They've proven to be quite opportunistic. If you pay, if they'll be there, they'll show up. There are less of a player right now, I suspect, because there are so many other theaters in which our expertise is needed, and they have their own build-up. But there are also other players, showing their face, not necessarily in the same destructive or disruptive roles. It's just what's lost now is a sense of a framework for the conventional and potentially at one point non-conventional build-ups in the Middle East, for instance, or beyond. So we can talk about how to disrupt the networks and supply chains and so on, but the question also is which norms, which rules do we need to uphold, and do we just impose these on our foes, our adversaries, or does it also apply to our partners and our friends?
Yeah.
And if so, what is the framework that we would like to sustain? Because right now, the NPT, for instance, is under question given what's happening in Iran. Is that something
NPT, sorry?
The Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, and you can see the erosion of these frameworks, those institutions. So you can go and talk about disrupting through cyber means or intercepting shipments or sanctioning this company or that other player. But what's the framework? What are we trying to use to have a level of legality and legitimacy?
Yeah, what do you think, Mark? What is the framework? Because, I mean, is it a mistake that there hasn't been enough, that there hasn't been more attention on this topic during the summit and the public forum?
I mean, I think, well, first of all, there is the issue of what are the immediate challenges compared with the ones that are closer to the horizon. And I think, in fairness, there are more immediate challenges. So that's the first point. Secondly, I mean, I actually want to pick up on this point about norms and so forth, because often our response, and I very much agree, that often our response about, well, we face this constellation of essentially hostile actors, and let's not, pretend that that's not the case. Even if they're not all cooperating and operating in lockstep, they do have certain interests which are definitely at odds with ours, and a willingness to use certain methods that we find distinctly problematic. The temptation is often to think, well, we need to somehow split this coalition. And maybe that means, a reverse Kissinger to try and turn the Russians against the Chinese, or all of these wonderfully Machiavellian strategies that, of course, never work in reality. And also play to this idea that there is this coalition that needs to be broken up. Actually, we really do need to play to our strengths. Yes, of course, there needs to be greater cooperation with allied countries such as Japan, greater sharing of best practice and all these other sorts of things. But the bottom line is NATO is meant to be an alliance to defend not just particular countries, members of the club, but actually the norms and values that they represent. It's about defending democracy and everything that entails, rather than anything else. And that is still one of the most powerful, I would say, moral weapons at our disposal. We're not going to be able to prevent every single hostile or malign operation against us. But in the long term, we actually have to have faith in the essence of our alliance and hope that actually, in due course, is indeed the way history, the tide of history pushes us.
But aren't you concerned that if there's too much, if you can have too much focus on the moral line that you take, but what is a blind spot for other relationships that Russia could end up building, like in Africa, in the Middle East, and in Asia? I mean, if there isn't a coherent strategy towards NATO's relationship with those parts of the world, then...
In almost every case, Russia exploits the vacuums that we create. Russia exploits the failures of the West, whether it's in terms of precisely Africa. The Russians stepped in as not the best partner, but for many regimes, some of which are deeply unpleasant ones, the only available partner. So I think actually, a lot of this comes down to the fact of, to be blunt, short-termism. A sense that we didn't really need to worry about living up to our promises around the world. And this has been such a powerful element of the narratives that particularly, one of the other areas where Russia and China has worked very effectively is exactly in propaganda in the global south. They each amplify and build on each other's messages. They have different messages, but they happily amplify each other's. But again, a central theme has basically been that the West has mistreated you, has abandoned you, has lied to you. And, OK, they're always going to claim that, but we certainly do not need to be giving them any ammunition.
No, clear. There's not even time for a final word. I'm hearing in my ear. We have to wrap it up, unfortunately. We packed in a lot in that 30 minutes. We addressed that question. A little bit we touched on cyber. Sorry, it could have been a little bit more, but we have to leave it there. Thank you all for a sharp and insightful session. Up next here in Studio Bravo, we'll be shifting gears to look at the cutting-edge technologies shaping modern warfare and what the battlefield of tomorrow might actually look like. Spoiler alert, it's not paintball. Meanwhile, over in Studio Alpha, the spotlight turns to the Pacific with a panel on the partnering countries of the IP4. So it's Donna, back to you.
everybody. Welcome back from the break, and thank you to Ikenna and Studio Bravo for leading another thought-provoking conversation, which leads us seamlessly into the next important theme on today's plenary program. Security in the Euro-Atlantic and Indo-Pacific regions are increasingly interconnected. So, how do our partners in the Indo-Pacific perceive the current security landscape? And how do they envision their evolving relationship with NATO? What steps can NATO allies and partners take to deepen cooperation on the shared challenges we face? Well, to explore those questions, Lin Kwok, Lee Kuan Yew Chair at the Brookings Institution, will lead a fireside conversation on partnering in the Indo-Pacific, deeper cooperation, shared challenges. Soon, Lin will arrive and the conversation will begin. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. A very warm welcome to the session on partnering in the Indo-Pacific, deeper cooperation, shared challenges. My name is Lin Kwok, and I'm joined by the Deputy Prime Minister of Australia, as well as Defence Minister, Richard Marles. Thank you so much for joining us today, sir.
Great to be with you, Lin.
We don't have all that much time, so let's jump straight into it. I'd like to explore both the logic as well as the limits of cooperation between the Euro-Atlantic and the Indo-Pacific theatres, as well as how Australia sees its role across both theatres. So earlier this month, the US NATO Ambassador Matthew Whitaker, who we heard from yesterday, said the Indo-Pacific matters for transatlantic security, alluding to the interconnectedness between the two theatres. But the US Deputy Secretary of State, the number 2 in the State Department, replied that NATO is still a solution in search of a problem. Does Christopher Landau have a point? Does NATO have any business being in the Indo-Pacific, given that its geographic remit is indeed the North Atlantic?
Well, I think the starting point is that from a country located in the Indo-Pacific, and a country which feels that the strategic landscape in the Indo-Pacific is as complex and in some ways as threatening as it has been really at any point since the end of the Second World War, that as we assess our own strategic threats, our challenges, what we need to be building as a defence force to meet those challenges, that what that demands of us is to be completely focused on the Indo-Pacific. So that's how we fundamentally come to thinking about Australia's strategic landscape and what we need to do. And you know, we are very focused on how we can build a defence force which can deter any potential adversary which might seek to coerce us on the one hand, but also understanding that the defence of Australia is based in the peace and stability of the Pacific, of Southeast Asia, of Northeast Asia, of the Northeast Indian Ocean. What we need to be doing is to be playing our part in the collective security of those regions. So that's what we are fundamentally about. But at the heart of that is the rules-based order and the maintenance of the rules-based order, which in some ways is under pressure in the Indo-Pacific. So when we watch China and Russia enter into a no-limits agreement on the eve of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, in that moment, it becomes clear to us that a conflict that is playing out in Eastern Europe is going to start providing lessons for behaviours in the Indo-Pacific. In other words, you know, we can't be focused on the Indo-Pacific and all that is playing out there without having some acknowledgement and some understanding and some engagement now in respect of a conflict which is in Eastern Europe. And that in turn means that we find ourselves much more engaged with NATO. This summit, in terms of our annual calendar, has become a much more significant event because of this. So, the bulk of the Indo-Pacific countries' strategic effort is going to be in the Indo-Pacific. The bulk of European countries, North American countries, is going to be in the North Atlantic. But the two theatres are clearly having an influence on each other. And so if you only come to this from the perspective of how you manage your own theatre, it can't be done without contemplating how the other is influencing it and having some understanding and some engagement with that. And that ultimately does speak to the connection that exists.
Thank you so much. So that's quite compelling logic for why the two theatres are connected. The security challenges are common, but also the impact on the rules-based international order. So if the rules are undermined in one part of the world, it's undermined elsewhere as well.
Exactly. Well, in fact, we were talking earlier about your former role with the Shangri-La Dialogue, which took place a few weeks ago in Singapore, and President Macron was the keynote speaker there. Actually, it was really interesting during the dialogue. Europe's always been present there, but I think all of us noted the presence of Europe at this particular Shangri-La Dialogue with intent, like in a way that perhaps we hadn't seen before, which was interesting. But President Macron made exactly the point you just made in his keynote. He said there's not multiple rules-based orders. There is one rules-based order. And when it is under threat or on trial in one part of the world, that is relevant to everyone. And again, I think when we look at what's playing out in Ukraine, in many ways the rules-based order is on trial in Ukraine. And so how that ultimately eventuates is relevant to the expression of the rules-based order in the Indo-Pacific.
Yeah, you mentioned President Macron's speech at the Shangri-La Dialogue. I believe he mentioned in there that although he used to be skeptical about NATO's involvement in the Indo-Pacific, because of Chinese actions in terms of support for Russia in its Ukraine war, he was increasingly of the view, I'm putting words a little bit in his mouth now, but I think he was less skeptical now about NATO's role in the Indo-Pacific.
100%, and he also referenced North Korean troops fighting on European soil.
Right.
And so the NA is still going to be part. North Atlantic is clearly the focus of what NATO is about. No one is suggesting anything different, but clearly these theatres are connected, and we see that in terms of the influence of a conflict in Eastern Europe on the Indo-Pacific. But from a European perspective, he was articulating that he's seeing actors in the Indo-Pacific influencing what's happening in Europe.
But even if we do accept the logic of the interconnected theatres, and I think I do as well as you do as well, is NATO really the best vehicle for addressing common challenges? After all, I think there are numerous Asian countries, not just China, who are worried about the potential militarization of the region because of a NATO presence. And of course, you said that the primary focus would be still the Euro-Atlantic, but nonetheless, that's a huge focus for Europe, and it has challenges of its own here. Sure. It has, Ukraine, the wider Russia threat, the potential U.S. disengagement, as well as the pressure to spend more on defense. Shouldn't each region then just be focusing on what it does best, namely its own region, so the notion of comparative advantage?
Well, I think the two things can sit together. I mean, you use the word focus. I suppose, yes. I mean, the NATO is going to focus on the North Atlantic, and I think it is. And countries in the Indo-Pacific 4 are going to be focused on the Indo-Pacific. We are, but that doesn't mean that you have a complete ignoring of what's happening in the other theatre. In fact, from where I sit, to focus on your theatre means to intelligently apprehend how the other theatre is influencing you. It is difficult to focus on the theatre without seeing what's playing out in Europe and its influence on the Indo-Pacific from our perspective, and vice versa. So I don't think anyone's saying that people are getting outside of their lane and that people are gratuitously getting their fingers in other pies. It's not that. Yeah. It is that to do our core business, we need to have an enlarged vision which understands how each theatre is interacting.
So how do you envisage?
I guess China and Russia have signed a no-limits agreement. It kind of starts there.
Yeah.
And we are seeing it play out.
So how do you envisage, for example, Europe's or NATO's role in the event of two potential contingencies in the Indo-Pacific, namely the South China Sea and Taiwan? Do you envisage them playing a kinetic role or something less than that?
Well, I think it's probably not for me to speculate on those sort of scenarios. And it comes back to what you said earlier. I mean, NATO is a vehicle. It's not the only. But what NATO is an organisation which, amongst other objectives, stands for the rules-based order. We engage with a whole lot of organisations, minilateral, multilateral organisations in the Indo-Pacific, which also stand for the rules-based order. There are ways in which we can all cooperate together, and I think that's how we see it. So it's not trying to overstate a NATO role in the Indo-Pacific. I mean, for us, and I think that does need to be, measured very carefully and calibrated very carefully. So that's not what it's about. But it is about understanding how each theatre is impacting on the other. I mean, look, for us, this sounds strange as a country which is not a party to ASEAN, but ASEAN centrality is something that we see as profoundly important and in Australia's national interest. It greatly matters to us that you have a coherent Southeast Asia to Australia's north. We want to do everything we can to support that, and so we would not be in favour of supporting anything which undermines that. But there are other kind of constructs which I think ASEAN is comfortable providing a lattice work of relationships which fundamentally help underpin the rules-based order in the region, and for ASEAN that is a key objective.
Well, speaking about the rules-based order and the challenges to it, it's impossible to speak about the Indo-Pacific as well as the Euro-Atlantic, of course, without talking about the United States. How has the present administration's ambivalence towards NATO and its treatment of allies and partners in Asia shaped how Australia, as well as other Indo-Pacific four countries, view the alliance? For example, South Korea reportedly earlier this year paused ammunition, which would have supported Ukraine's efforts after Trump's return. So after he came into office, South Korea reportedly paused its ammunition supply, pending clarity on US policy towards NATO. And at this summit, we have but one of the Indo-Pacific four leaders present. So your Prime Minister is absent. The South Korean president has declined to attend. And the Japanese Prime Minister accepted and then subsequently declined, withdrew from the summit after a 2+2 meeting between Japan as well as the United States in Washington was cancelled earlier. So how is the new not so new now, US administration impacting the Indo-Pacific Four's support of NATO?
Well, I wouldn't overread, the presence at any given meeting of leaders. I think that's the first point I would make. Secondly, I think the logic, as I've tried to articulate it, about why. From a country's perspective who is very focused on the Indo-Pacific, why Europe now matters more perhaps than it did 5-10 years ago. I think that logic is all still there. We certainly regard, as I say, this forum as being much more significant to us than it would have been 5 years ago. And indeed in that time, our Prime Minister has attended 2 NATO summits and I've now attended 2. I wouldn't necessarily accept the assertion which was in your question in relation to where the US is at. I mean, again, from our point of view, I think the US has shown real focus on the Indo-Pacific. We are grateful for that and encouraged by that. In the meetings that I've had with my counterpart, Pete Hegseth, there's been, they've been really good meetings, and I think a very clear sense of what challenges we face and a desire to work together in facing them. And indeed, when you look at Pete Hegseth's I don't know if this is cutting it out, but when you look at Pete Hegseth's speech that he made at the Shangri-La Dialogue, he said a lot in that speech, but it was an articulation of the importance of allies to America. Well, again, that's a very encouraging thing for us to hear in the Indo-Pacific. And as I've spoken to European countries today, they are very keen to pursue their alliance arrangements with the United States from this end as well.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. So, I think what I've heard from you is that we shouldn't take attendance at this summit as an indicator of commitment of the IP4 players to NATO in the future, and vice versa, of course. So I certainly hope that the logic of the internet connectedness between the two theaters will hold, and it's more about that logic prevailing as
Correct.
Opposed to any US administration or any turbulence in place impacting that. So let's hope there's a steadfast clarity about the importance of the rules-based international order. In terms of, let's tend to speak a little bit about Australia and its role in this region, as well as in the Indo-Pacific. Australia has always been a committed supporter of Ukraine, as well as the understanding of the importance of the rules-based international order. But it's quite clear that pressures in Asia are mounting. There are, grey zone encroachments into international law, etc. But there are also question marks about US commitments in the Indo-Pacific. You talked about the clarity of Hegseth's speech at the Shangri-La Dialogue. However, it's also clear that the US tends to be drawn in other directions. And just last week, we had a US aircraft carrier move from the Indo-Pacific as it was on its way to Vietnam, to make a call in Vietnam, headed to the Middle East. And despite the commitment of the United States to the Indo-Pacific as its priority theater, we've seen, actions taken against allies and partners in the economic realm, at least, which have caused some turbulence and ruffled some feathers. How do you think will Australia be able to sustain its current levels of commitment towards Ukraine, given that it might have to step up more to the plate in the Indo-Pacific, because Australia is a treasured partner, both economically as well as in the security realm in the Indo-Pacific, and it's going to see perhaps greater calls for greater presence and commitment there as well.
Yeah, look, it's a good question, and obviously all of those are challenging issues that we need to balance as we go forward. And just briefly in terms of the US, the US is a global power. There are calls on its attention everywhere, literally. One of the things that's, having now worked with the former US Secretary of Defense and the current US Secretary of Defense, one of my habits before I meet them is to ask them where they've just been, and you really do get a sense that both of those people have been doing, and Peter's now doing a job which just has a global call on his attention, and that's as it is, and we understand it. And so there are going to be in the micro decisions that are made about any given asset moving in one direction or another, and you kind of got to be sympathetic to the decisions that confront any given person in that situation. But on the broad, we do feel encouraged about America's focus on the Indo-Pacific, and we remain so. For our end, in terms of that balance, our focus is the Indo-Pacific. That was the core call from our Defence Strategic Review, our strategic assessment when we came into government. And that was the most significant root and branch assessment of our strategic circumstances that a government had done in the better part of 40 years. And so focus is very much an outcome of that. But as I said earlier, from where we sit, to be intelligently focused on the Indo-Pacific, we have to be alive to the way in which the war in Ukraine is influencing the Indo-Pacific. And so it's not going to be the bulk of our activity, but it is going to be some of our activity to support Ukraine, and we will continue to do so. So, at this NATO summit, we're announcing that we will be doing another deployment of our E-7 aircraft in August of this year into Poland to provide very important support to the effort there. There's about 100 Australian personnel who come with that, who'll be over here for a 3-month deployment. It's a significant commitment in terms of what assets we have, and we I was able to meet with my counterpart Rustem Umerov yesterday, and we had a conversation about how we can move forward in terms of providing support and for however long this takes for Ukraine to resolve this conflict on its terms. So we will be there, and it's balanced and measured across all the other calls on our attention. But we do see this as a conflict which is relevant to the strategic landscape in the Indo-Pacific, and therefore is a conflict which is relevant to our national interests.
Thank you so much, Deputy Prime Minister, for that compelling argument about why international developments, particularly those that impact the rules-based international order, affect not just the country it directly impacts, but all countries who care about the rules-based international order and how it keeps them safe and prosperous. Thank you very much, sir, and thank you all for your attention.
Thanks, Lynn.
Thank you so much, Lynn, for leading that insightful conversation. We now have a special keynote session, one that will take us beyond today's headlines and offer a deeper, long-range perspective on global affairs. Please join me in welcoming our keynote speaker, Professor Peter Frankopan. He is a professor of global history at Worcester College, Oxford, and director of the Oxford Center for Byzantine Research. Many of you will also know him as the best-selling author of The Silk Roads, A New History of the World and the Earth Transformed. In this keynote, Professor Frankopan will draw on centuries of global history to place today's geopolitical turbulence into broader context, offering reflections on how shifting centers of power have shaped the international system and what lessons history holds for the world we navigate today. So please join me in welcoming Professor Peter Frankopan.
Thank you very much, Donna, and thank you to the organisers of this public forum for inviting me to be with you today. When I got an email asking me to come and talk and was told, come and put everything in perspective globally, cover thousands of years. And by the way, you have ideally 15 minutes, maybe 10, followed by questions. So I will do what I can. And then we'll have some Q&A afterwards about anything that I say or don't say. Right. Let me start with a couple of slides, please. Can I have the first slide? All of us, when we were at school, tended to start our history, well, probably with the Egyptians here in Europe, for no obvious reason, apart from the fact they made pyramids which are easy to draw when you're small. But we think about how we think about intellectual heritage here in Europe. We start with Athens, the ancient cradle of democracy, home to thinkers, scholars, etc. No one ever explained to me when I was young why Athens suddenly became so important, why Athenians became so clever, and no one explained to me why it seemed that Athenians stopped being clever, because that window that produced Aristotle, Socrates, Plato, Pythagoras gave way, next slide please, to a different culture, a different world, the one of Rome. Athens is a beautiful city, by the way. Love visiting there. It's it's very dynamic. The economic growth at the moment, one of the fastest in Europe. Rome, likewise. But these were cities that had their greatest moments in the past. The there's an important moral in this. Next slide, please. Some of those cities are ones that most of us in Europe never heard about. If you read my book, maybe you did. Or if you've been on a semi-exotic trip somewhere to go and take Instagram-friendly photos. But 1,000 years ago, if we were gathering the world's leading thinkers, they wouldn't have gathered in my hometown of Oxford, nor in Harvard or Stanford or Caltech or here at Leiden. They'd have gathered in this great city of Bukhara in what is now Uzbekistan. This was the center of global learning, as Rome had been, as Athens had been. Next slide. This is the city of Merv in Turkmenistan, which I'm sure very few people have been to, partly because of Turkmenistan's visa regime, but also because in 1221, this city was more or less dismantled completely by the Mongols. And that's quite something, because the Mongols didn't possess dynamite, and to dismantle a city is difficult. I don't need to tell people at NATO that. The reason why I show you Merv is between the year 800 and 1221, and we scholars will argue a little bit about this. We think about the largest populated cities in the world. Merv, between the year roughly 800 until it was sacked, was probably the world's most inhabited city, and it disappeared. Not just visually, most of you never heard of it. Next slide, please. When we come through to the modern world, Venice, it's apparently a great city to get married in, as well as with apologies to any Venetian friends here, it became the center of European finance. And I use the word center a little bit loosely, but it was a place where business got done. It's a place where, visiting it today, you think, how rich and or stupid did you need to be to invest your money in a palace on a city that's going to sink? And before you laugh, next slide, please. Venice is not the only city that did that. Amsterdam became the center of European finance. And Amsterdam was so important, it gave birth to one of the greatest cities outside Amsterdam, which of course was New Amsterdam in the New World. This process of change means there's constant replacement. Next slide. So how this means how we think and look about cities like London was the center of an empire that governed a quarter of the world's population 100 years ago. We in Britain still do a few things quite well. Cricket fans, there may be one or two in here, had a very good victory yesterday against India. But London is a city that maybe has had its greatest moment. Theresa May, when she became Prime Minister in 2017, said the UK's greatest days lie ahead of it, which is quite a statement, given Britain had a great empire once. Next slide, please. So that process, if you think as a historian, what is on the rise, what is falling, and why, is fundamental to some of the big geostrategic questions you are thinking about today and should be thinking about today. This changing world order we live in. Next slide, please. And then, of course, Shanghai. How will the city look in 50 years' time or the end of this century when China's population is projected to fall from 1.4 billion to maybe 700 million? Is China an emerging economy? Has it peaked? Is its military threat at its absolute maximum today? How will this emerge? How will thinkers, scholars, writers, artists, military planners understand that process of change? Right. My last slide before I then talk like a professor. I've got a quote from Lord Salisbury, one of the British Prime Ministers in the 19th century. And what he said, whatever happens will be for the worst. Therefore, it is in our interest that as little should happen as possible. And I'm here amongst friends, and I'm not here as a guest to criticize, but this is more or less the default position that Europe has taken since the end of the Cold War. We've wanted the world to stand still. We've assumed that the rest of the world want to become like us. I was just talking back when I arrived this morning. If we'd had this event last week, we'd have had a very different sense in the room and in the discussions we've been having. Instead, yesterday and today, there's a feeling of optimism, of hope, that maybe there's a settlement in the Middle East that is quite useful for the rest of the world, maybe even for Iran. And I'm much too polite to post. I have access to Mark Rutte's WhatsApp messages. I'm not going to post those, but I believe you can find them if you look online. That sense that the Middle East has been carved up and maybe we're through the worst. The idea that we're going to spend 5% on defense in Europe. The idea that we're going to pull together on defense and think about that changing world. it's very important not to get carried away with those emotions, that we're engaging with the world in the correct way, because all of the worlds that I work on, I specialize in Russia, in Central Asia, Middle East, Iran, China. These are India and Pakistan. Many of these are places that have had the same leadership and same leadership groups for 25 years. So for us to think that we've woken up now to something tells me that we've been asking maybe the wrong questions for the last 30 years. So I'm going to make 4 points before I sit on the sofa and wonder what you might want to ask me. The first one is that pace of global change. Here in Europe, we think in European terms, we think in terms of NATO, the North Atlantic, for lots of obvious reasons, historically, etc., with a bit of shock towards Russia and China. Otherwise, we think about just the rest of the world. To give a sense of some of those changes, many of them you'll know, China's economy in 2001, when it joined the World Trade Organization, was just over $1 trillion. Now it's very nearly $20 trillion. Why does that matter? Well, at that time when China joined the WTO, its trade with Latin America as a whole was about $12 billion. Now it's more than $500 billion. That leverage allows you investment into infrastructure, not just in technologies, but in ports, in hard stuff, friendships. Across Africa, we now have 10 defense ministers who've been trained in Chinese military academies, 8 chiefs of staff who've been trained at Chinese military academies. The ways in which our competitors, our rivals, and sometimes our friends are engaging in the world is something which we pay attention to when it matters to us because we're scared, but we don't think strategically. So, for example, last year, the United Arab Emirates, a group of 7 Emirates, invested 3 times more in the continent of Africa than China did. That process of what is going on is key. Today, Europe's largest oil supplier is not Saudi Arabia. It's not the North Sea. Europe's largest oil supplier is not Russia, or at least not directly. Today, Europe's largest oil supplier is India. India is not a great petrostate. Doesn't have significant hydrocarbon deposits that are well exploited, but India's shipping large quantities of oil from Russia past European sanctions. This process of change, what's happening globally, is very easy to miss, first. Second, and this is really important for you involved in NATO, we're in a new age of state-on-state violence, the return of states using force against each other. Some, of course, exploring hybrid, sub-threshold, but that era of competition is acute. Because there's so much going on in the news cycle, it can be very tempting, maybe even easy, to think about what's happened in the last 48 hours or the last 12 days in the so-called 12-day war. Last month, there was a confrontation between India and Pakistan that many of us were worried would turn into a full-blown war between 2 nuclear states. That now is in the distant past to most of us. That's just over 30 days ago. We heard from Admiral Sam Paparo, commander of the Indo-Pacific Fleet, US Indo-Pacific Fleet, that last year PLA operations against Taiwan rose by 300%. These ideas, I think, about what change looks like and about where there will be threats. We are in a world where there are more predators out in the open and more predators out hiding in the dusk. We've had Mark Rutte talk about the prospect of a full-blown Russian assault on NATO by the end of this decade. We've had Fiona Hill, President Trump's former Russia advisor, saying 3 weeks ago in the press in the United Kingdom, when she was one of the co-authors of our Strategic Defense Review, said that the United Kingdom is currently at a state of war with Russia. This is not an Article 5 trigger point for Fiona Hill, one of the most respected voices on Russia. We are already at that point. So communicating what this world looks like, where states take chances against each other, not just with Russia, not just with China, but with India, with Pakistan, with states right the way across Africa, with Cambodia and Thailand, with border dispute escalations. And 3 days ago, I've just come from Istanbul, we had President Erdogan, which is a quote, saying Turkey will not allow the reshaping of a new Sykes-Picot order across the Middle East. We're in an age of states thinking about their wider regional interests. Israel, Russia, India, Pakistan, Ethiopia, Egypt, UAE. These things I think are really important to pay attention to. The third, as a historian, is that we are in an age of revolutions. And I can list those all afternoon. Technological, of course, not just because of how we use artificial intelligence, big data, large language models, but also the kinds of deep-seek moments that affect military ordering and procurement. As the Chief of the Defence Staff in the United Kingdom has put it, we need to operate the speed of combat, not the speed of committee, where suddenly agile new technologies become available quickly. We're in an age of technological revolutions. All of you know that. And we're in an age of geopolitical and geoeconomic revolution, of new rising powers, middle powers, whatever you want to call them. But our landscape is much more complicated than the world I grew up in of the Cold War, where the Soviet Union, to all intents and purposes, didn't need allies. It had a small number of clients, very aggressive at using its tools of influence, but the shaping of a new world order, whether it's around the BRICS, whether it's around the SCO, these are demands for change that are significant. And by the way, those are not just coming from places outside NATO. Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, who's here today, said earlier this year, a couple of months ago, that the post-World War II global order, for which I can think of no better forum than NATO, is not just obsolete, but is now a weapon being used against us. That requires very significant thinking strategically and critically about what comes next. Like I said, my list of revolutions, climatological, water shortages. We've had a minister in the United Kingdom saying that we won't have enough drinking water in the UK within 10 years unless we invest in infrastructure. More than 20% of Europe already water stressed. The disease environments, both because of biotech, but also because of emerging infectious diseases. Competition for critical minerals. Competition for education. Here in Europe, we produce 8% of the world's STEM graduates. The United States, even smaller, 5%. Together, Asia put together produces 75% of STEM graduates. That is an investment in education that requires cooperation, collaboration, competition, but also to understand it. According to most evaluations, China now leads in 37 out of 43 critical industries, including biotech, AI, quantum, advanced materials, and so on. And there are other states coming up quickly too. India in the top 5 in 29 out of 43. South Korea, Japan, etc., Malaysia. This is a world that is changing extremely rapidly, and we here in Europe need to understand other parts of the world in order to engage with them. So my fourth point is about thinking. A few years ago, I was just on my way here, was talking about the fact that 5 years ago, the discussions were all about sustainability, and now they are about resilience. We've discovered a word that suddenly means we need to think ahead. But we should have been thinking ahead about Russia when the Cold War ended, if in fact it ever did end. We should have been thinking about China when it was growing rather than when it had grown. We should have been thinking about Iran going back 40 or 50 years rather than relying on the United States to support Israel's actions to reshape and set off a set of consequences that maybe, and let's hope that President is right, that this will be a peace that will last forever. The cynic, and certainly the historian, would never bet on that. So thinking about what we require is key. And my final takeaway before a few questions is to remember that while we always think about the places that are central, I heard Friedrich Metz's talk yesterday, President Trump, UK, G7, P5, the big states in Europe, we should listen very carefully to places that are unexpected. And I'll give 4 quick examples about how disruptors and disruptions have shaped, I'll just pick the 20th century because I don't have time to do more. No one would have thought 100 years ago, 110 years ago, that the name Sarajevo, or what happened in Bosnia, would change the world, but it did. No one would have thought that in the winter of 1916 in Tashkent, food shortages would spark protests that escalated and spread to other cities across the Russian Empire, that not just led to the Bolshevik Revolution, but transformed China into what became a Marxist-Leninist state and the idea of global revolution. Tashkent. Moscow in 1939, as Hitler and the threat was well understood by us in Europe, where again we hadn't prepared, weren't spending enough on defense, had underpriced somebody who'd been saying the same thing again and again about use of force. The disruption moment came when Ribbentrop met with Molotov in Moscow, Red Square bedecked with swastikas to welcome the German minister to come and sign an agreement that led to the carve-up of first Poland, then of the Baltic states, and then unleashed hell on tens of millions of people in Europe. Not only 6 million Jews, but millions of innocent men, women, and children. And again, peripheries, these places on the edge that we don't pay attention to, things that we think are unthinkable. The same with the famous picnic in 1989, when the border gates in Hungary were stormed and allowed East Germans to leave because the German border guards were caught by surprise. If you think about disruptor points, you think about those moments where you should be paying more attention to the peoples, the places, the locations that can have the butterfly effect. It's crucial that at forums like this are thinking globally, are thinking strategically, but also thinking historically. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much. What a treat to be able to have a university session in this forum right now. I'd love to open it up as class is in session. Any students have any questions over here? I'd love to see if anyone has a question. Please raise your hand. Oh, we have one right there. Please state your name and where you're from and your question.
Hi, I'm Uri. I'm from the Netherlands. I did a bachelor's in history as well, so I'm really appreciative to be able to talk to a history professor. My question is kind of like in the context of renewed great power competition, in the context of this idea of a confrontation with civilizational states like Russia and China, how do you view the role of, in this case, China's very particular, very different view on history, its own history, world history, and how history works in general, that is very distinct from like a more European linear idea of history? And maybe connected to that, like the fact that China until 1800 was just flat out the biggest economy in the world, and then kind of like a small blink of an eye moment in history where Europe suddenly gained dominance. Like, how do you view these bigger trends and different ways of viewing the world in history?
Great. Okay, I'll give two short answers, and I can have a longer answer maybe afterwards. First, don't confuse what you think Chinese long-range history is with classical Marxism. So if you were to ask a Chinese strategic thinker what they thought the role of Chinese history is, they would see it through the lens of Karl Marx and the inevitability of the rise of the proletariat, right? It's worth reminding all of you in this room, very distinguished, so forgive me if you know all of this already. China thinks of itself as a democracy. In its constitution, China is a democracy under the dictatorship of the Communist Party of China. So what China, how it understands what's going on in the world today, or thinks it understands the world today, is about rises of elites. It's about the ways in which capitalism topples itself over, and that the progress is inevitable. That is the constant story that is put through in Chinese policy papers. Whether that's believed, whether that's actually taken that seriously, how that's framed with China's many histories in different regions and imperial dynasties, is sometimes quite difficult to square, because if you are running a communist party, you tend not to think too much about emperors, because it's a bit awkward to think you have rulers for life, for obvious reasons. That's the first one. Second, in terms of China's dislocation, I mean, no one talked about the word, talked about critical minerals 3 or 4 years ago. I suppose it sort of feels new. China's demise, in my view, my telling, is to do with its own lack of critical minerals in the 1800s onwards. For all sorts of climatological, I've written a book called The Earth Transformed that it's a little bit fatter than I want it to be, but it's a very good Christmas present. For all sorts of the fluke of ecological depositions. In Britain in particular, we had access not only to plentiful coal, when the Industrial Revolution came about, but access that could move coal cheaply and easily to places that needed it. So the big factories, the canals that were built. China has some coal fields, as we know, because of the coal power station, but these are in the western provinces, annexed by the Qing dynasty in the 1800s, really. And that meant that getting materials that could power industry to the big cities like Beijing was both expensive and extremely time-consuming. So in 1800, 300 million Chinese people used as much electricity as about 10 million people in Britain. So critical minerals means that you are unable to grow your economy in a way that your competitors can. And if you have velocity of exchange, which the Industrial Revolution allowed, then you can afford to pay people to study in universities and even invent new things. And although we think of the Industrial Revolution as one moment, the key is we think much more like this as historians now, is lots of very small improvements, often made by people who are not highly educated, but in workshops, trying to make their time more valuable and their products more valuable. And those small changes add up. So if you have communities, then you can develop things forward. So for what it's worth, that is a story that is followed extremely carefully in China today. The idea about critical minerals, about control over global supplies, and about giving scientists, innovators, entrepreneurs the tools they need to be able to gather in clusters, and they seem to be doing that rather well.
You mentioned constant change and lessons learned from history. If, as they say, history repeats itself, can we shift that view to the positive? And are there any parallels that you can draw from past solutions to turmoil that can be drawn out today?
Well, you know, the European Union got the Nobel Peace Prize because we didn't start a war. You know, between 1350 and 1950, this was by far the most unstable part of the world. There was not a single decade for 600 years that didn't involve a major war between European powers, sometimes conducted in the Caribbean or in South Asia, but we in Europe are extremely competitive, extremely volatile, and the discovery of common defense is new. You can think about the Pax Romana, or the Pax Mongolica, other periods of time when safety and security are guaranteed. But I think that with respect to my friends and colleagues here at NATO, not everybody believes the cards they've been dealt need to be played the same way. So common defense spending, which should have been taking place at a much higher level for many, many years, has now been forced on us by multiple pressures. Of course, by the United States, by war in Ukraine, by the rise of China, by the sudden realization that the world is more dangerous than we thought. But if we could take our time again and go back 20 years, 30 years, perhaps those here in NATO, we should have been understanding what was happening in the world better and not made so many mistakes. So history offers the benefits of hindsight. So the constructive thing is, how do we make sure that we don't just talk about values, but actually mean them? Because I can promise you there's not an enormous amount in common that people living in Finland, a NATO member, and in Portugal, apart they like football and the World Cup, but you know, people enjoy themselves in very different ways. They broadly believe in the importance of democracy. The Finns never enslaved anybody in history. They don't have legacies in other parts of the world that they need to apologize or invest in for reparations. But you know, the Finns, on the other hand, have the biggest artillery in the whole of Europe, and are able to outmatch and outspend in their preparation to a threat because they live on a border with a state that they know might put them on the menu. And in that world of predators, common defense is the only way forward. But generally, it doesn't work. So Germany, for example, was not, you know, found it very difficult to unify. And then when it did unify, it used that force 3 times against France in 1871, and then in the First and the Second World Wars too. So unification and commonality has a double-edged sword, but be grateful for what you've got. But if you're in a club, pay the bills and think about where you want it to be in 20 years' time, and think ahead.
Well, you know, I'd be remiss, we only have a couple minutes, but if I did not ask, because earlier today, we talked a lot about bridging the generational gap. And you, as an esteemed professor, you see countless young students day after day. They are facing instability, they are facing discomfort among the turmoil, and I think there is a lot of fear. How have you seen students cope with that, and what is your advice to them? What is your advice to the younger generation here?
My advice to the next generation is that they're the solution to all of our problems.
Well, that's a big
because
burden to bear, no?
That's what young people always do. Young people always should be pointing out what it is that hasn't been done right before. For what it's worth, it's very anecdotal when I talk about students, because it's people I see, they are incredibly hardworking, they're incredibly bright, they're ambitious, they're resilient, they understand the world much better than the generation before them. Maybe if I stood at a bus stop here in The Hague on a Monday morning and I asked what people thought about the foreign policy of Indonesia or sub-Saharan Africa, maybe some people wouldn't know, but I'm not stupid enough to judge who knows what. But I don't think our education system is the problem. I think it's that these challenges we have today, which are global, mean that we can't think regionally. We can't think about NATO in the context of the North Atlantic. We have to think about NATO in the context of the Indo-Pacific, in the context of South and Central America, in the context of sub-Saharan Africa, because everything is hyper-connected. So I think one of the big differences that I know from Europe, and certainly from my country, where we jumped off a cliff with Brexit without having maybe thought through exactly what will come next, is that other states, Kazakhstan, Malaysia, Russia, China, have long-range plans, and anybody who's involved in business will know having a plan doesn't mean you're going to get there, and it doesn't mean it's right. But to think, where do some of these big mega trends lead us? Historians can be helpful because we've seen those and worked on those in the past. But I think we should give the young generation the benefit of the doubt, because they're the ones who inherit all these problems that we've helped cause.
Professor Frankopan, this was really enlightening. Thank you so much. And I know there were more questions. I'm sorry we couldn't get to them. We have a tight program. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will now break for lunch, and I will hand it over to Ikenna in Studio Bravo. He has an insightful conversation on scaling technology on the modern battlefield. This session will feature leading companies showcasing breakthrough technologies with a focus on their relevance to defense and their broader applications across the alliance. From AI and quantum computing to biotech and other systems, this conversation will explore how these innovations are enhancing NATO's capabilities and sharpening its operational edge. What is sure to be another wonderful conversation. Over to you, Ikenna, and thank you all. We will wrap for lunch, and we'll be back at 2 p.m. sharp for more. Thank you so much.
In about 15 minutes' time, we'll be talking in Studio Bravo about the newest technology on defense material. But first, you can watch another interesting video from Studio Charlie. In it, Kate Henson-Bundt, the Secretary General of the Norwegian Atlantic Committee, will be interviewed on the impact of the decisions taken at the summit on young people.
Hello and welcome everyone. I'm Michael Dokas, a member of the NATO Youth Advisory Board, a content creator and medical student. We're here at the NATO Summit inside Charlie Interview Studio at the NATO Public Forum, and I'm thrilled to be joined by Kate Henson-Bundt. Am I pronouncing it correctly?
That's correctly.
Thank you. So Kate is a political scientist, and she has been serving as the Secretary General of the Norwegian Atlantic Committee since 2010. So you have a lot of experience in that field. Thank you for being here today with me, and let's move on with some crucial questions. As we find ourselves at what promises to be a historic summit, I'm eager to hear your insights on some key issues on the minds of youth people. So, shall we dive into the conversation?
Thank you for the invitation. Nice to be here with you.
Main issue, main subject at this summit, we keep hearing about it. The allies need to spend more on defense. So why is that such a priority right now, and why do we set the bar at 5%?
I think we need to take a step back and look at what's happening with our international order. We are into a historical period where we have a great power competition. We have Russia launching a war in Europe, a brutal war against Ukraine, not sharing the view of how we are going to live and how we are following the rules in our international order. We have China challenging us also with asymmetric tools, with hybrid tools, and also building up its naval power in the Indo-Pacific. And at the same time, we have some challenges inside our alliance about how we are going to cooperate and what kind of alliance we are going to have in the future. And this makes us, we have to spend more on defense. And it's very clear that the United States will have to focus more on Indo-Pacific, and then Europe has to step up in Europe. We are talking not only about a burden sharing, as we have done for many years, but we are talking about a burden shifting. To me, that means that Europe must take over the responsibility for defense in Europe, because US has to do things other places. And then we need to spend more money. 5% can be,
How did we come up with a number? Has there been some analysis?
I think that comes up with Donald Trump, the new American president, who said 5%, because they want the European allies and Canada to use as much as the United States do. But we're going to divide it in 3.5% to defense and capabilities, and 1.5% to resilience and infrastructure and other defense-related issues.
Okay, perfect. So let's move back to my field. So I'm a content creator. So if content creators like me were to explain to the wider audience and the public about defense budgets, what would a myth be that you believe the public believes that we should bust, and why does it matter?
That freedom, democracy, and liberty comes without cost. We have to tell our citizens, our people who have been living for many, many years in peace, creating welfare states in Europe, that this does not continue without that we defend it, because it's, as I started with, great powers around Europe that don't share the same interest in our life, our way of living, that we are going to continue building on our democracies. So this is one of the most important things that we have really to defend it. And I would like to say I'm coming from a small state. I'm a Norwegian. And to small states in the international system, a rule-based order is the most important thing. That is our defense. And NATO stands for a rule-based international order.
Coming from a small country myself, from Greece, I would 100% agree with you. So the clear message is that freedom and democracy comes with a cost and great responsibility.
Exactly.
And you have, it's not to be taken for granted. That's the message. So yeah, I agree completely. Moving on to the third question. So you've had a long career in international affairs. You've been through some turbulent times. Right now, we can say that the world is boiling, and we're at a summit that many perceive to be historic. So it's a two-part question. Why do you think this summit is going to be historic, as people say? And what gives you hope moving forwards to 2025 and 2026?
It might be historic if we settle for the 5% cost, that we come up with the money and we find solutions to spend this money on a smart way.
Okay.
And also invest in an industrial base. But on the other hand, that if we are able to show unity, because, and that's maybe the gold standard of NATO, is that we can trust each other and that we show unity in what we stand for and the way forward.
Especially after the start of the war in Ukraine, I believe the NATO has given a clear message forwards that we are united, we should stick to it, and we should move forward to, as you said, increase our capabilities, protect our 1 billion citizens even better, and be more strong. So we have to pass that message forward. So I agree with you. This could be a historic summit. Let's hope it is. So we've talked about defense spending, but there are also other ways that our citizens are being endangered. So in your view, is NATO's greatest challenge military, political, ideological, could be something else like disinformation? How should these challenges be addressed, and which is the toughest one of them all?
I think that I always look at NATO as both a political alliance and a military alliance. I think if we get our house in order, every nation live up to Article 3, take care of its own defense, and also the defense spending that we will agree on this summit. The military part of NATO will function. I always say that it's people out there today working for NATO in the enhanced forward presence battalions in the Eastern Front, and people working in NATO headquarters every single day. So NATO is intact, is functioning.
Yep.
On the political side, we have to carve out our values and we are a value-based alliance. It's freedom, liberty, democracy, and the rule-based order, as I already addressed. And it's so important that this is functioning and that we can stand forward as a unity and as a trustworthy alliance where we can be sure that the security guarantees also will keep on in the future.
Perfect. So moving on to the last question. Now there's new technologies coming up and the idea of security is evolving. We have new AI technologies, cyber threats and hybrid threats, which are now part of everyday life, especially in NATO and European countries. Do you think NATO is adapting fast enough to tackle these challenges in the 21st century, or do we need to step up?
Are anyone coping with the speed of new technology? We have to ask. I think that NATO is doing as much as they can at the current time in history. But of course, these are new tools that our enemies or adversaries who don't share our opinion on how our societies should be organized are using against us. And I will address the young people, and because you know these technologies much better than my generation.
We try to.
Yeah, but I'm sure you do. And take care of our society's resilience. Look at what you are reading. Look at the sources from where your news comes.
Yeah.
What,
So you believe that individuals should pay more attention and you should do more research on your own and not just... You have to filter through the information and not just, accept it as it is presented.
Exactly.
But that's the biggest challenge of them all, in my opinion, especially in this age of information and technology. You're bombarded with information constantly. That's the biggest challenge. In my opinion, that's part of us, the youth, to address and sort of create a time frame and structure that preserves our values and helps us filter through the information correctly. Because, in my opinion, this could be the biggest danger.
It is a danger, and you have to be critical when you are reading news or information. And in my opinion, that's up to every individual who believes in democracy, the freedom of human liberties, and also the rule-based order, that you have every day to think that are the information provided to me correct? What are the sources? Where does it come from? Is it anybody out there who has something to gain from this information?
Exactly.
So we have to filter it also as an individual. And then, of course, your state, NATO, everybody can do what they can when it comes to cyber attacks and the other sides of hybrid warfare. But, when information warfare, we all have responsibility.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your time. It's been a pleasure. I'm honored to be here. thank you for your time, and hopefully this summit is actually going to be historic.
I hope so too. Good to be here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to Studio Bravo with me, Iken Azwike. Now, war has always evolved alongside its weapons, from horses to tanks to satellite-guided everything. But today the pace of that evolution is, frankly, terrifyingly fast. Drones, autonomous systems, AI-driven targeting, the possibilities seem endless. Our session this afternoon brings together experts from both the public and the private sectors, including so-called dual-use companies with tech for both military and civil sector use. I'm joined first of all today by the Chief Commercial Officer of NATO's Defence Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic, Ryan Benitez. Welcome, Ryan.
Thank you.
The CEO of Portuguese drone manufacturer Takefer, Ricardo Mendes. The whole company is not Takefer Ricardo Mendes. Your name is Ricardo Mendes.
Absolutely.
Company's Takefer. And by the CEO of Dutch robotics firm Lobster Robotics, Stefan Rutte. Welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, before we hear from them, though, I'd like to run a short video, which is a kind of a wrap-up of the Defence Industry Forum, which was held yesterday.
We are here to join forces and to help NATO in fulfilling its promise.
Freedom is no longer protected on battlefields only. We are all in the arena.
Welcome, ladies, gentlemen, excellencies, generals, admirals, to the second NATO Summit Defence Industry Forum.
We stand ready to make it happen, together.
I expect that we'll agree on closer cooperation and new partnerships because we need that material, those weapon systems, that equipment in order to strengthen our militaries.
Make your defenses so strong that no one dares to attack you.
But we also know that we have to create conducive, right conditions for this to happen.
It's an honor to announce President Zelensky.
Please, let's make sure that our defense potential and the potential of our partners works for our peace.
The Secretary General has been crystal clear that his priorities are to spend more, but also produce more, much more, and to do it together.
We came to new agreements with the defense industry about how to ramp up their production. Second, we announced a new support package for Ukraine.
This is not the end, but only the beginning of the hard work which will lead to building a stronger, fairer and more lethal NATO.
We need to unite, innovate and deliver. And that's exactly what this forum is all about.
Now, lots of catchy sound bites in that wrap-up video there. One of the quotes that caught my attention at the end was, "This is the beginning of lots of hard work." Ryan, that's the backdrop, but bring us a bit up to speed. How much hard work needs to be done? Where are we at now?
Sure, absolutely. And first off, thank you so much for having us here today. And in addition to the hard work, the other ending word that caught my eye in that video was deliver. And there's a lot that needs to be done to be able to get technology delivered out to the battlefield. But the good news is that we really have done a lot of work in that direction, beginning with NATO Diana, which is the organization that I myself am representing here today. And Diana, the Defense Innovation Accelerator of the North Atlantic, it was chartered back in 2022 at the NATO Summit. And since then, I would say the hard work that has been put into that organization it has been shown tremendously. We've really built a strong foundation for and built a framework for getting technology out to the battlefield. But there's a lot yet to be done on the front of bringing in industry, bringing in the right capital, finding the right tech, and removing certain roadblocks as well.
But the framework, the architecture is there, and it's sufficient.
Yes, absolutely. So, you know, at NATO Diana, since 2022, we have established more than 200 sites across the alliance. So test centers, accelerator sites. We went from...
Those are new sites. They didn't exist before 2022.
Correct.
Okay.
We stood up the capacity, built the foundation, and are now operating only, 2 years later, with sites, support, ability to bring in capital and momentum to some of these dual-use technology companies like Lobster and Together as well.
Okay. Well, let's go to Lobster and Together. I mean, a video like that, it must be music to your ears, right?
Well, it's... I think it's basically part of what we've been observing in the last years. It's a build-up, right? It's very clear that technology in the field has changed. It's very clear that the type of technology demands different types of players, demands different type of procurement, demands roadblocks, like Ryan was saying, to be removed, to be able to actually deliver stuff that's useful in the field and have that quick feedback loop in place. And so I think it's good to hear that now something that was very evident in the field. We've been in Ukraine for more than 3 years, working with the armed forces there. And
in what capacity?
So we Together builds AI-based autonomous systems, aerial systems, and we focus on long-range systems to provide like long-range missions, surveillance over long-range missions, or very large areas like over the Black Sea or over missions that go 100, 150, 200 kilometers in, which requires very complex technology, but that needs to be delivered at scale. To do this, we work with a number of different teams from the Ukrainian armed forces, and one of the key aspects that really changed is the level of adaptation that you need to do is really, really fast. And so you need to build an engineering, product development, and production capability that changes at that speed, and then a delivery capability.
What is fast in your world?
So we used to think we were really, really fast. We had 3-week development cycles. That's relatively slow to what's happening in Ukraine.
And you're talking about something from the drawing board to actual production?
You need to have products that are modular and that are architected from both the hardware and the software point of view to be able to evolve. You can't just develop an entire system in 3 weeks. You can develop a prototype, but you cannot industrialize it and produce it at scale in that time. But what you can do is have flexible production that can be adapted constantly, and that's what you need to do. So basically, for example, the iteration on software, it's very evident and exists in the industry for a long time. You have agile methods of implementing software development. You can apply the same to hardware. What's difficult is to apply it to hardware and then do it at scale, producing hundreds of systems in an agile way, because it's known how to produce thousands of something if you standardize it, thousands or millions of something. If you standardize it, it's difficult to do it if you need to keep evolving. And that's basically the challenge that everyone has now.
Right. Was your technology involved, for instance, in the recent, was it Operation Spiderweb?
No, we produce, so obviously we can't comment on specific operations, and we don't perform the operations. We support the armed forces with the technology and with the maintenance and all the technical support, training, etc. But the technology we use is for long range, so it's kind of bigger stuff than the one that we saw from the media. We have no knowledge besides the one that came from the media.
And Stefan, have you seen with your company a spike in interest from people, buyers?
Definitely.
People interested?
So it just so happened that yesterday we signed our launching customer contract with the Dutch Navy here at the summit, which is a major milestone for us.
Mhm.
We started in the defense industry 1.5 years ago.
Just
when we
1.5 years ago, and you've got a
Yes.
contract with the naval, with the
Exactly.
Navy.
So that's been through the Diana framework, which you already explained. We were able to go from a company that was founded in 2021, building prototyping drones for the offshore wind sector,
Mhm.
underwater drones, to go from, oh hey, this same problem of not being able to see stuff underwater also needs to be solved in the defense and security space.
But how do you come to a realization like that? Does the defense industry come to you, or is it the other way around?
So traditionally, it would be very difficult to gauge what is exactly the problem.
Mhm.
There's a lot of different elements within military organizations, and they all say something slightly different. So one of the really important things that Diana does is they aggregate this demand, and they say, well, we have these challenge statements, and these are a few pages, very concise, but very clear problems that NATO has. So the one
Was that a bit of shade there? Very concise, too concise?
No, it's actually really useful because it's very clear what the information is, on what there is and what there is not.
Mhm.
So the one that we applied to was I think it was called underwater surveillance. And it said, well, in coastal areas, it's really difficult to sense what's going on underwater. There's currents, the underwater visibility is really poor often, but that's also where the critical underwater infrastructure is.
Mhm.
So that's quite a vulnerability.
It's quite a shift, huh? Going from building something for very clean, woke, clean energy, wind industry, to building weapons.
Well,
how do you manage that shift?
So
on a personal level,
the problem that we were solving in the offshore wind was how to map oyster reefs.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
That's for the betterment of the
native
world.
oyster is almost extinct, but they're an essential building block in ecosystems.
Mhm.
And there's strong currents, the water's turbid, underwater communication is difficult. So we thought, well, this is a really difficult problem to solve. Let's solve that. And we're not solving a different problem today in the defense industry. It's exactly the same. We're just not looking at oyster reefs, but at critical underwater infrastructure. And in that sense, we're not building weapons. We're just building drones to observe what's actually there, where you would normally need a human diver or remotely operated camera.
I mean, you've heard about the sort of innovation that's been taking place at Takeva, and Ukraine is just this machine of innovation right now, and ordinary drones, which were used by hobbyists, are now being weaponized. Surely you can also see a future where your hardware will be weaponized.
Well, we cannot exclude it at this point, but it's important to understand that going from a hobby drone to a weaponized drone, it's not that simple underwater. The supply
But is it
chain.
something you'd be open to?
It depends on the situation, I would say.
I think that's the strategic advantage that dual use brings to defense. We've got the top innovators across the alliance solving problems not only for defense, but that are going to help bring resilience, economic development to the alliance as a whole. And it's quite important that the innovators that we're working with have stable and clear commercial paths, because we don't want them to die on the vine if we're working with them in the defense space as well. So it's really important for companies like Lobster Robotics to have a clear plan on how they're supporting non-defense in addition to potential use cases in defense.
And I think it speaks also to a different point. I mean, maybe we just need to all get more comfortable with the fact that companies that are dual-use companies could end up producing weapons, and we've just got to get comfortable with that.
Yeah, I think there is a lot of technology being built in the commercial space that are going to save lives on the battlefield, help members of the alliance, support not only the collective defense of NATO, but the individual defense.
Yeah.
And really broadening that scope of, yes, we need these technologies perhaps on the battlefield, but also what does this capability bring to, with respect to resilience as a whole, critical infrastructure as a whole, cyber systems, power. These are all things that are potentially, under attack by adversaries, and so we need those out in the commercial space too.
Okay, let's dive in a bit more detail into Diana.
Sure.
Walk us through what the body actually does and is responsible for.
Sure, absolutely. So we go out, we find the top innovators across the alliance, and we accelerate their technologies. And what does that mean? It means that we help provide them the money and the momentum that they need to scale and succeed in both the commercial and the defense space. And we've got a lot of levers to pull that help us do that. And Lobster Robotics here is a great example of how some of those levers have worked. We have test and evaluation, funding, and partnerships with test centers across the alliance. So if we have a technology that needs to be tested, perhaps, for example, an underwater LiDAR system needs to be tested for saltwater or freshwater use, we could test that with our test center, and then that helps bring technical and investor, credibility to that. We have operational exercises. We have these emerging technologies. Actually, you're participating in one of the upcoming exercises called REPMIS, where these technologies can integrate with legacy NATO platforms to test for interoperability. We've got mentors. We've got great relationships with trusted private capital resources. So we really help startups along the full continuum of, if they're just very early in the space or if they're a little bit later, all the way to full adoption into the battlefield and into the commercial market.
Yeah. And have you had to adapt given what you've seen happening in Ukraine?
Absolutely. I think there's a sense of urgency now. We have had to adapt with respect to making sure that we're pulling the right requirements and challenge areas from all of the 32 nations that participate in Diana. We have stood up rapid adoption mechanisms that can help us work directly with various MODs to get technology on contract and out into the battlefield. So there is a lot of evolving adaptations, even since we're only, nearly 3 years old, we're continuously adapting at Diana.
So with all this new money that's about to pour in, what's that going to mean for Diana? Just more test centers, more outreach towards companies like these two?
I think it's going to result in a couple of things. I think it could potentially result in more funding towards innovation coming out of the various MODs towards efforts. It could also help with private capital interest. If the private capital community knows that the spending is going to increase, it may become a more attractive space for private capital to look at and co-develop, co-invest alongside with what organizations like Diana are doing.
Okay. Let's have a look at what's already possible regarding defense material and weapons on the ground, both underwater and in space.
In the future, threats could come from all sides. Urban warfare, cyber attacks, robots, drones, even augmented humans.
To stay ahead of our adversaries, we must develop and adopt new technologies.
Met onze autonome robots wordt het veel makkelijker om regelmatig patrouilles uit te voeren en dus snel te zien of er gerommeld wordt op de zeebodem.
We're just getting our engines started. The next 12 years will be super exciting.
A facilitator watching the game runs up a software that predicts the effects of each action.
We have really started to create a proper momentum over the past few years, where NATO has really started to invest in space capabilities.
Because in a world where threats evolve fast, protection must evolve even faster.
Yeah. A couple of questions for you, Ricardo. First of all, how important is Diana to you, which is, once more time, the Defence Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic? How important is that body to your business?
We work not with Diana directly, but with the NATO Innovation Fund, which is another arm of NATO for working with industry, and that.
Do you need two arms for that?
It's different stages of companies, I would say.
Okay. Does that sound efficient?
Well, it's actually so NATO Diana is a NATO organization, so we really act as a neutral third party to build this ecosystem, connect MODs, venture capital, the innovators. So think of us as a neutral third party.
Okay.
The NATO Innovation Fund acts as a traditional private capital entity.
Yeah. All right. So we started working with the NATO Innovation Fund about a year ago. They participated in our Series B as we scale. So we are today around 1,000 people, around a mid-cap company. And it's very, very important for us to work with NATO. So we work with a number of different teams within the NIF, including their adoption team, which is basically doing the bridge with MODs and stakeholders in different countries, and that's extremely helpful.
So do you also get exposed to some of what your competitors, the projects your competitors are working on, or direction, trends in the industry?
No, I think it doesn't give us any insight or information about what any competitors are doing. Obviously, that's clearly separated. What it does give us is, well, first of all, prior to NATO investment, they did a tremendous diligence and due diligence on understanding us not only from the traditional perspective of a VC coming into any company, but from a really deep technical and ethical analysis of how we work to the extreme of the technology. So I don't think we've ever had our X-ray made in such a good way. It was actually super helpful even for us.
Aren't you bothered by that? I mean,
no, it's super helpful.
It comes along with a lot of bureaucracy and red tape. And as a businessman, entrepreneur, wouldn't you just like a bit more freedom?
No, I think the area where we're working is an area of tremendous responsibility, where you can't do marketing into this market. It's too much responsibility. Stuff needs to work and needs to be reliable. And so exposing completely our product development processes, our production processes, etc., to the NATO Innovation Fund, so that they could look at it, see if they could trust it, see how serious we were. It's a tremendous. For us, it was fantastic. I think it was obviously super positive, or else they wouldn't have invested. And in the end, it's a kind of a seal of trust that then helps build great trust-based relationships with the MODs throughout NATO countries.
Okay, apart from the relationship though, let's talk a little bit about the products, the things that you guys are actually making. Sure. We see a lot of focus on drones. Everyone is talking about drones, we read about them. To me, I feel like they're maybe even just the amoeba of the warfare tech world, and I'm wondering what the T-Rex might be.
It's a good way to put it. Look, I think we look at this in the following way. So this is the area of robotics, basically, where we're working, which is essentially AI in the physical world, right? And I think we're at the beginning of that. I think there's been if you looked, we started working in this area in 2008. So drones were a super niche market, right? Today you talk to a kid and he knows what a drone is, right? So it's come a long way. It will be it's still in the infancy in the sense that you'll have products that are super useful to humans in a lot of different types of use cases. Currently, we're very focused on defense.
As weapons, what's on the horizon? I think for like 2040.
So I think first of all, the capabilities are evolving at an exponential way, right? This is an area that evolves. There's a lot of physical barriers, like energy storage doesn't evolve exponentially, and the limits of physics are the limits of physics. But from a computing point of view, Moore's law tells us it doubles capacity every 2 years, right?
Sure.
And that's what's happening. That's why you're having a tremendous advance in this area. So one of the things about humans is that we have challenged thinking exponentially. So I think we can see in the foreseeable future what's going to happen. It's these systems are getting more and more autonomous, more and more intelligent. And obviously that shifts how you think about warfare and how you think about having the human in the loop, because the human suddenly becomes the slowest element of the loop. Right? So, but I think that is a learning process. I think the technology is evolving really quickly, both in the military side, but also in the civilian side. Look at what all the AI companies are doing. That is right now evolving in both spaces, and there's feeding into.
And in your space, Stefan, what do you think? What's on the horizon?
So, underwater you don't have communication, so you have no GPS, you have no radio. So it's already a place where you're forced to make the system more autonomous if you wanted to do stuff. Combined with that the underwater environment is largely unknown. On Earth, we still have satellite images, even though they might be poor resolution or there's a cloud here and there. The seabed, very little of it is known. So when I look at the future, I think more and more of the systems that will be deployed to look at stuff underwater or to even manipulate stuff underwater will have to be autonomous for it to be scalable. Otherwise, you will keep having to put people in boats teleoperating it right on that location, which doesn't seem like a good idea.
Yeah. I feel like I saw a while ago something about Danish sailboat drones or something to monitor sea cables. Did you?
Yeah, so there's ways to monitor the seabed from the surface using sonar. But sonar doesn't tell you exactly what's there. The resolution is often limited, especially when you go into deeper waters. So when you want to look at the seabed, you have to get close, which is what our product does.
Right. And from an insider's point of view, someone whose your job is to review all these innovative companies and consider what could be interesting, I feel like excited is the wrong word, but what excites you about the future of these products, these weapons, basically? I'm almost afraid of saying the word weapons, which is...
Well, really, it's a capability, right? There's a lot of new innovative capabilities that are being spun out of universities across the Alliance, test centers, and it's so exciting to try to catch some of these breakthrough inventions that are coming out. So, I think what excites us most are technologies that are going to allow us to operate in unknown new environments, the Arctic, the seabed, space. There's so much more out there to do within those environments. So that's quite exciting for us at Diana, I would say.
Okay. At this point, you guys can also ask questions. If there are any questions in the audience already for our guests, I'm happy to take some. And if there aren't any right now, then yeah, there's one here. Good way. If you could stand up, please.
Yes, hello. My name is Charda. I'm from TNO, Applied Scientific Research. Do you work a lot, Diana, and the companies with research institutes?
Yeah, absolutely. We see research institutes across the Alliance as absolutely critical to validating especially the earlier technologies that might not have a lot of traction yet. So the research institutes and test centers that we work with, they help validate the technology readiness that needs to happen before a product can fully integrate into a NATO platform or get out to the market. So absolutely, we need them, especially for the really, early inventions.
Yeah, and yeah.
No, sure. So that's the source of basically the low TRL technology for us. So we typically
TRL
technology readiness level. So companies, depending on how deep they go into the research, sometimes you have companies that go, and a lot of research in computing, for example, happens on the private sector, on companies, right? But on our side, for example, we typically work with universities and associated research centers throughout Europe, throughout the world, really in the US as well, from TRL, sometimes 4, 5, and then help fund and bring it to a higher level so that we can then bring it to product, integrate to product, and bring it to the market. And the level of risk, obviously, is much more significant there because, or else you wouldn't be pushing the boundaries, right? So it's much better done in some areas in research centers, and you need like a different, depending on the technology, but you need a different cycle, a slower cycle to really get you there. For example, recently we're working on metamaterials with graphene, for example, with research centers to bring our drones into a different level of resistance into radars. And how do you miniaturize that? How do you bring the cost down for production? All of that is really done in a team and under the umbrella of research projects. So it's absolutely fundamental.
Yeah. Do we have any more questions at this point? Yeah, one over there. And then I've got a follow-up.
Hi, Gijs Tuymans, I'm the Minister for Arms Procurement and Personnel for the Netherlands. So I just want your view on the paradox which all MODs in, but also NATO. So you have on the one hand, we want standardization, we want interoperability. So you're going to use standards. But the other side, we have to innovate. So you actually want to break free of those barriers. But at some point, so all your capabilities or legacy systems or integrating software and actually all these new stuff need to fuse and merge. And we've been using all kinds of models at the front part, at the end, sometimes halfway. And definitely interested in how Diana, but also the different entrepreneurs look at this challenge.
Absolutely. Let's go around the table. You just kick off.
I think the short of it is Diana has the ability to work with the various MODs directly, with HQ directly, to bring that to the forefront of discussion, right? What are the roadblocks? How can we improve the interoperability, provide that thought leadership, share what we're seeing on the commercial front of things, and what needs to change. So yes, I think that's being done, but a lot of room to improve upon that, for sure.
Yeah.
For us, the way we look at it is that the research organizations are already improving and making new standards. And when we work together, we can also deliver input on that, but also learn from them and already try to build the essentials into our own product. We're still in an earlier phase in the product life cycle. So I guess we'll encounter more of that in the next phase.
Well, first of all, I think it's a fantastic question, and it's a question at the core of how do you scale, basically. So our perspective and the way we look at this, and we have to comply with a very significant number of STANAGs, of standards. Our perspective is that it depends a lot on the type and the complexity of the product that you're building. So if you're building products where hardware is a commodity, you can pretty much specify the entire thing until the bottom, and to reduce cost of production. So then you can have multiple suppliers just scaling that at the expense of the ability to then evolve that hardware. But probably on that type of product, the major innovation comes from the evolution of software. So if you have and payloads. So if you have that standardized, it's fine. On the two, we see two other layers above. You see the topmost layer is super complex systems, right? Where you have like your jet fighters, your submarines, etc. That's a whole different game where you have like a handful of manufacturers in the world, right? So it's where IP, the private IP of each company, etc., it's a different game. Where the area that we know really well and that we have a strong opinion on is where you have complex enough systems that are not attritable, that need to be survivable, that need to adapt really fast, that have cost hundreds of thousands or maybe a couple of million because of the type of sensors they carry, where they need to interact with a lot of other systems, so there need to be standards in place. But if you standardize too much, you're stifling innovation on an area where you need to evolve on a weekly basis, or in peacetime, slower than that.
Imagine if in Ukraine, they had these sorts of standardized requirements. You can't do that.
You do have standardization at the level of data interfaces, for example, because in the end you want all the systems to feed data in a as standardized as possible way into command and control systems that can then link everything up and give a common operational picture to the people taking the decisions. But if you standardize too much even on the onboard software, on the ground station software, for example, then you're preventing it from evolving. So it's super needed, but it needs to be at the right level, and the right level depends on the complexity of the system and the volume at which you are producing it.
Yeah.
That's the framework on which we think about this problem.
Does that address your question?
Yeah, so my I'm struggling. So I'm working this for the last year. So there's not a clear fit answer to it. But I think especially we have to answer that question or ask the question anytime. So what kind of level of innovation do you need? What do you foster? Well, I think a lot of times we are hindering ourselves because we have unnecessary standards, and sometimes we need standards and actually to innovate quickly, because otherwise we're all working in circles. Yeah, so there's no, I'm happy with the answers.
And for a smaller company just getting into this, is that something that you've come up against, like the standards, the bureaucracy, the red tape? I'm going to put all of that into.
We're starting to brush up against it, but we haven't really had a full-on confrontation with those standards yet. And I think, in a way, they can also be guiding.
Yeah.
So, for example, in the civil space, in the offshore sector, there's a lot of standards on the safety of systems and the safety of the procedures you need to operate the systems. Those are actually really helpful because we want to design safe products. Mm-hmm. So the standards, they're there for a reason as well.
Yeah, maybe just to comment on that. I think it has to do with the standardization bodies as well and the speed at which they evolve, right? So if you look at aviation, for example, a lot of the standards that are today regulating the use of unmanned systems in the civil world the regulatory environment, let's say more broadly than the standards, come from the manned aviation world, which is totally different requirements. You're regulating a different thing, and that has been a big barrier, in essence, to the use of some of the technology that we are now seeing in the battlefield in Ukraine, to apply that technology in the civil world. If you have, I think that will evolve really quickly over the next couple of years, especially because and I don't know if the audience saw the executive order issued by Donald Trump a couple of weeks ago on this matter, but I think that will make things go faster, because in essence they can go faster if the regulatory body.
And if we put aside the regulations for a minute, what are the other big barriers that kind of prevent companies like yours developing?
Look, I think I think one of the subjects that cannot be addressed, cannot be addressed. Sorry, double negative, is procurement. Right? You basically, I think a lot of what you have today is both the public sector, MODs, for example, in this particular case, but public sector in general, and defense contractors grew into what they are today because of decades of peace, right? And so you basically optimized processes and hence optimized the organizations that implement those processes on both sides to reduce risk and reduce waste, right? So no wasted money. Now the problem is, if you need to go faster, you need to go faster at the expense of taking risk. And so basically you need to change the rules, therefore, and that will unlock changing processes, and that will lead to different types of organizations on both sides and different types of processes.
So what rules, for instance, at Diana would you like to see change? What would you like Ryan?
Not particularly at Diana, because I think Diana, as Ryan said, is kind of a third party to help accelerate this. I think if you look at procurement processes in MODs, for example, the way they procure a drone that needs to evolve at a very fast pace is very similar to the way you procure a jet fighter. You know, and that might be differences, but the framework is the same, which means that how do you procure for something that by definition should change, and how do you avoid not buying something by that there's no way of it becoming obsolete the moment it's delivered.
I'll just jump in here. The name of the game throughout the summit has been rapid adoption. I'm sure everyone's been hearing that over and over again. And part of rapid adoption is the procurement process. So we talk about innovation. Innovation's happening at the innovator, at the company level, but there are areas where it is happening within the international organization level. And at Diana, we have the Rapid Adoption Service, which directly ties in and streamlines procurement from MODs to be able to procure and fund projects through Diana in a rapid manner so that we can get capabilities out the door faster. So that's something I'm very much looking forward to seeing happen more and more over the next year or two.
Who's getting this right then? Who out there, are there procurement systems or that you think, oh, you should just adopt that at NATO?
No, it's not. It's not easy because the problem is not funding. The problem is not about how do you take risk on relatively small and controlled projects to build, to procure the development of a prototype or a small number of systems. The question is, how do you build in innovation into something that needs to be procured at scale?
Yeah.
That is the challenge. The challenge is not procuring something at scale. You can do that slowly, and what I mean by slowly is you can do that with existing procurement. You do a process, you choose something, and then you buy a bunch of it, right? That's fine, and you know how to do that. The problem is if that's something that you're buying at scale needs to constantly change, which means that what's delivered is constantly changing. And this, is, in essence, needs a different type of framework with agreement. So one of the easy ways that the private sector does is you typically, when you're when you're confronted with this type of process, you need to go to a service-based contract where there's a level of capability that needs to be delivered, and it's not asset-based, it's service-based. The capability needs to be delivered at that level with at least those capabilities, with those requirements, with those specs, at least those. You can change those. And then the assets that you're delivering are actually changing. This obviously applies well in the private sector. It's more difficult to transition into the defense sector. But I think it's taking inspiration a bit from the civil world and also building something that's more trust-based on an ecosystem of companies that can be assured to deliver.
The way what you're describing feels like it's going to take time.
I have a good example, actually. I signed the contract yesterday with the State Secretary where we're providing a new capability, so the requirements packages are not there yet. So what we did together is we said, okay, we just bring in the thing that we have now. We're going to experiment together in a sort of service level agreement. We're going to improve it and make it ready for use in a military context. We don't know what that entails entirely yet. we'll give it to the guys in the field, and they will break it, and we'll repair it, and we'll make it better. And then after a few iterations where they experiment with our product, we improve it. So you get a new iteration every few months. We'll arrive at a point where it is suitable for military use in a military context. And then in the same contract, they can procure a number of these systems right away without having to go through another procurement phase. And
are you confident that that process is fast enough to compete with Russia, to compete with China?
I mean, it's how we operate as a startup as well, in a sense. The drone that we have developed now and that we're going to deliver to the Navy in a couple of months, it didn't exist 6 months ago. And we basically, every part is new, all the hardware, all the software. And of course, we're not going to do that all the time in the agreement we have now, but we can iterate really fast on that because we know the entire system. So yes, I do think it will work.
And Ryan, from your point of view, do you think we have what it takes to compete with Russia and China in the short term in terms of developing new capabilities?
Absolutely. I think, number one, we have the top innovators here in the Alliance. And so bringing them in, giving them the tools and the framework that they need for speed and scale. On the procurement side, this is a prime example of an MOD using their ability to, yes, do a feasibility and prototyping and then go right into production rather than two separate processes. And that's something that we do at Diana as well. So, it is happening and we are keeping up.
And what are the possibilities in space? We haven't really talked about that.
Like outer space.
Yeah.
Like outer space. I'm not a space expert, but
it's a physical space.
It's similar. We have to think of the operating environment from seabed to space. There's a lot of in between there, and so there's a lot to be done in space with respect to communications and the ability to maneuver certain assets around. And there's a big opportunity there. There's a lot of innovation to be done.
Yeah. Do we have any more questions from the audience at this point? No? Yeah, one at the front.
Hi, Ulrich Manns from Quantum Delta NL, which is the National Quantum Technology Program here in the Netherlands. One comment and one question to Lobster Robotics. The comment is that we recently made a quick scan of procurement mechanisms across the NATO countries to look at to what extent they're willing to accept low TRL prototype procurement and to what extent they allow IP for the civilian sector at the same time. It's an interesting sort of first exercise where you can actually see that some countries are doing that much more than others. And I would assume that looking at what after today, with all the additional financing coming in, how countries are moving towards that part of the spectrum where you actually allow startups to flourish and come in. But if you do that, and that's where the question comes into Lobster, you started with lobsters, and now you're doing defense. I could imagine that's super tempting to do that, but will you continue to do the civilian space? Will you stay with the lobsters, or are you just going to pivot all the way to defense? How's that going to work for you? Do you know?
Good question. Or has the defense industry poached you?
Poached like a lobster.
Yeah, exactly. I was thinking it.
No, so the dual-use nature, it's embedded in our product, but also in our company. And there's a lot of ways that defense will also benefit from developments in the civil space. So, for example, if you want to inspect underwater infrastructure regularly, it helps to know the asset owners and know what sort of maintenance tasks they have. And if you develop a product around that business case, then that also works in a surveillance type case. So, and in underwater, that's maybe even more extreme because the product is not necessarily defined by the user or the industry that it's developed in. It's really defined by the environment it has to operate in. So from a technology point of view, there isn't really any difference.
But would you be willing to pivot completely away from doing the work that you were doing and providing the data? Because in practice it's no difference, but your nose will be pointing in a completely different direction if your client is...
So if we're talking about the business side of things, we will still be faced with longer procurement timelines in defense than in the civil space.
Okay.
And in the civil space, the volume will be lower, especially in the beginning, as the civil market is warming up to our new capabilities. But that is actually good, because then on the short term, we can get smaller contracts with better regularity in the civil space to bridge that gap in the longer procurement timelines for the higher volume orders.
So you see it really as embedded in your company for the long term?
Yeah. That's also why Diana is emphasizing that dual-use model, because it makes you so much more resilient in a world that's really changing very fast.
And I've heard you describe your company as non-traditional in this space. In what respect is it non-traditional? Is this what you mean, or is that in a different way?
So it has to do with that we come from a civil background, but we also make technology for the military sector.
Right.
And we do both. And that's what I mean by non-traditional.
Right, okay. And again, just to go back to that, on a personal level, do you tell your friends about that? Are you allowed to? I don't know. But that aside, is it something you're comfortable doing?
Yes.
You're a younger guy, I think the youngest at the table here.
27.
27?
Yes.
Okay. And you've got a capability contract, let's call it that, with the Royal Dutch Navy. Is that something you're...
I'm very proud of it, because we see that we can help our Navy make a difference in very tough conditions. It helps the Navy divers to do their job much more effectively and much more targeted, actually. So we really have a technology that augments the current concept of operations to make it more effective and to make it safer, which applies to both the civil use cases and the military use cases.
Yeah. And I bet commercial customers may take a look at that and say, wow, the Netherlands MOD trusts this technology, and maybe you'll see more commercial customers pop up as a result of that.
Yeah.
Those oyster reefs will be mapped.
Yes.
And speaking, excuse me, to the point of the public narrative around arms and the need to develop more capabilities. Again, I'm picking on you just because you're part of that young generation. Do you think there needs to be a kind of mindset shift, a reality check? We need to do that more?
I think that reality check is already happening every day on the eastern flanks of Europe. I think it's important for people to realize that freedom and the values that we stand for, that we cannot take them for granted. And even if we don't make the weapons that are going to win the war, we want to support in any way we can. And in our case, that's with monitoring and surveillance drones.
Yeah, okay, clear. And is that something that you're conscious of at Diana, really pulling the public along in this process, or is that a different department of NATO?
I think what we're most conscious about is, we, at the end of the day, we work for the 32 member nations and for NATO, so we're conscious about what their critical needs are and how we're going to fulfill that. Whether that is, a new capability that, is AI or space or facilitates operating in a contested environment. So there's a very broad scope of what we look at. And this year there's 10 challenges. They're on the NATO Diana website. So you can see for yourself the broadness of the capabilities and innovations that we're looking for.
What do you mean by challenges? 10?
So the challenges that we have put together are formulated from input from the various MODs and NATO nations. So Lobster, again, they applied to the underwater surveillance. We've got...
Right, okay.
They're technology focus areas.
Okay. Can you give us a flavor of some of the others?
Sure. We've got power and energy. We've got ability...
As in resilience or...
Power and energy, resilience. grid, ability to power systems,
Gotcha.
Ability to power out in different environments. We've got space, a lot of. Can't list all 10 off the top of my head. We've had human performance and bio areas as well. So it's a broad scope.
Okay, so we know after, like the original, like the lady said in the opening video, the hard work is going to start after this, after today. Implementation, really building up capabilities. I'm curious, especially from both of you, if you had the opportunity to to redesign the ecosystem in which you can kind of supercharge your development and close the gap from idea, innovation to battlefield readiness. What would be the one big change you would want to institute?
That's a very tough question. Look, I think the fundamental thing is to understand that what changed in the nature of technology, because that is where things need to derive from.
Yeah.
Right? And what changed is what we've been discussing here in the past hour, which is things evolve at a pace that they didn't evolve before for some time, for some types of products and operational needs. Others don't. And you need to recognize that difference. Because if you don't recognize that difference and you continue having one process to procure and adopt at scale, I don't mean like small stuff, but at scale, then we're just not going to be able to be effective in the employment of that capital. We're just going to, you can throw money at a problem, but you're not going to solve it, right? So I think that is the fundamental change that needs to happen, is on realizing that you really have different types of technologies dominated by different cycles and different timings of development and adoption. And if you do not build organizations both on the procurement and the supply side that are adapted to that and processes that support that, then we're going to fail. And I think this is how things need to be built. And this is what we're building and preparing to build by creating an ecosystem of companies that we work very closely with to be able to build ahead and invest ahead in the creation of these capabilities throughout Europe.
Okay, but let me push you. I mean, I'll give you carte blanche. Just be specific. What is the one thing? You can institute a policy, you can insist on a particular budget or a type of process. What would that be?
I would absolutely define what needs to come on this type of process and what does not need to come on this type of process. So set up two separate processes depending on the type of technology. And this, if you make this fundamental change, everything else falls in place. You get what you pay for. That's a very interesting perspective over things, because if you shape things up to procure and adopt in a different way, the entire industry will align into one process or the other. You'll have the big primes doing what they do really well, maybe more efficiently, and you have the entire ecosystem of smaller companies that can be organized to be more agile, organizing like that and not trying to become primes. Because actually both
the criteria to create those two different categories, are you talking expense, how expensive something is?
It's the procurement and adoption cycle. If you change that, the speed at which it can be done, and that requires the agility in the procurement cycle and trust based, then it can happen.
Okay.
And we're seeing that happen in Ukraine because it's a specific environment. You're in a wartime, right? Yeah. How do you create a model that works outside of that at scale? Again, the problem isn't doing it in small scale, it's doing it at significant scale.
Okay, Stefan, what would you do?
Yeah, so from my perspective, it takes a while to develop a new capability, find out what's exactly the problem you need to solve and how you're going to solve it and what works and what doesn't. So what I've seen that's a very effective approach is to do it, break it, and then do it again.
Exactly.
And this is what's being being done.
Move fast and break things type.
Yes, but not recklessly. It needs to be focused. So we participated in an exercise called CSEC.
Got to be brief because we've just got a minute left.
Yeah, so that's seabed security. MOD invited industry to show their stuff, see if it worked on certain challenges. That's where all the marketing goes out of the window and the products break. And that's really interesting because everyone learns there, also industry. And that's how you make better products.
Okay, make sure we've got room for failure, basically, and to be able to learn from that. Okay, thanks very much. You don't have a final word? You've got 10 seconds.
I would say rapid procurement, rapid iteration, and private capital. That would be great. Bring that alongside to work alongside us.
Okay, now thank you very much. We have to leave it there, folks. This session definitely enlightened me and also slightly terrified me about what's already in use on the modern battlefield and what's still in the coming soon to a conflict near you phase. A huge thanks to all of my guests. We'll now get ready for our final session here at the Public Forum, where we'll look back on 2 intense, impressive days of dialogue, diplomacy, and let's be honest, perhaps a few carefully worded disagreements. We'll also be casting an eye toward the future and the not-so-small challenges still ahead, so stick with us, or rather, stick with Donna.
Welcome back from break. I hope you had a nice lunch. And if you got to check out the engaging conversation in Studio Bravo, I hope you enjoyed that as well. There is a lot to dive into now, and we continue our exploration of the key themes shaping the future of the Alliance. We're now moving into our next session, titled A 360 Perspective for the Alliance. This session features a series of 3 fireside chats, focusing on the High North, the Western Balkans, and NATO's southern neighborhood. In a world of regional complexity and evolving threats, the question is, how should NATO adapt its posture across these critical theaters? We'll begin with the High North, where climate change and strategic competition are reshaping security dynamics. Then we'll turn to the Western Balkans, a region where hybrid threats and instability continue to test resilience. Finally, we'll look south at NATO's southern neighborhood, where security, demographic, and economic pressures are increasingly interconnected and call for renewed attention. Together, these conversations will offer a deeper understanding of NATO's regional strategies and what it takes for the alliance to remain agile and effective in a 360-degree environment. So to guide us through these discussions, please welcome Shashank Joshi, defense editor at The Economist.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us, for tearing yourself away from the drama elsewhere here at the summit, for joining this excellent session. We have a special treat today. We have 3 panels in one, a smorgasbord of thinking on different bits of the alliance. I think a lot of what we have spent so much time on is focusing on very orthodox, conventional defense issues, defense industrial issues on the eastern flank, the eastern front. And I think this is a great opportunity for us to just zoom out, broaden our horizons, think about 360-degree challenges, as the Alliance says, in many different parts of the Alliance's area of operations. And we're going to begin right in the north. So a very warm welcome to Mr. Jon Elvedal Fredriksson. Mr. Fredriksson is Director General at the Department for Security Policy and the High North at the Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He's also a man who knows the High North and Arctic affairs very well, also having been ambassador in Canada. So, Mr. Fredriksson, a very warm welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for joining us. Okay, let's just begin with a little kind of update, reflection on this, given that you have such a sort of strong, persistent sense of what's happening in the High North. Can you give us an update on what is the security situation there now? What's the defense and military situation like in the High North?
So thank you. I think sort of an important basic thing to keep in mind is that if you think about the strategic balance between Russia and NATO in the High North, in the Arctic, there isn't really much news. It is an area where, well, let's put it this way. Sometimes in the public eye, there's this misconception that, you know, we just discovered the Arctic and it's a new sort of exciting area for deterrence and a game, you know, between big powers and so on. I wouldn't agree with that at all. I mean, the Arctic has been a part of NATO's area of operation always. And it's an area where we, as we like to say, NATO's eyes and ears in the north have been present from the beginning of the alliance, and it's a job we keep doing right up until today. It's an area, obviously, of strategic importance, both for us, for NATO, for the alliance, and for Russia as well. So this means that it's also an area where we have an interest in keeping a large amount of stability, predictability, but also be very sort of clear and strong in how we sort of present ourselves in the area and in our posture. And this is the case now, as it was, say, before the war in Ukraine. We do not see all that much changed behavior in the area. And again, this all comes down to the fact that just 100 kilometers on the other side of the Norwegian border, you would have the largest arsenal of nuclear capabilities anywhere in the world. Russia's capabilities, and that they will have a keen interest in projecting also stability around that. And it's our job to make sure on the NATO side that we know what's going on, to keep an eye on developments in the area, and make sure that it's an area where we have control.
So just a little bit more on this. Looking back, the fundamental message is that not an awful lot has changed. You're a founding member of NATO. This has been at the heart of NATO for decades. Your country has been doing all sorts of submarine naval operations in this area for many, many, many years. Just looking since the war on Ukraine itself, is there a change in Russian behavior? Russian forces in the area, as you point out, are largely intact. A little bit of a knock to strategic aviation in the last couple of months, you could say. But broadly, submarine forces, the Northern Fleet, there's a lot of capability still there. But behavior-wise, whether that's jamming, whether that's electronic warfare, something, any changes?
Of course, it's not like nothing changed at all. I mean, and it is obviously also an area where we see increased interest, not only from Russia itself or from us. It's also an area where we see interest from other powers further afield. Can come back to that. So surely that's there. Yes, we have seen an increasing will from the Russian side to do some things that we didn't used to see. Jamming, and I mentioned that GPS jamming is definitely one of them. It's massive, and it's become sort of an everyday phenomenon.
Does it affect you a lot?
Sorry?
Does it affect you a lot?
It affects, it's constantly there, so it affects aviation in the area. Of course it does. We deal with it, but it's there, and that's a change. Also, we have seen some instances of where we can see that the Russians are taking a little more risk in the way they behave out there in the ocean. You mentioned
any examples of that more risk-tolerant activity?
I won't go into sort of singular incidents, but just say that we see that there is more nerve in the Russian behavior as well. I think that's probably a good way to put it. When you look at land forces on the Russian side, I mean, they have sent most of the land forces from this area to Ukraine, so that's actually less than what we used to see earlier. So in that sense, there is also a change. While the Air Force and it's largely intact, and definitely the strategic capabilities and the Northern Fleet is exactly as powerful as it always was. We see on the land force side that there is considerably less now on the Russian side. But we also have to keep in mind that Russia has plans for the future. They resurrected the Leningrad military district. They have public plans for that in the future, and if those plans were to become real at some point, it will definitely also be a significant challenge for us and our new allies, Finland and Sweden, together with our Baltic friends who are, let's say, NATO in the area.
Yeah.
And of course, we will have to keep in mind that Russia is not planning on doing less in the future. To the contrary, and we should be vigilant about that. And that's also, I mean, why increasing defense spending makes so much sense for us.
So we'll get on to some of the things you mentioned, how you handle this, the role of outside powers. But before I do that, and because you mentioned Finland and Sweden, everyone understands that this has changed the geography of NATO. This has opened up opportunities. Can you say a little bit more about what it means for you in the High North specifically, as you go about thinking about security policy?
So for us, I mean, Norway used to be the destination of Allied reinforcement from the other side of the Atlantic. Now we'll still be a destination, but we will also be a transit area for enforcement to Sweden and Finland, if need be. Which means that we have a lot of work to do together with our neighbors to make sure that we put the infrastructure in place to deal with that we have the sufficient resilience cross-border in the Nordic region, and also that we have, let's say, the necessary investments which we have to do together to make sure that we can actually do the job that we need to do as a bigger allied area, and with a much longer allied border with Russia than we used to have.
You talked about Russia's risk tolerance, little bits of change there. You are well known in the alliance for having a long history of very pragmatic dealings with Russia, effort to stabilize the border in a sort of very practical way. How have you struck that balance since the war in Ukraine? Has it changed at all with that shift you describe in Russia's risk appetite? How are you finding that balance?
So, I mean, of course, the war has been a game changer altogether, including in our neighborship with Russia. As you say, Norway has always had a very pragmatic relations with Russia. We have never been at war with Russia, or vice versa. So, and we have managed since the 1840s to have a peaceful border with Russia. And I haven't only been ambassador to Canada. I used to be Norwegian Consul General as well to Murmansk in Russia for 3 years, during a period where there was a lot of cross-border cooperation going on, and we also managed at the time to agree with Russia finally on a borderline in the Barents Sea. I'm very happy about that now, that we have that in place. So that's sort of a bit of history here. War is a game changer. Of course, there's no business as usual, not when it comes to cross-border cooperation, not when it comes to our relations with Russia as such. That, of course, has a deep impact also on the border area itself. So while before the war, you would have, daily border crossings in the hundreds. You would have, I don't have the exact figures, but you would have sort of huge traffic back and forth. That is not necessarily longer the case. The border is in principle open, but of course it's a lot less traffic also due to visa restrictions and to the general politics of not having business as usual with Russia in any way. What we do have is, again, a pragmatic contact with the Russian side in order to manage the border. We need to do that. I mean, there is a border and there are certain things that need to be done. So we do have contact to make sure that everything is in order in managing that. And that, of course, is different from some other allies that don't need to have that kind of contact. Which is also why we keep diplomatic channels open with Russia in order to manage being a neighbor.
Let's mention, you didn't mention it by name, but one of those outside powers obviously interested in the High North and the Arctic is China. There is a lot of interest in this, particularly in the United States, which sees China as its pacing threat in the Pentagon. Is very interested in China's interest in rare earths and minerals in the High North and other areas. From your vantage point, how do you think about China's intentions in this region? What is it doing? Is this overhyped, perhaps?
I will not speculate in China's intentions, but what I will do is say that there's clearly an increased interest from the Chinese side in the Arctic. We do see that they cooperate a lot with Russia on this. We do see increased Chinese presence in the sense that there has been sailings through the Northeast Passage and so on. It is, as far as we can see, mainly research-based interest, and it is perhaps not as massive as you would sometimes think if you read the papers, as far as we can judge. And
very diplomatically put.
But it's true. And also China, of course, reaches out to others as well. So there is also contacts from our side with the Chinese research institutions and so on the polar research side. And we see also the same kind of interest from others. India, also European countries, allies that are more interested in the Arctic than before. And I think it has only to do with the security policy side of things. It's also, it's related to climate change. And climate change that poses threats and possibilities in the Arctic that are in many ways new.
Yeah. Having raised the subject of the United States, I'd also like to ask you about how that relationship has changed under a new administration that is very interested in the Arctic from a strategic perspective. Obviously, this has been a source of some tension with High North countries, with Denmark, also with Canada, for obvious reasons. How have you found that relationship in the new administration? Has it changed and shifted in the way that they've approached the High North and how that's affected your relationship?
Look, again, I want to say something about continuity because Arctic cooperation is not something new. And I mean, we have been working with the United States, with Canada, with the Nordic Arctic states, and even with Russia on the Arctic for a long, long time. And the Arctic Council, which is not about security policy, it still exists. We have just finished our chairship, 2-year chairship in the Arctic Council. Very tough job in the current circumstances, but we managed to keep the council together. And why is that important? Because, according to international law, there are also, 5 littoral states in the Arctic Ocean. Russia is one of them. We need to sort of, that's just a fact that we need to deal with. So together with our partners, we kept the Arctic Council going. Although on a very sort of completely much lower level than before, and with a lot of limitations in place that respects the fact that we cannot have business as usual with Russia, but still, it's there. And when it comes to working with our Arctic allies, I mean, we also have 7 Arctic. We are 7 Arctic allies, and we are working on together in the alliance to look at, how can we strengthen not only our presence, but also the quality of our presence in the Arctic to address those issues that is there now and to address those security issues that will be there in the future. So that's a close dialogue that we are continuing under the current American administration with both the US and Canada.
So just to conclude, if I take everything that you've said, it's quite interesting to think about this region as almost a place where, despite all of the breakdown in rules in other parts of the Euro-Atlantic region in the world, more conflict, more intense competition, the collapse of multilateralism, this still seems to be a place where behavior is predictable, things are stable, and you still have institutions that may not be entirely operating at their peak efficiency, but are still holding together and operating, multilateral frameworks kind of working. Is that a fair summary?
I think that's a very fair summary. And a part of understanding why that is the case is, of course, also to keep in mind the fact that, the Arctic is not a legal void. It's not a lawless area for, free competition. To the contrary, the Arctic is an ocean. So it is regulated by international law, by the UNCLOS. And when it comes to the question of continental shelves, we have the UN Tribunal on that. So it is definitely an area where there are mechanisms and international law in place to regulate behavior.
Okay. Well, Mr. Fredriksson, thank you so much for joining us and for offering us a rare bit of positivity as well. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Please could I now welcome Ms. Burcu San, NATO's Deputy Assistant Secretary General for Operations. Thank you. Please. Let's jump drastically to a completely different part of NATO's focus. You have vast responsibilities for NATO operations that stretch all over the place, but I thought today we might begin by talking a little bit about the Western Balkans, which you think about a lot and you deal with a lot. Now, I'm just thinking about the communique that will soon be published and the agenda for this summit. It's safe to say more focused than previous summits. A lot of stuff isn't as heavily discussed as it might have been previously. Yeah. And people looking at this might be forgiven for thinking that the Western Balkans has slipped off the alliance's agenda. It just isn't up there in a serious way. Is that fair? Is that unfair? How do you think about this?
Yeah, it's not exactly the case. So yes, the communique will be very focused. It's not one of the traditional communiques that run over like 72 paragraphs. That's not it.
Maybe that's a small blessing.
It is a big blessing, believe me. But that doesn't mean that the Balkans is off our minds. In fact, many leaders just now during the NAC session have mentioned the Balkans on several times, several occasions. So it's still up there, and our 2022 strategic concept makes it clear that the Balkans is a region of strategic importance to NATO. And if you look at the map, I mean, it's quite obvious. Yeah. And we have incorporated many Western Balkans countries already in our midst. We have Albania, Croatia, Montenegro, and North Macedonia having joined the alliance. And the Balkans, of course, adjacent to many other allies as well. And there have been a lot of stability, insecurity, and threats stemming from that region. So it's all in our interest to keep our focus on the Balkans, and that's what we are doing.
Yeah. So let's dive into there a little bit more in more detail and think about some of the things that are in your inbox, in your in tray that you have to kind of grapple with in the region. Maybe a useful place to begin would be Bosnia-Herzegovina, thinking through about some of the tensions we saw earlier in the spring, the aftermath of that. How are you? What are the main issues that you're grappling with there, and how is it going for the alliance?
Yeah, so just to give a bit of perspective as well, I joined the international staff of NATO in 1998. last millennium. So when I started, I was the Balkans desk officer in the political affairs division.
When the Balkans was perhaps number one on the alliances list.
Agenda, correct. It was also at the time when Kosovo was unfolding as well. We had an S mission that we called S4, Stabilization Force, quite a sizable number of troops. And then in 2004, the security situation progressed in such a way that we were able to transfer those tasks, to keep a safe and secure environment in Bosnia and Herzegovina to the European Union. But we still today support the European Union. So the EUFOR Althea, which is there to actually take care of that mandate, safe and secure environment, is supported by NATO through these, what we call the Berlin Plus arrangements.
Yes.
We provide operational planning support. We have some reserve cooperation and some intelligence cooperation as well. So we support the EUFOR Althea today. On top of that, we have the headquarters Sarajevo, NATO headquarters Sarajevo, and a sizable defense capacity building program. So all this, with all this, we continue to support Bosnia and Herzegovina in their reforms, and we very much are in support of the European Union. And I think our relationship with the European Union in the Balkans is quite exemplary, both in Kosovo and also in Bosnia and Herzegovina. We are sometimes facing still challenges, that's for sure. You referred to the issues just this last spring. We watch it closely, but we are also hopeful that the Bosnia-Herzegovina institutions and the leaders can come together and forge a way forward together. We are very wary of secessionism, of Republika Srpska. This is against the Dayton Peace Agreement. This is against the constitution of the Bosnian Herzegovina state. So this should not happen. And we are very clear at NATO that we will not allow a security vacuum in Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Let's talk a little bit about Kosovo, which you also mentioned, which is in a post-election sort of a phase.
Yeah.
How has that been going for you?
Well, Kosovo, so in 1999, KFOR deployed in Kosovo. I was, as I said, in the midst of that, and that was a 50,000 strong presence.
Yeah.
Now we are down to 4,600. So clearly, again, I want to highlight there has been progress, and I also want to highlight that this progress should not be jeopardized. Admittedly, there has been, again, some security challenges, some turbulence. And in fact, 2 years ago, we had violence and attacks against KFOR troops. We had also violence in one of the towns in Kosovo, in Banjska. And therefore...
With troops injured?
Troops were injured in May in the violence against KFOR. That's right. And we had to actually increase the troop numbers again. So it looked like, we were on the sort of trajectory of being able to decrease troop numbers, and then for the first time in many years, we had to do an uptick of 1,000 plus troops back in Kosovo in KFOR. So that was not a good sign. But since then, I think the situation is always. There's always room for flare-ups and tensions. But we are working very closely with the institutions in Kosovo, also with Serbia. The commander of KFOR has a direct line to the to the Serbian CHOD in Belgrade. So there's always this ongoing dialogue with a view to diffusing any misunderstandings that might happen.
Does it work well?
It works very well, yes, and our Serbian colleagues always acknowledge that as well. So within Kosovo, I think what is our way forward is that we are very much in support of the EU-led, again, the European Union dialogue between Pristina and Belgrade, which should bring the normalization to its logical conclusion, finally a peace deal. There's a lot to do until we get there, but it's important to keep that trajectory and keep the goodwill and good faith negotiations going under the leadership of the European Union.
Just to reflect a little bit on the Russian role in the region overall, you talked about a security vacuum, and we've talked about troop deployments and all of this. A lot of the challenge you face in the region is not just military in nature. It's sort of Russian political, economic, informational influence. Can you give me a sense of, in a way, the same question I asked Mr. Fredrickson just now? How has Russian behavior in this region changed, if at all, since the war in Ukraine, with a more risk-acceptant Russia, one that is eager to find vulnerabilities in NATO from all across different domains? How has that played out in the Balkans?
Yes, it is indeed playing out. It's one of our concerns. Russia, I think, in any region that is of interest and strategic importance to NATO, is very much looking for those kinds of points that it can play with. And there are certain vulnerabilities, of course, in the Balkans, and there are certain entities which they can instrumentalize. So this is quite destructive. It can be quite destructive, and therefore one of our main objectives in the Balkans is also to increase the resilience of the local institutions. That's why we invest in capacity building in various areas we're engaged in, so that they can, withstand these kinds of influences, malign influences from Russia and other actors.
But is it working? Because if I look at the information picture, susceptibility to Russian propaganda, Russian news, Russian state-sponsored, media, is there a case to be made that Russia has been making advances in this recent period?
It's probably ups and downs. So there are certain times where there's more influence, and certain times there's also less influence. And I mean, when you look at the Balkans, I think all the population would see its future in the European or Euro-Atlantic community. So in Bosnia and Herzegovina, of course, there are disagreements whether they want to join NATO or not, but there's, at least in the public opinion, a big support for joining the European Union. In Serbia as well, they have a partnership with the European Union, they want to join. Kosovo has Euro-Atlantic aspirations. Yeah. So the future, especially public opinion, sees its future in Europe. And therefore, I think we have grounds to counter that Russian influence, also in the information space. And it's not, I think, a lost game. For us, for the European Union, for NATO, we are still very attractive.
Just to take a wider reflection on this issue, you pointed out your very long experience in the Balkans, going back, sort of 27, 28 years. If you were, telling yourself back then what the situation was like today, you're talking to yourself from 1998, from that vantage point, all those difficult years, how would you judge the progress? Would you be sort of horrified to learn about the political status of these countries? Would you be pleased that actually fresh outbreaks of military force hadn't broken out? How would you reflect on this now with that benefit of hindsight?
It's a mixed story. I would have hoped, I think, that there would have been more progress. But you're right, there has not been a conflict for 30 years, in the case of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and 25 years in the case of Kosovo. And that's already a good sign. I would have also hoped for more reconciliation among the parties. And that's, I think, what we have to work towards.
And then I also want to take this opportunity to look at another region with an eye on your responsibility for operations and your familiarity with NATO's training mission in Iraq, which I think is a training mission that, again, tends to get pushed to the sidelines. Many people may not even know it exists. Could you just maybe tell us, what is NATO actually doing? What is this training mission? What is it actually doing? Because I think it's quite interesting to just reflect on.
Yeah, so we have, it's called NATO Mission Iraq, NMI. And it's an advisory mission. We're not doing training as such on the ground, but we are doing advising on military education institutions, so the curriculum and so on. And we are also advising the Ministry of Defense on things like budgeting, programming, structures, institutions, defense institutions, security institutions. We have a good relationship with the National Security Advisor's Office. So we are a very advisory, non-combat, of course, mission. small, not big numbers, in the hundreds. And we also are there, of course, at the request and with the consent of the Iraqi government. And this is what we always underline. We are there to tailor our advisory mission to their requirements, to their needs, and also we are very much respectful of their territorial integrity and sovereignty. And we are grateful because they have been hosting us in an exemplary fashion, and they have also taken charge of the security of our presence there as well.
I think this is interesting, not just because of the importance of Iraq in its own right and the job that you're doing there, but also because we've come off the back of 15 years in which Western efforts to conduct military advisory missions in many places have gone not so well, with the fragility, collapse of Afghan security forces, the difficulty that even Iraq faced in 2014 with the rise of ISIS at the time, and of course most recently with a direct line to the things we're discussing at the summit, Ukraine, and the way in which Western military training for Ukraine, which and vice to Ukraine, which NATO also engages in, struggled a little bit at times with the difficulties Ukraine faced in its counteroffensive in 2023 and complaints that perhaps training wasn't always optimized for their needs. So I guess my question is, what are you learning from these experiences? Are you taking things you learned from Iraq to Ukraine or vice versa, and iterating these efforts and putting different things on the curricula to the stuff you may have been putting on 3 years ago with all of these experiences in mind, successes but also failures?
Yeah, of course, we do lessons learned all the time. And I think our mission in Afghanistan, we realized it was far too broad a focus. So we, I think, basically wanted to do everything. And we have purposely kept the mission of NMI much narrower and very much based on the Iraqi requirements, as I said. They are in the driving seat and they have full ownership. So we have worked with them to draft long-term objectives for their armed forces, for their Ministry of Defense, for their security forces. And we work to those objectives that are actually Iraqi-owned objectives. And they tell us what they need, and we tailor it towards their needs. And for Ukraine also, and I also would like to say, it's not just we learn from what we did and we try to do it better, but we learn from our partners all the time. This is a two-way street. And Ukraine is a case in point, of course, that we, for instance, we have the NATO Security Assistance and Training Command in Wiesbaden, and our Ukrainian colleagues are there. And the Ukrainian colleagues who are there have been rotating in and out of the field, so they come fresh with their fresh experiences. And our troops that are there to support them are learning much from them as well. So it's really a two-way street. And training, you mentioned the training for Ukraine. This is something that has been synchronized and standardized, or it's of course a work in progress because the needs change all the time, evolve. But with NSA2, the NATO Security Assistance and Training that I mentioned, we are able to also work with the European Union and with Ukraine and with other training providers to constantly feed them what are the needs on the field and how the training should be refined.
And on that flow of lessons from the Ukrainians to you rather than just the other way around, which is the same story I hear from a lot of countries, including the UK's Interflex mission, saying, you know, I remember one British commander saying, the Ukrainians have really taught us how to digging trenches, something we haven't, you know, we didn't think about in our basic training and our basic exercises for so long. Could you just give us, presumably you've spent a lot of time with the training mission visiting these places, what kinds of things are flowing in that direction from the Ukrainians to you that may be of interest to this room?
Well, one of the big things is, of course, technology and the innovation and the use of drones. So that's clearly something that they have been, you know, mastering for the last 3 years. And that's clearly one very important thing. The other important lesson is air defenses and the importance of them. And by way of training, I actually, if I can turn the table around a little bit, I think we actually did a very successful job of training and educating the Ukrainians in NCOs, the
non-commissioned officers.
Non-commissioned officers, thank you, because they were more on the sort of Soviet doctrine before, and since 2014 we have a program that specializes on education, and we have actually overhauled together with the Ukrainians their concept of NCO, and therefore they were able to make much more decentralized decisions, especially in the beginning of the war. If you remember, there was such a stark contrast of how the Russians and how the Ukrainians use their NCO corps. So there I think we take quite a bit of pride, and of course it's very much, I have to say, down to the Ukrainians themselves who have succeeded in repelling that first Russian attack on Kiev and so on. But we have also worked with them a lot on the Western doctrine of treating NCOs, paying them proper salaries, integrating them into the decision-making mechanisms and so on.
And then just to end on, finally, to conclude our conversation, I asked you about to reflect back on, from the vantage point of today to the 1990s, and then looking ahead to next year's summit and to the future. If we're meeting again in a year's time, what are the criteria by which we, mark your homework, how well you've done? How should we think about that?
Yes, it's a joint homework, but for the Western Balkans, I think what we would love to see is that in Kosovo, that both parties, both Pristina and Belgrade, would be undertaking the things that they promised they would do under this EU-led dialogue. So that would be a major step forward, and that will also build confidence and trust and bring us closer to a settlement. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, as I said before, if we have the local leaders talking to one another in good faith and finding solutions together, that would be major progress. Of course, in Iraq, you mentioned some, in the past, some failures. I think, again, we have made a lot of progress. And the Iraqi leadership is doing a good job in balancing both domestically and on the international level the different influences and different groups. And they would, I think, also have made progress even further to be able to fight terrorism on their own right and keep their country together and safe.
Great. Well, Ms. Sand, thank you so much for joining us. Please join me in thanking the ASG. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now, finally, please join me in in welcoming Mr. Javier Colomina, the NATO SecGen's Special Representative for the Southern Neighbourhood. See you. Hi, thank you. Thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Colomina.
Absolutely.
So, where do we begin? You have a huge responsibility, again, a huge number of states, but I think a sensible place to begin would be reflecting off the back of the events of the last couple of weeks in the Middle East, which, you have the Istanbul Cooperation Initiative, is that right? Have I got the acronym? Right. You have the Mediterranean Dialogue, and these sets of partners include, and again, you'll correct me if I'm wrong, but more than one state that has been subject to ballistic missile attack in the last week, which is quite punchy. So can you just begin by telling me, have you been getting any sleep? How does this affect your job? How much does this embroil NATO, or is this something you watch from a safe distance and just observe?
So thanks very much. Thanks very much to the Public Forum. Thanks very much for having me here. Well, it's been a couple of bumpy weeks, that's for sure. Not just because of the situation in the Middle East, but also because those 2 weeks were the last weeks before the NATO summit.
Yes.
And I've been involved in one side of the story and in the other one as well. So it's been difficult, but we've been engaging very much with our southern partners. As you said, many of our partners are from the region. Some of them were impacted by missiles from Iran. So what we've done is try to engage with them, try to understand better the situation, and pass in the messages that the Secretary General himself passed from the beginning. And those were messages of restraint, non-escalatory actions, and trying to go back to diplomacy.
Yeah, although we did see the Secretary General just today, I think, publicly praise US attacks on Fordo as being examples of strength, being examples of quite necessary action, didn't we?
Yeah, absolutely. We've been very clear already in the last years with regard to Iran. First, on the nuclear program, there is a clear agreement all over the alliance that Iran must not develop a nuclear weapon and must abide by the rules of the Non-Proliferation Treaty. Then in the last years, we've been more clear every year about the destabilizing activities of Iran. There is a great concern from all of us. There is a great concern that is shared by some of our partners. And I think the Secretary General reacted because of that. Whatever affects our instability, the Euro-Atlantic instability, is of course a cause of concern. This was a cause of concern, and therefore right now we are much more satisfied because we see a ceasefire and we see a trend of a bit more stability. We'll see where we are in a few days and weeks.
So let's zoom out a little bit from just the Iran-Israel crisis to kind of other issues in the southern neighborhood. First of all, with an eye on the same kind of questions I put to Mr. Fredriksson, to Ms. Sand, thinking about deterrence and defense posture in NATO South, with an eye on Russian military activity. There's been a lot of change in the last year, right? Particularly the collapse of the Syrian state, the change of government, the changes to Russia's naval position in Tartus on the Mediterranean. How has that all changed Russian military activity in the patch of area that you cover and look at?
Well, when we started a few years ago, I think it started basically with the Madrid summit in 2022. We decided to change dramatically our collective defense, how we understood the way we needed to defend. And a principle of that was always the 360 degrees approach, to look at all different geographic directions. When we approved first what we call the concept for defense and deterrence of the Euro-Atlantic area, and then we went in developing the regional plans. Those regional plans are actually geographical regional plans. I cannot go into details because those are NATO secret, but we have assigned forces and they look at the different regions, and one of the regions is of course the South.
Yeah.
We have two agreed threats in the alliance. One is Russia, the most immediate and conventional threat, and the other one is terrorism, the most asymmetric threat. Both of them are in the South. We see lots of Russia in the South, we see lots of terrorism in the South, so we see lots of reasons to actually look at the South when we are actually working on our own collective defense. Sometimes I get the question, can you deal, is NATO capable of dealing with the different threats that you have in the East, which is very obvious with the war in Ukraine, and the ones you see in the South? And my answer is, do we have an option? I don't think we have an option. We are here to protect 1 billion inhabitants, and to do that, we need to look 360 degrees approach.
But let's take each of those in turn, starting with the Russian side, because, you know, as Mr. Fredriksson said, Russian forces in the north are largely intact. If we look at the central part of the front, it goes without saying that Russia has huge ambitions to build up to 1.5 million men, and we all understand that. In the south, the Black Sea Fleet is bust. The Russian naval position in Syria looks pretty ropey. Isn't it a much diminished? Is there really a loss of Russia? It looks like a pretty ragged Russia in the south, or is that unfair?
I think it's. I wouldn't say that as an unfair, but I think I would hope that it was realistic, but I don't think it is. I think there's a lot of Russia there, and not just Russia. One of the main angles we use when we look at the southern neighborhood is geostrategic competition, and when we look at geostrategic competition, you have Russia, a lot of Russia, I have to say, particularly in the Sahel, but also you have China,
where Russian mercenaries have been been extremely active politically.
Yeah. Mercenaries and actual Russian officers.
Sure.
You have China with different considerations, but China also plays a strong role. You also have Iran. So we have different of our competitors in the region that play a game and is a game that is not actually helping our own security. So that would be the other angle together with terrorism, the two angles that are probably the most relevant ones when we look at the southern neighborhood and we connect that with the need of having more security in the Atlantic area.
And then let's take a word on terrorism. Again, obviously one of the themes you hear in Western armed forces is that we spent 25 years fighting insurgencies and terrorist groups, that effort bent our armed forces out of shape and we bought the wrong equipment and we're now focused on conventional warfare. This is why we're buying air defense. It's not against terrorists. This is why heavy armor is back, why logistics are back. So how does this affect someone like you who has to think about the terrorist aspect? It's in the plans. It's part of that, you know, the specific plans you work to and implement. How do you deal with that when the armed forces are getting a demand signal that's all about conventional high-intensity warfare and saying terrorism is the past and you kind of have to deal with it as a part of the present as well?
Well, I think one of the main things we do to fight terrorism is to work with our southern partners and to work with their armed forces. What we want to do, we're not that much in the business of having boots on the ground anymore and kill terrorists for them. We have, as you heard before, only one mission in the south, that's NMI, NATO mission in Iraq, but it's a non-combatant advisory mission.
Yeah.
And it advises the armed forces of Iraq to prepare them better to fight terrorism. That's what we do with other southern partners. We work on border security, we work on maritime security, we work on counterterrorism, but specifically on special operation forces. We try to prepare themselves better to confront terrorist aggression. And believe me, when you talk with southern neighborhood partners, for themselves, the priority is to fight terrorism, and most of their armed forces are specifically designed to do that.
Yeah, yeah. So let's also then zoom out to some of the non-traditional security challenges. The interesting thing is you have a region unlike the ones we've been discussing, or certainly unlike the High North, where you have stable politics, developed, sort of highly developed states, stable institutions, where a lot of the security challenges you face, which includes terrorism, political instability, extremism, also migration, which we should get onto and discuss, are coming out of kind of weak polities or political dysfunction, weak political institutions, and then societal problems, youth unemployment, broad grievances. How does a military alliance with a military headquarters that is increasingly designed for, as we said, traditional kinds of warfare, how do you have the levers to do anything about these things?
Well, it's a very good question, and it's one that has taken us to take the right decisions many years. It was last year when we decided finally to launch an action plan on the South, and a few days after I was appointed the first ever special rep for the Southern neighborhood. And that action plan covers lots of the things you said. It's based basically on 4 pillars. The first pillar is political dialogue, engaging with our partners, engaging with our allies, keeping up the political will to do things with our partners. The second pillar is what we do best, the practical cooperation, how we help our partners with the different training, education, exercises, maritime security, border security, as I said before. The third pillar is a larger physical presence and also a larger visibility through public diplomacy. And you probably know that in a few weeks we will be opening the first ever political liaison office in Amman. We have a training and education center in Kuwait, and we're looking and exploring other options to be present in the region. Of course, is always when we have a very, very clear will from our host nation. And the fourth pillar is to work with other regional and international organizations. We work very well with the UN, of course with the European Union, with the GCC, with the League of Arab States. And at the end of the day, we need to understand that NATO shouldn't be the response to everything. I think we could contribute to most of the challenges that we see in the South and in other regions. that affect somehow our own stability. But at the end of the day, we need to work in a complementary way with the other international and regional organizations, but also with bilateral efforts, and all together try to confront those challenges and threats.
Is it working? If someone says to you from a member state, you have your office in Amman, what is it doing? Prove to me that it's actually an effective use of alliance resources to go put someone in this place for a while. What is your kind of ability? How do you respond to them?
Well, I think that you have several ways to respond to that. One is an easy way. I mean, it's older than history. States, when they do have relations with a country, they build an embassy, right? So in this occasion, we have lots of relationships with many of our southern partners. We decided not to go that way for many years, but at some point, out of need, out of a strong relationship with Jordan, out of a strong relationship with the region, we just needed to have eyes on the ground. And sometimes it's irreplaceable. It's something you need to have to build the confidence and to continue to work with a particular country. Jordan is one of our most active southern neighborhood partners, and I think it was the right decision, and it will help us very much, not just with the bilateral relationship with Jordan, but also to understand better the regional context.
Yeah, so the other interesting thing, as I alluded to at the beginning, is just the range of states that are your partners. I mean, you must meet all kinds of states, some of whom are, to put it mildly, not friends with one another. How do you deal with that aspect of it?
Well, you mentioned before the Mediterranean dialogue. You have within the Mediterranean dialogue countries from Mauritania, the only Sahelian country, to Israel. You have Algeria, you have Morocco, you have the 4 ICI countries, which are all the Gulfies except for the Saudis and Oman.
So some states indeed, who don't even recognize one another.
Indeed, you have countries that do have problems in their own bilateral relationship. But one thing that is actually extremely valuable and not that well known about our own platforms is that, for instance, a couple of months ago, I chaired negotiations to approve the first ever agenda for tackling security challenges with our southern neighborhoods. It was a negotiated effort with them in the room. And I had to negotiate in the same room with the 32 allies, with the Israeli ambassador, the Egyptian ambassador, the Jordanian ambassador, the Algerian ambassador, all sitting together, the Morocco ambassador, and we had the occasion to share views, to exchange notes, and then for them to defend the positions, and we agreed on a document. So I think there is a lot of value in those frameworks. There is a lot of value in the network of partnerships that we do have, because it actually contributes somehow to connect better with countries that, yes, do have a difficult bilateral relationship, but I think we could be helpful also in that way.
We've talked quite a bit about sort of the Gulf. We've talked a little bit about the Med, a little bit about the Sahel even. We haven't said all that much yet about North Africa, North African states. Can you tell me what's kind of most pressing for you in that part of the world? What is at the top of your list of concerns and issues?
Well, I mean, you mentioned the 3 regions that are at the foundation of this action plan that we approved last year in Washington. The Mediterranean region, that includes from Mauritania, as I said, the only Sahelian, but also North Africa, Middle East, the Gulf, and the Sahel. So in the North Africa region, at the end of the day, is particularly pressing in terms of security for us, because it's very close to us, is the Mediterranean, and that's where we see lots of challenges from terrorism that I already mentioned, sometimes geostrategic competition that I already mentioned, but you did mention migration. And migration, even though we are not, and we don't need to be the first responder for that, because we don't have the tools, we have military ships that are extremely helpful in monitoring, in deterring some of the irregular migration that might come from the north of Africa. At the end of the day, what we do is to contribute to the efforts of others, particularly the European Union, but also bilateral efforts, by working with those countries in helping them in having a better border security, better maritime security, help them just to control better their own territories.
I think one of the interesting things you pointed out is that a lot of the armed forces in your southern neighborhood these are designed for the security threats that they perceive, including counterterrorism, counterinsurgency, and some of these other issues. But there is an interesting question of solidarity across the alliance. We saw, I think, only a few weeks ago, the Spanish Prime Minister say, Russian tanks are not coming across the Pyrenees. And one could equally look at it from a northern or northeastern vantage point and saying, the Mediterranean problems are not coming across the Suwalki Gap. But of course, you do have states with participating in multinational battle groups on the Eastern Front. In the reverse direction, what do you see as northern eastern states contributing to southern security, and what would you like to see?
Well, as I said before, the decision was taken 1 year ago, not even 1 year ago, 11 months ago. And I think that decision was the consequence of a couple of years working where basically the Spaniards, the Portuguese, the Italians push to see a real strategy behind our efforts in the south.
Yeah.
I think it's very clear that, of course, the East is a bit far away from some of our southern allies, but our southern allies contribute very much to the efforts in the East. You mentioned Spain, it's my country, and they have more than 2,000 troops in the Eastern Front, which is amazing. And if you talk with a normal citizen with no knowledge about NATO, he would probably be surprised.
Yeah.
So what we aim at when we do things with our southern partners that are not the same things that we do in the East, because the threats that we see in the East are conventional and need a different response, is the same sort of response and support. And so far, I would say so good. Since we adopted the action plan, what I've seen from many of the ambassadors of my allies has been support from the work we are doing.
Mm-hmm.
The pitching in with resources, both financial and human resources. So my impression is that we are on the right track.
Yeah, and so when we hear about capability targets, we heard the Secretary General in the last couple of weeks talking prominently about a 400% increase in air and missile defense. These are very eye-catching figures that are designed to show people, actually, here's the capabilities we need to meet the threats. What is the equivalent in the southern neighborhood? What are the things that people might not be thinking about, but are the capabilities and the priorities that you think allies need to be doing more on in this domain?
Well, at the end of the day, our collective defense, as I said before, and the capability targets are meant to protect the 1 billion inhabitants. That means south, north, east. It means all strategic directions. We talked about air defense, and actually we are taking some decisions in this summit that we already took regarding our own ballistic missile defense, how we can see that, and that has to do a lot with the East, but a lot with the South.
Sure.
Rogue states from the South, particularly Iran, how our ballistic missile defense could defend ourselves from missiles that could come also from the South. So at the end, the capability targets should defend us from all the threats, and we have 2 threats agreed, as I said, Russia, terrorism. We have lots of challenges, and the capability targets are designed to respond to all of them in the South, in the East, or in the North.
Brilliant. Well, Mr. Colomino, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you very much. I'll hand it back over.
Thank you so much for those insightful discussions that you led. As we approach the close of today's event, we have a special final session featuring NATO's Deputy Secretary General that will offer a comprehensive debrief of the 2025 NATO Summit in The Hague, unpacking the key decisions made and their implications for the future of the alliance. To moderate this closing conversation, please welcome on stage Anna van Soes, Director of the Netherlands Atlantic Association. Anna, welcome.
Thank you so much and welcome everyone as we're trying to dissect this summit as it's coming to an end. A very warm welcome to Madam Deputy Secretary General Radmila Siekierska. Very warm applause again for you. Madam Deputy Secretary General, you're just coming out of the North Atlantic Council. We've heard the Secretary General speak, and I'm just very curious, what was the atmosphere like in the room?
Well, first, good afternoon, and please bear with me if I'm a bit breathless, but it has been a roller coaster these last few weeks, and today was very similar. We have had a great summit. We used to say that summits are historic, but this is really a summit that will go down in history as an opportunity that was seized by 32 allies. We have had a successful summit in which 32 leaders of allied nations agreed that the strong transatlantic bond is as important as ever, and all 32 allies have committed to all our responsibilities with regards to defense spending, with regards to our defense and deterrence, and with a clear commitment that we will make our capability targets a reality by spending 5% of our GDP. So if you have asked us about 5% just last year, would many of you, many of us in the room be as optimistic? Probably not. And this is why I really believe that we have arguments when we say that this is a historic summit and this has been a very successful meeting of allied leaders.
A historic summit. The summit declaration has just come out. I'm sure people in the room are now frantically looking at their phones, trying to dissect it. Thankfully, it's a little bit shorter than it was last year, so it's not too extensive. But what should we look out for? Can you give us some pointers as we're trying to read and understand the summit declaration?
You know, we really wanted a summit where we will see transatlantic action and not just words. And I think that the leaders have been extremely efficient in showing this transatlantic action. We have been discussing defense spending for so long. And there were different views, but there was a very clear understanding since the beginning that we are facing unprecedented threats. I mean, the war has returned to Europe. Russian aggression is not stopping. The escalation in the Middle East, the connections and the support that Russia has been getting from North Korea, China is a key enabler, the drones coming from Iran, all this is painting a very dangerous picture for the global security environment. And what leaders have agreed is that this kind of a threat has to be addressed with a really very resolute action. And what we have agreed is to back up our words that we consider the threat real, that we consider it very serious, and we are ready to do something about this with action. And this action was to create and agree on a target of 5% of GDP, defense and defense-related spending. This, as you have already heard, this will contain two elements. One is the 3.5% of GDP going to the capability targets, so very much core military expenditure, and the 1.5% of GDP going to issues which are equally important for our readiness, also for supporting our industrial base, and for really preparing us to meet this challenge. And there was a certain sequencing. I mean, I'm not saying that the summit was an isolated decision made by 32 allies. We have had a preparatory work. It was months ago when we agreed to not our plan, but our plans how to protect the alliance. And then based on these plans, our planners have developed the capability targets. And these targets were from the start very demanding, on average 30% higher than last ones. And we also had to make up for some of the lost time. And all these capability targets were already accepted by ministers of defense a few weeks ago. So this is a summit where leaders have agreed that those capability targets will be translated into reality. Because this is our goal. We need the money, but this money has to end in concrete capability targets and the right warfighting readiness that allies need to protect the alliance. And I think the discussions that we have had on defense spending, but also on boosting defense production, which was practically the other forum we had on industry, are equally important. This is a signal to industry, but we are also saying to the industry, we will spend more, but we will need these capabilities faster. We need to spend better, spend in a more innovative way. So we need a combination of innovation and the typical military capabilities. And it is only this way that we can make our commitment turn into real deterrence and defense. And I think that the signal is read very clearly, not only by our industry, not only by our decision makers, but also by our adversaries, who will see that whatever it takes to make this alliance safe and secure, whatever it takes to invest in the security of our 1 billion citizens, we are going to make it, and we are making it.
So there's an agreement, but now leaders will go home and they'll take with them a shopping list. What are the top 3 items on that shopping list?
Well, leaders will go with a huge responsibility, but this is the responsibility that they have committed to. And of course, as the Secretary General mentioned, the list on capabilities that we need, significantly higher than what we have now, is clear, and it's not short. I mean, we were already talking about 5 times more air and missile defense. 5 times. We are talking about additional warships, additional aircrafts, a lot, millions of ammunition. And we are talking about drones. So every nation will have capabilities that are, how can I say, rational for them, but rather ambitious. And this is the signal that they will send also to their defense industry, but more importantly, to the transatlantic defense industry. And our goal today through the discussion was also, how do we make sure that this increase in the demand creates capabilities at scale in time? We don't want to see capabilities being scheduled for 10 plus years. So this is why our dialogue with defense industry has been extremely important. And this is, in a way, a partnership that will bring dividends, because the defense industry has seen this readiness, but I think they also waited for the summit. I mean, there were announcements, there were promises, there was optimism, but it ain't over until it's over. Well, the good thing about the summit is that now we have the commitment of all 32 allies that the capability targets that were agreed with a 5% defense spending are a done deal. Now, according to Secretary General, we focus on the second equally important phase, and this is deliver, deliver, deliver. And we expect this delivery from, of course, allies, but also from defense industry.
And leaders will have to take along their national audiences, because sharp and difficult political decisions will have to be taken about money, about a lot of money. What's your advice to NATO's leaders when they have to translate these plans and policies into action at home?
These are all very seasoned politicians and leaders. It is sometimes difficult to come up with additional advice. But I remember my small experience in terms of budget, but percentages are equally painful for everyone. When I was elected Defense Minister of North Macedonia, we had defense spending below 1%. So we devised a plan, and in practically less than a year, we doubled our defense spending for core military expenses, basically for our capability targets. And if a country, small, and with many challenges can do it, then others can do it as well. But I think what is necessary is leadership and commitment. And I think what worked in case of at least my time as a Minister of Defense, and I heard many leaders mention it here, is the message that we are all sending, that we are not doing this for NATO, for Secretary General, for a leader. We are doing this because we know that the threat is real and it will not go away. And we are doing this as an investment in our security. Yes, we have lived, or many of us have lived with peace dividend for quite some time. But some of us have also lived through war. And we know that the moment when you lose peace, when you see your security go down the drain, everything becomes nothing. So security comes sometimes with a price. Nobody wants to spend more than necessary, but we have all agreed some time ago that what has happened in 2014, what has happened in 2022 was a last alarm. And we have the responsibility to answer with commitment, with courage, and with leadership. And this is what the 5% are all about.
But still, it will be hard. And there have been leaders that have admitted it will be difficult. How is the Secretary General, how is NATO together keeping the pressure on?
If it was easy, it would have been done already many years ago. So everyone knows that this is a very ambitious target, but it's realistic. And as many leaders have said, it's necessary. So sometimes you don't argue with necessities. We will engage with all allies. We will continue our regular patterns of consultation, discussions on capability targets. We will receive the reports by allies. But what we also spoke a lot about, especially with industry and with ministers of defense, we have to act quickly, we have to spend more, we have to spend better. We also have to spend together, because some of these expenses and some of these capabilities will be slightly easier and they will be more innovative in the implementation, and they will really prepare us not for the wars of yesterday, but for the wars of tomorrow and today, if we do them jointly. So doing all these things together, I think this was the big strong message from the summit, that 32 allies have made decisions on difficult and important issues because they're aware of the threat, they're aware of the responsibility, and they're aware that only together, so United States, Canada, European allies, we can continue to provide the security that we have been providing for 75 years.
Just a quick question on Ukraine, because we've heard the Secretary General say Ukraine has our continued support. We stand by Ukraine on its irreversible path to membership. But then many people are also a bit disappointed, and they say there just hasn't been enough discussion on Ukraine during this summit and with Ukraine during the summit. How do you view this? You were there last night when there was the meeting of the NATO-Ukraine Council.
I have heard some of the concerns and the criticism before the summit, but I think that the summit has actually given the right response, that the concern should not be there and that the criticism was not justified. We had just one session at 32 leaders, at the level of leaders, and there was a lot of discussion also about Ukraine. And we have had a separate meeting yesterday at a nuke level with the Minister Sibiha. We have had Ukrainian president at the leaders event yesterday with all the allied leaders. So at the session yesterday, we have had a very long, very open and very constructive debate on Ukraine. And I can say, based on everything that I have heard, I have chaired the meeting, there was a very strong feeling of consensus, commitment to Ukraine, commitment to just and durable peace, which is what Ukrainians wish for and aspire for even more than anyone in this hall. There was a strong commitment to continue with the military support to Ukraine because they need it, because Russia clearly is not interested in peace, not even in ceasefire, and we see this every night. In Kiev, we see it across Ukraine. So we need this military assistance to continue in order to make Ukraine stronger, in order for them to be able to negotiate from a position of strength, but also we are making this as a long-term investment because we want a Ukraine sovereign, independent, that is capable of deterring Russia in the future. Only this will guarantee a just and durable peace. And As you have heard, also NATO Secretary General, actually the military support for just the first 5 months of this year coming from European allies and Canada has exceeded 35 billion, which is more than what we did last year in the first half of the year. So there is a commitment, and as the declaration confirms, our security is interlinked, depends on Ukraine's security. And we see this as an important element when we talk about our own deterrence and defense.
As a final question, because unfortunately we need to wrap up, if you were to summarize this summit in one word, what would it be?
A success, a historic success. Secretary General would have said a splash. I'm just trying to go back in time, not 2 months, 2 weeks. So much skepticism was around us. Most of this coming from really well-intended individuals and all of us. Everyone was concerned. It's a very difficult commitment that we have made. This is why there was some concern. But it is in times like this, when the going gets tough, this alliance gets going.
Madam
Continues to
Deputy
march
Secretary General, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you, Deputy Secretary General, for your thoughtful reflections. And thank you, Anna, for facilitating the discussion on the decisions reached today by NATO allies. As you guessed it, with that, we now come to the conclusion of the plenary program of the NATO Public Forum 2025. We want to recognize all the panelists and the contributors to today's discussion, heads of states and governments, ministers, parliamentarians, NATO officials, experts, civil society, industry representatives, and young professionals. Before we close, it is only fitting that we take a moment to acknowledge the vision, dedication, and collaboration that made today possible. A final thank you goes to NATO, the government of the Netherlands, and our civil society partners, the Netherlands Atlantic Association, the Klingendahl Institute, and the Hague Center for Strategic Studies, for the effort put into shaping such a rich, timely, and thought-provoking program. We also extend final appreciation to our institutional partners whose steadfast support has helped amplify today's conversations across the Alliance and beyond. Their contribution has been essential in ensuring this dialogue reaches stakeholders and citizens across NATO allied and partner countries. And to all of you, both here in the room, thank you so much. And to those globally watching us online, thank you. Your engagement, your curiosity, and your commitment to dialogue have made this forum not only informative, but it brought understanding and debate among our audiences. For our online audience, we have one final session for you in Studio Bravo. In this closing segment, we'll take a step back to reflect on the key outcomes of the 2025 NATO Summit. A panel of expert voices will analyze the decisions taken, offer insights into how these commitments are expected to be implemented, and explore the resources and resolve required to turn them into action. It is a chance to put the summit into perspective and look ahead to what comes next. So with that, I will hand it over to Ikenna in Studio Bravo. Thank you, and dank je wel.
Hello everyone, and welcome to our final program, as Donna said, from the NATO Summit 2025 here in The Hague. The leaders have left the building, the motorcades are gone, and somewhere a very tired intern is finally sitting down. But before we switch off the microphones and pretend it's over, it's not. Far from it. The real questions now are, what did we actually learn from this summit? How realistic are the promises made? And what's it going to take in terms of money, people power, and political will to turn lofty declarations into actual delivery? To help make sense of it all, I'm joined by another stellar cast of guests who somehow still have the energy, insight, and just enough caffeine in their system to get us through this final stretch. So let's dive in. Thank you very much, everyone, to our live studio audience. Yes, joining me today we have Anna Wieslander, the Atlantic Council's Director for Northern Europe. We have David Perry, the President and CEO at the Canadian Global Affairs Institute, and Luis Simon, the Director of the Brussels office of the Elcano Royal Institute. Okay, before we reflect on the official communique that has now gone out, I'm curious, just generally speaking, after 2 days of panels, keynotes, different talks, and all the press conferences we've seen, what are your takeaways? David?
President Trump showed up, didn't cause a fuss, and has so far left without creating one, which I think is a big win.
Huge win. Okay, yeah, I think that's pretty fair. Yeah, Luis?
So I think back in February, I mean, it's all been about how we handle the alliance in the context of a new administration in the U.S. That's been obviously a big deal. Leaving the Russian threat, the Ukraine, that's been constant for the last few summits, right? So the new factor has been how to the new political dynamic, right? I think back in February, Pete Hegseth, U.S. Secretary of Defense, said during his first visit to Brussels that as the U.S. focuses its core attention in the Indo-Pacific, that Europeans would need to take primary responsibility for conventional defense. So I think to a great extent, this summit has been about trying to unpack that. What does that mean, and what does it take us to get there, right? And I think the whole investment pledge has been a big part of the answer to that question.
As in this commitment to reach the 5%.
Exactly. So I think that's sort of been the key sort of background issue.
Okay.
The summit.
Excuse me, but your takeaway is: are you generally pleased? Do you think it's a success, this summit?
Yeah, I would say so. I think so. I mean, I think as you know, the leaders have agreed to invest 5%. It's sort of 3.5 for defense spending and 1.5 for defense adjacent, defense-related spending. I think that's a big jump in terms of defense spending. The key question now is where is this going to go and how we're going to get there. Okay. But I think the message is, and that comes with a sort of commitment on the part of the United States to the alliance. So it's this notion that an alliance entails both rights and responsibilities, and that Europeans are stepping up, Americans are reaffirming their commitment. So I think after 5-6 months of everyone running around, anxious about the future of the alliance, I think this summit sort of sets us on the right path going forward.
And your thoughts, Anna? Do you agree? Disagree?
Yes, I agree. But I mean, for me, this summit has been marked by two major contradictions, you can say. I mean, one is that it's, I believe, the shortest communique in the modern history of the alliance. I've never seen anything like it.
Because last year's was how long? 5 pages?
At least a couple of pages. The Warsaw Summit Declaration from 2016 was loads of pages, I think 60 paragraphs or more. So we used to have more to work with. But on the other hand, it's been perhaps the most important paragraphs in the modern history also since the Cold War because of the pledge. So this is a major shift for the alliance to commit to moving up to 5% by 2035. We can discuss, the details of that. But it means also that for Europe, this is a new era. It's Europe mainly, that at least major parts of Europe that needs to step up.
So you don't think it's hyperbole to describe it as historic?
No, I think it's historic, but that's my second contradiction. I think, so this leads us a little bit, into, this will bring a strong military dimension to the alliance, and I think that's very interesting to discuss. But we also have to keep our mind on the political dimension, because a very tight communique means that a lot of things are not said or discussed or moved forward on the political side. And there, I think, we have more of a sense of a sound of silence kind of feeling to it than we actually have.
What's missing? What would you have liked in there then?
Well, there are several things that are not discussed that much in this communique. One is Russia is mentioned as a threat, a long-term threat, but there is no elaboration on that threat, which means that we are left a little bit in the dark when to analyze, how all the military investments, because they need to be motivated to the public, and there you need to have, a good kind of feeling of what the threat is. Another one is, of course, Ukraine. Support to Ukraine is mentioned. It's good that you can account for that in the 5%. But Ukraine's path to NATO membership is not explored or mentioned. We are relying on writings from the declaration in Washington, and that's fine. It's an irreversible path. But you could have explored, where are we now, or where is Ukraine?
Well, you could have underscored it, just include it.
Yeah. Other things that we are not in the communiqué are China, which was also an enabler to Russia's war in Ukraine, mentioned last year. Where are we now in China, NATO, and Indo-Pacific over large. So there are a range of political issues. I'm not saying that they are controversial, all of them, but it's less focused on the political, more on the military.
Okay. And David, from your point of view, why not? Why no reference to China in particular? Let's focus on that one.
I mean, I think it would come back to the point that was made earlier, that reaffirming whether or not the United States was committed to the alliance was a core objective of this discussion. And I think 6 months ago, there was a legitimate reason to actually question the degree to which the United States was going to be committed to NATO writ large. And there'd been a lot of speculation from people that served in the Trump administration that he was going to actively take the United States out of the alliance. And I don't think that that was just hyperbole. I think there was a serious question about that. So reaffirming the basic commitment of the United States, granted, it's reaffirming a commitment to an alliance is going to take on, I think, a significantly reduced American role if all of these other investments play out. The United States is going to actually matter consequentially less to NATO's future from a military point of view if everybody lives up to this more equitable investment and actually makes investment in the kinds of unique capabilities that only the Americans have been able to bring for the past multiple generations.
And behind the scenes, would there, what's your sense, would there have been a lot of conversation, a lot of lobbying to include China, to include Ukraine, or is the bar so low that kind of it's like walking on eggshells around, let's say, Trump, you don't want to be too ambitious and you just want that underscoring of commitment to Article 5, let's say?
I do think that the bar was relatively low.
All right, okay. And how is this going to play out for the public, do you think?
I think there's a big question about how much of what was actually decided and communicated was just driven by President Trump, whether or not the Secretary General struck the right kind of tone. We had an interesting dynamic of having the release of a text message just before the meeting. That certainly put a bit of a different perspective on the kind of conversation and the ability for the different national representatives to go back and carry these messages about what the alliance has decided on to the respective publics and have it come across as a decision of all allies and not just issues that were really pressed by the American president.
Okay. Well, you referenced there the tone of the Secretary General, so let's take a look, because he, not that long ago, released his, or gave a press conference about the communique.
Allies recognize the severity of the threats we face. And in response, they have come together to agree an ambitious but essential new defense spending commitment. Our decisions today show, from the Mediterranean to the Arctic, from the west coast of North America to our eastern flank, all allies are united in understanding that we need to step up to stay safe. And they are acting on it. President Trump has been clear. America is committed to NATO. He affirmed that again today in no uncertain terms. At the same time, he made clear that America expects European allies and Canada to contribute more. And that is exactly what we see them doing.
So, credit where credit is due. He's done the impossible. What's your take on that?
Well, I think he's. I mean, I think one of the main takeaways for me is that, I mean, Europeans are sort of moving. We're moving in this direction already, and I think it's important to say that this is about Europeans recognizing that the regional security situation has been getting worse in Europe because of Russian revisionism. That's the main driver of European defense spending. What the Trump administration has done is sort of push things along by sending actually by giving it to us straight. And what he has been saying, and what President Trump, Secretary Hegseth, Secretary Rubio, they've been saying consistently that we cannot expect the United States to do the heavy lifting in terms of European security for too long, because they are going to have to focus on the China challenge in the Indo-Pacific. And that means that we need to take primary responsibility, at least for conventional defense, right? I think this is, I mean, beyond that, if we sort of step back from the Trump administration and the political dynamic and the tactics and the theatrics and so on, I think this is a structural trend. This is a structural trend, and I think it's actually in the European interest that the United States sort of rebalances and focuses the bulk of its attention in the Indo-Pacific. And I think if we have an alliance, we need to discuss together how we're going to handle this and how we can facilitate that process. Yeah. And in doing that, while keeping the Americans still engaged in Europe. And I think this is the key question going forward. I mean, the Americans are going now through the revision of their national defense strategy. It's supposed to be wrapped up by August. And then we should have a much better idea of what kind of posture they are looking at when it comes to Europe. That will be also very important in terms of us understanding better what primary responsibility for conventional defense entails.
And in terms of that posture, but we're talking about the review, which is going to reveal how many troops are probably going to get withdrawn from Europe, right? What do you think is likely in that regard?
Well, there are lots of speculations on that, at this moment, you can ask Americans, and there is, people saying there will basically be no withdrawal, because in the end there is nowhere to put the army else except for Europe, or he will not pursue that track to others who are, preparing for major ones. I know it's ongoing, but exactly how it will fall out, we don't know, and I think that's interesting. Because at this summit either, we haven't really discussed, will this be an orderly process with no security gaps when we shift? Or will it be, worst case, kind of burden dumping, where Europe is just waking up to a new reality where the US is not there? I think that's less likely, but we haven't really settled that at this summit. That is for the fall. The Americans have said that this will be in the next conversation.
Yeah, and let's go to you as our North American representative, here at the table. How will this news play out in the US, do you think? I mean, is it even on the... I did a quick scan of the Fox News sites just before, and the headline was something like, Trump stuns NATO with Iran peace deal. But more broadly, about the deal that's now on the table, or been signed off on, how's that going to play out in the US?
I think it depends on what part of the United States. So to your point, I mean, for that audience, I think on the heels of what just happened with Iran, that quite strongly plays to the president's favor. He's got kind of two significant wins from that vantage point, both in terms of dealing with the Iranians and then coming into this summit and essentially having the outcome of it be what the Americans were positioning at in terms of a redistribution of burden sharing. I think for Canadian audience, the degree to which this is actually a choice of the other 31 allies, or whether or not it was just bowing to American pressure, and how that gets framed will be important. Mr. Trump's not tremendously popular back home in Canada.
No? Strange.
You threaten to unwillingly become a 51st state, and people don't necessarily take it the right way.
And you referenced it earlier, how Mark Rutte, the Secretary General, has been communicating with Trump very informally. How much comfort can we take from that, the closeness, apparently, of their relationship?
I think it probably cuts both ways. It certainly, I think it's an unusual dynamic to see expressed the way that it was. On the other hand, it's good to know that he doesn't just have Vladimir Putin's phone number and engaging in conversations with him, and is actually reaching out to other world leaders in a consequential way. So I think it would be a matter of perspective how you'd view that. But I certainly think that the Secretary General has struck about as collaborative a relationship as I think someone could potentially imagine, having been arranged with a very mercurial and peculiar world leader.
Yeah, that's the point, though. I mean, there are people who laud the Secretary General for being able to develop that kind of informality, but at the same time, it is, yeah, you're walking on eggshells. If one angry outburst or one misstep, and it kind of crumbles, doesn't it? Or is that relationship more sustainable, you think?
I think they have a pretty sustainable relationship, but and I believe for Rutte this has been very important. This is his first summit, and it's a challenge to do a first summit with President Trump coming. We know he's unpredictable and that he wants to be unpredictable. Yeah. So in that sense, I think that's starting as his term as Secretary General, and I think he will also have to evolve this with 32 allies and find perhaps also his own stand in certain questions. I would foresee that it would be difficult to be this close to the US in all things that could evolve. Also, if we will have challenging discussions ahead, as I foresee, on this Europe growing and the US, what will be the role, how will we deal with this to take over responsibility for various parts of NATO defense. So.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe on this to follow up. I think the Secretary General at the press conference. I mean, Anna's totally right. I mean, I think for Rutte this was an important summit because it was not only his first summit as Secretary General, but it was the first summit of Trump too, right? And for the past few months, we've all been, listening to all kinds of, speculative messages about how Trump 2 was supposed to be very different from Trump 1 because, during Trump 1 there were more moderates in the room, and now he's what we saw under Trump 1, right? So I think the Secretary General said something very important today at the press conference. I mean, other than all these messages about big win for Trump and the stuff that got leaked and so on, he said we should chill, we should chill. Because after all this speculation about the United States, leaving NATO and so on, so we had a very similar dynamic, as I was saying, back in, I think it was 2018, or I don't remember if it was 18 or 17, the first summit of Trump 1, back in Brussels. At the beginning, the first day of the summit, there was all this speculation, the United States, the US president has announced that the US will leave NATO, and everybody was like, at the public forum, oh my God. And then the day after, at the press conference, he would say, this is, the alliance is coming out of the summit much stronger. This is the strongest alliance that the world has ever seen. Going from one extreme to the other. I think we've seen a similar dynamic right now. So sometimes it's hard to tell where the tactics start and the strategy begins. So I think this is one of the most important messages that Rutte has sent.
Okay. Did you want to say something?
I just wanted to say that it's very easy that the Trump, when it's the Trump era, it takes all focus, and we all kind of end up just with the relief of the meeting has been, gone well or not well, and so on. But I mean, what's happening at this summit is extremely important for Europe to focus on Europe, I think. It's been several discussions here on, how do you involve the public? How do we explain to those who don't understand why we suddenly have to spend 3.5% on defense? What's the story to them? What's the narrative? How do we engage the youth? So I think we also a little bit have to focus on what's our main task in Europe, and that will be a very challenging task for us. We have some countries who already spend 3.5 or even more on defense, and the others who don't even spend 1% on defense.
But there was also a lot of reluctance among countries to sign up to the 5%. And in terms of how that's going to play out in the coming years, that could also lead to tensions and
I think that would be a major part, actually, like those who deliver on this annual plan and the review and the 2029 review, and those who don't, right? So that's something for us to really focus on.
What's the thinking, do you think, behind that kind of milestone date of 29?
Providing a long enough, providing a bit of a runway to actually do it. Because, I mean, to put it in perspective, it's about a doubling of the expenditure for half the alliance from right now. So, I mean, lack of enthusiasm. We're talking about a really consequential reallocation of major outlays for a giant chunk of the alliance. Less money.
Spain called it unreasonable and counterproductive. You know, that's pretty strong language.
Well, for them, they'd be essentially tripling their outlay. So that's a big reallocation of resources. Just to come back to the point earlier, I mean, I think the second part of the Secretary General's everybody can chill. It was everybody can chill if. You can chill if the Americans are convinced that there is actually being a genuine rebalancing of the burden sharing. And if we do carry through on this pledge, then I think that's the second part of that thought. That the Americans are committed, but it's coming with I think essentially the most recalibration of the way that we all divvy up the burden, and the most consequential one that the alliance has ever undertaken.
So what do you think the biggest challenge is going to be going forward then in terms of implementation?
Well, I think both coming up with the money and then actually moving this, as we all look to really ramp up defense spending. I think there's going to be a ton of pressure to effectively engage the market.
Within that, though, I mean, is it going to be convincing the public that they need to do this? If you're on the west, maybe the eastern flank public is more open to it. More specifically?
I mean, I think that's part of it. I mean, I think it's just actually coming up with the funding. There's going to be a lot of governments that have to borrow a lot of money to make this happen, or make really consequential reallocation choices, reduce spending elsewhere. So it's a really consequential financial outlay to get to this level of spending. But actually getting that moving, programming it, either recruiting that many extra soldiers that additional level of funding would provide, or make capability investments. I think it's going to require a very different type of relationship with the defense sector. And I've seen some other language about that, both in the communique and discussed over the last couple of days.
Because for Germany, for instance, they won't have a problem raising the money. But what sorts of problems are they going to have likely to face then, do you think?
Germany, in particular?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Germany's sort of like one of the best stories, right, of this summit, because it's sort of like been portrayed as a model ally. They've been very committed. They've been pushing other Europeans on the pledge, and I think that's actually excellent news, because if we're going to move to a space in which Europe takes primary responsibility for conventional defense. Well, Germany is a key factor there, right? And they have been, in relative terms, they have been underspending in defense, particularly compared to the other big European powers, right? Like not only the Brits and the French, but also the Poles, right? And I think if you're looking at the threat environment and the situation in the eastern flank, I mean, Germany stepping up, and Germany and Poland in particular, strengthening their cooperation in the air domain, in the land domain. I think that's key to this, Europe taking up primary responsibility for conventional defense. But I also wanted to pick up on another very interesting element in the communique that I just saw, and that I was positively surprised, which is that 1.5 bit and the decision to include Ukraine aid within that 1.5 basket. I think that's very good news, and I think that sends a very positive signal, actually, to Ukraine from Washington as well. Right, because we've seen. I mean, the Americans have been sending this message for the past 5 or 6 months. Like, we're going to separate the Ukraine basket from the NATO basket. So we remain our commitment to NATO and Article 5 remains ironclad, even though it does come with responsibilities and expectations as well, which is nothing new, by the way. That's something that every U.S. administration has been saying for a while. Only that the Trump administration has been saying it in sort of more dramatic terms. But one thing is NATO, and another thing is Ukraine, right? Ukraine, you guys cannot count on us to do the heavy lifting anymore. So I think the primary responsibility thing applies both to NATO and European deterrence, but also to Ukraine. And I think we are now getting to a space in which the Americans are telling us, okay, we might not be there to the extent that we have been on Ukraine, but we agree and we are likely to facilitate the process of you guys supporting Ukraine. I think this is very good news.
I mean, you see that as good news, as a win, but I see it as also pretty sad that we had to rely on a sort of creative method to include Ukraine in the conversation. Are you disappointed, Anna?
Yes, I mean, I agree. It's a good thing that it can be included, but I also believe that it's a disappointment in the way that there should be much more, so to say. The US is not seeing Ukraine the way Europe is seeing it, I think, as important for its security. This is more like an acceptance from the US that, okay, Europe views it this way, but that's not
Where does that come from, do you think?
From the US side?
Yeah, from the US side.
Well, you have seen a tendency broadly among Americans, also in Congress, that support has decreased. And then I think it's this rebalancing Indo-Pacific, a little bit of China, you know, everything is China, and Ukraine is like a European problem. Russia is also more of a European problem, and it's a way of kind of organizing the threats or prioritizing the threats, which means that Ukraine is not a priority. That's a simple way of kind of putting it from the American side.
And how about the fact that Trump hasn't met Zelensky during this, or as far as we're aware? I know that Trump is apparently giving a press conference right now, and there's some discussion or some speculation as to whether or not he's going to meet Zelensky. But that strikes me as a missed opportunity.
I heard they might meet, but I'm not sure. And then, of course, what comes out of the meeting, we know the Ukrainians really want to buy Patriot system, the missile defense system. That's top priority for them. So I would hope that would come out of the meeting, but there are no guarantees for that.
Okay, the press conference hasn't started yet,
no.
but I heard you scoff a little
bit.
Well,
for President Zelensky, getting a meeting hasn't always been a good thing. So that's not an automatic win.
In the Vatican, they seem to be very cozy.
So I guess 1 out of 2 is maybe success at this point. You know, I think the president also does seem to be quite influenced by his personal interactions and dealings with Ukraine. I think that's weighed over his perception about support for the Ukrainians writ large. I guess I'm a little less convinced that folding the Ukraine support into that 1.5% basket is much of a good thing. Doesn't really seem to be much rigor about what goes into that. During the press conference, the Secretary General was asked about the 5%. Basically, the Americans don't really meet that, and he said, well, they basically spend about 3.5% really on the military, and we assume they'll meet the 1.5%. If you're kind of hand-waving away whether or not the Americans actually are there or not, I don't know that there's a ton of rigor that's gone into what counts, what doesn't, how much fidelity there is on that basket. And at least my understanding was that support to Ukraine had always been included in some of these percentages, so sloughing it off to the part that we're not really paying attention to is better than not having it be eligible at all, but I don't know that it put a lot of confidence in the fact that it's bucketed into that particular category.
Yeah. Okay. Now listen, as we start to look ahead now, do you think the NATO allies actually succeeded in displaying unity and a clear path forward, you think, going ahead now?
Well, I don't know that there really is much of a clear path forward. Pretty light on details, other than a spending target and a date. But beyond that, I think it'd be interesting, I think beyond just sort of the U.S. posture review, I think the heavy symbolism if they do withdraw quantities of forces here. I think the more interesting thing to look at is whether or not they're going to start scaling back some of those key strategic enablers that the alliance has been reliant upon, and whether or not there can be a rebalancing and a more equitable balance of investment, not just in the numbers of troops and that end strength, but whether or not the rest of the allies can step up and have more concrete command and control, logistics, surveillance, combat search and rescue, you know, the things that the Americans almost solely in a lot of cases have brought to the alliance, whether or not they pull back some of that kind of assistance and whether or not that leaves it up to the rest of us to pick up that slack in a particular way, not just in terms of the overall numbers.
Okay, to wrap it up now, I'm curious what each of you would put at the top of the inboxes of decision makers going forward now. What needs to be prioritized, and perhaps even from the point of view of Ukraine. No, more broadly, what would you prioritize from tomorrow? Let's say. What does NATO need to prioritize? What should be at the top of Mark Russe's box?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So, I mean, I think now, I mean, as I was saying at the beginning, a key issue for NATO will be to see, okay, so now we are I mean, the Europeans are showing we are ready to go up in terms of spending in exchange for the U.S. reaffirming its commitment to the alliance. But the U.S. reaffirming its commitment to the alliance, that cannot be just a rhetorical question, right? Mm-hmm. How is that now going to translate? I mean, that's always backed up by a given posture, by a given defense strategy. So how is that going to translate in terms of the U.S. commitment to European security? I think we'll find some answers to that in the national defense strategy. And going back to what David was saying, what kind of capabilities do they leave, right? Because, I mean, you can think of, I mean, when we think about the future of U.S. force posture and defense strategy in Europe, you can think of all kinds of scenarios, the most radical, the nightmare scenarios, the U.S. Withdrawing from NATO. I think that we can already move past those, at least for now, for the time being. We'll never know what's going to happen in the future, right? There were also people speculating about the fact that the U.S. would probably withdraw from the position of SACEUR, the Supreme Allied Commander Europe, which gives the U.S. command and control, whereas SACEUR was a U.S. general was appointed Supreme Allied Commander Europe a few weeks ago, and that was also a positive sign. But now we need to see what are they going to leave in terms of enablers, in terms of capabilities, and so on. No, I think there are many scenarios out there. I think we should assume a cut in U.S. force posture in Europe. How deep the cut runs. So
at the top of Mark Rutte's to-do list, it should be kind of managing that as a next project.
Managing that, because I mean that will have a big. I mean, I think ultimately what Europeans do in terms of defense contribution is ultimately up to Europeans, but there are two key factors that we need to look at. One is the supply side of security, if you will, which has to do with the U.S. contribution. The other one is the demand side, which is how the Russian threat evolves, the nature of and the scale of the Russian threat.
Okay, clear. And very briefly, what should be at the top of his priority list?
Well, I think it is to get those annual plans going that will take countries up to 3.5% of military spending on GDP, if they haven't done that already. I come from a country, Sweden. We have actually already done that plan, so we will in a few years here reach 3.5%, and we are increasing quite quickly. Both through redistribution of our budget and then also on loans now to reach the final
Excellent.
stage.
Gold star for Sweden.
So make those plans. I don't think it's impossible.
Okay. David?
I would just build on both those comments by saying that the piece in the communique about coordinating some of the defense investments, having a more coordinated approach on the industrial base, production capabilities, the coordination, I think actually putting some real meat on plans that have been kicked around the alliance for a long time about actually coordinating capability investments in a more complementary way. Yeah. If there is an expectation that everyone else picks up a significant share of what the Americans have provided in the past, that will have to be arranged in a coherent way to get the most value out of those dollars.
Okay, clear. Well, thank you very much. We're expecting President Trump to speak very soon, but we have to leave it here, everyone, because we're coming to the end of the NATO. We have come to the end of this NATO Public Forum. I'd like to say thank you to all of our guests, to you viewers at home and here in the studio. Thank you to the team here at Studio Bravo, with whom we've pulled off 8 talk shows over 2 days on a variety of subjects, from expectations and burden sharing to Ukraine, cybercrime, the threat from Russia and China, and lots more. And we've managed to do all of that without being cancelled. Although there's still time for something to go awfully wrong. But let's hope not. Over in the grown-ups room, the North Atlantic Council has finished, of course, and now it's time for the real work, implementation, diplomacy, and of course, crafting that perfect LinkedIn post to say that you were here. Don't underestimate that. The next NATO summit will be held in Turkey in 2026. But before I say... Did you want to? Oh, I thought you were going to say something. Before I say a final word of goodbye, I see that we have a special guest in the studio, and that is... It's not Donald Trump. It's Donna Farizan. Hello.
Ikenna, I have to say, you have led such meaningful conversations.
You too,
here, and
you
it's
too.
been such
Loved
a
it.
pleasure to do this alongside you. So thank you so much, and thank you to you all at home for watching. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. And here's a nostalgic video look back at the NATO Summit and Public Forum 2025. Yeah, I think we're...
Good morning, everyone, and a warm welcome from The Hague. The NATO Public Forum brings together voices to engage in open dialogue on the NATO summit agenda.
We're doing deep dives with high-level experts, a little bit more context and reflection.
We are living in much more dangerous times, and we have to make sure that we defend our beautiful way of life and systems and our values.
We are not at wartime, but we're definitely not at peacetime anymore.
The United States isn't going anywhere. We're expecting our European allies to step up to be equal partners with us in the alliance, and that strength with all 32 allies is what's going to deliver that peace.
If you look at our industrial capacity, it is still functioning as it were at peacetime.
The big countries that need to conclude that they need to standardize all their systems. Then production will go up, the prices will be lower.
If we want to achieve those NATO capability targets, absolutely, it is crucial that industry is partner in this process.
We have to make sure that whatever the long-term ceasefire or the peace deal on Ukraine will be, that it is lasting, that it is durable.
The number one priority is to stand with and support and strengthen Ukraine in the fight